2 Chronicles, chapters 1 through 14 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. And Solomon the son of David was strengthened in his kingdom, and the Lord his God was with him, and magnified him to a high degree. And Solomon gave orders to all Israel, to the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and to the rulers, and to the judges of all Israel, and the heads of the families. And he went with all the multitude to the high place of Gibeon, where was the tabernacle of the covenant of the Lord, which Moses the servant of God made in the wilderness. For David had brought the ark of God from Kiriath-Jearim to the place which he had prepared for it, and where he had pitched a tabernacle for it, that is, in Jerusalem. And the altar of brass, which Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made, was there before the tabernacle of the Lord, and Solomon and all the assembly sought it. And Solomon went up thither to the brazen altar before the tabernacle of the covenant of the Lord, and offered upon it 1,000 victims. And behold, that night God appeared to him, saying, Ask what thou wilt that I should give thee. And Solomon said to God, Thou hast shown great kindness to my father David, and hast made me king in his stead. Now therefore, O Lord God, let thy word be fulfilled, which thou hast promised to David my father, for thou hast made me king over thy great people, which is as innumerable as the dust of the earth. Give me wisdom and knowledge, that I may come in and go out before thy people. For who can worthily judge this thy people, which is so great? And God said to Solomon, Because this choice hath pleased thy heart, and thou hast not asked riches and wealth and glory, nor the lives of them that hate thee, nor many days of life, but hast asked wisdom and knowledge, to be able to judge my people, over which I have made thee king. Wisdom and knowledge are granted to thee, and I will give thee riches and wealth and glory, so that none of the kings before thee, nor after thee, shall be like thee. Then Solomon came from the high place of Gibeon to Jerusalem, before the tabernacle of the covenant, and reigned over Israel. And he gathered to himself chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, and he placed them in the cities of the chariots, and with the king in Jerusalem. And the king made silver and gold to be in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar trees as sycamores, which grow in the plains in great multitude. And there were horses brought him from Egypt, and from Koa by the king's merchants, who went and bought at a price a chariot of 4 horses for 600 pieces of silver, and a horse for 150. In like manner market was made in all the kingdoms of the Hittites and of the kings of Syria. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And Solomon determined to build a house to the name of the Lord, and a palace for himself. And he numbered out 70,000 men to bear burdens, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountains, and 3,600 to oversee them. He sent also to Hiram king of Tyre, saying, As thou didst with David my father, and didst send him cedars to build him a house in which he dwelt, so do with me, that I may build a house to the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to burn incense before him, and to perfume with aromatical spices, and for the continual setting forth of bread, and for the holocausts morning and evening, and on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and the solemnities of the Lord our God forever, which are commanded for Israel. For the house which I desire to build is great, for our God is great above all gods. Who then can be able to build him a worthy house? If heaven and the heavens of heavens cannot contain him, who am I that I should be able to build him a house? But to this end only, that incense may be burnt before him. Send me, therefore, a skillful man that knoweth how to work in gold, and in silver, in brass, and in iron, in purple, in scarlet, and in blue, and that hath skill in engraving with the artificers which I have with me in Judea and Jerusalem, whom David my father provided. Send me also cedars and fir trees, and pine trees from Libanus, for I know that thy servants are skillful in cutting timber in Libanus, and my servants shall be with thy servants, to provide me timber in abundance. For the house which I desire to build is to be exceeding great and glorious. And I will give thy servants, the workmen that are to cut down the trees, for their food 20,000 cores of wheat, and as many cores of barley, and 20,000 measures of wine, and 20,000 measures of oil. And Hiram king of Tyre sent a letter to Solomon, saying, Because the Lord hath loved his people, therefore he hath made thee king over them. And he added, saying, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who made heaven and earth, who hath given to King David a wise and knowing son, endued with understanding and prudence, to build a house to the Lord, and a palace for himself. I therefore have sent thee my father Hiram, a wise and most skillful man, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, whose father was a Tyrian, who knoweth how to work in gold and in silver, in brass and in iron, and in marble and in timber, in purple also, and violet and silk and scarlet, and who knoweth to grave all sort of graving, and to devise ingeniously all that there may be need of in the work with thy artificers, and with the artificers of my lord David thy father. The wheat, therefore, and the barley, and the oil, and the wine, which thou, my lord, hast promised, send to thy servants. And we will cut down as many trees out of Libanus as thou shalt want, and will convey them in floats by sea to Joppe, and it will be thy part to bring them thence to Jerusalem. And Solomon numbered all the proselytes in the land of Israel, after the numbering which David his father had made, and they were found 153,600. And he set 70,000 of them to carry burdens on their shoulders, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountains, and 3,600 to be overseers of the work of the people. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. And Solomon began to build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, in Mount Moriah, which had been shown to David his father, in the place which David had prepared in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And he began to build in the 2nd month, in the 4th year of his reign. Now these are the foundations which Solomon laid to build the house of God, the length by the first measure 60 cubits, the breadth 20 cubits, and the porch in the front, which was extended in length, according to the measure of the breadth of the house, 20 cubits, and the height was 120 cubits, and he overlaid it within with pure gold. And the greater house he sealed with deal boards, and overlaid them with plates of fine gold throughout, and he graved in them palm trees, and like little chains interlaced with one another. He paved also the floor of the temple with most precious marble of great beauty. And the gold of the plates with which he overlaid the house, and the beams thereof, and the posts, and the walls, and the doors, was of the finest, and he graved cherubims on the walls. He made also the house of the Holy of Holies, the length of it according to the breadth of the temple 20 cubits, and the breadth of it in like manner 20 cubits. And he overlaid it with plates of gold, amounting to about 600 talents. He made also nails of gold, and the weight of every nail was 50 sickles. The upper chambers also he overlaid with gold. He made also in the house of the Holy of Holies 2 cherubims of image work, and he overlaid them with gold. The wings of the cherubims were extended 20 cubits, so that one wing was 5 cubits long, and reached to the wall of the house, and the other was also 5 cubits long, and reached to the wing of the other cherub. In like manner the wing of the other cherub was 5 cubits long, and reached to the wall, and his other wing was 5 cubits long, and touched the wing of the other cherub. So the wings of the 2 cherubims were spread forth, and were extended 20 cubits. And they stood upright on their feet, and their faces were turned toward the house without. He made also a veil of violet, purple, scarlet, and silk, and wrought in it cherubims. He made also, before the doors of the temple, 2 pillars, which were 35 cubits high, and their capiters were 5 cubits. He made also, as it were, little chains in the oracle, and he put them on the heads of the pillars, and 100 pomegranates, which he put between the little chains. These pillars he put at the entrance of the temple, one on the right hand, and the other on the left. That which was on the right hand he called Jachin, and that on the left hand Boat. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. He made also an altar of brass, 20 cubits long, and 20 cubits broad, and 10 cubits high. Also a molten sea of 10 cubits from brim to brim, round in compass. It was 5 cubits high, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. And under it there was the likeness of oxen, and certain engravings on the outside of 10 cubits compassed the belly of the sea, as it were, with 2 rows. And the oxen were cast, and the sea itself was set upon the 12 oxen, 3 of which looked toward the north, and other 3 toward the west, and other 3 toward the south, and the other 3 that remained toward the east. And the sea stood upon them, and the hinder parts of the oxen were inward under the sea. Now the thickness of it was a handbreadth, and the brim of it was like the brim of a cup, or of a crisped lily, and it held 3,000 measures. He made also 10 lavers, and he set 5 on the right hand, and 5 on the left, to wash in them all such things as they were to offer for holocausts. But the sea was for the priests to wash in. And he made 10 golden candlesticks, according to the form which they were commanded to be made by, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right hand and 5 on the left. Moreover, also 10 tables, and he set them in the temple, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. Also 100 bowls of gold. He made also the court of the priests, and a great hall, and doors in the hall, which he covered with brass. And he set the sea on the right side over against the east toward the south. And Hiram made cauldrons and flesh hooks and bowls, and finished all the king's work in the house of God. That is to say, the 2 pillars and the pommels, and the capiters and the network, to cover the capiters over the pommels, and 400 pomegranates, and 2 wreaths of network, so that 2 rows of pomegranates were joined to each wreath, to cover the pommels and the capiters of the pillars. He made also bases and lavers, which he set upon the bases, 1 sea and 12 oxen under the sea, and the cauldrons and flesh hooks and bowls. All the vessels did Hiram his father make for Solomon in the house of the Lord of the finest brass. In the country near the Jordan did the king cast them, in a clay ground between Succoth and Saradatha. And the multitude of vessels was innumerable, so that the weight of the brass was not known. And Solomon made all the vessels for the house of God, and the golden altar, and the tables, upon which were the leaves of proposition. The candlesticks also of most pure gold, with their lamps to give light before the oracle, according to the manner. And certain flowers, and lamps, and golden tongs, all were made of the finest gold. The vessels also for the perfumes, and the censers, and the bowls, and the mortars, of pure gold. And he graved the doors of the inner temple, that is, for the Holy of Holies, and the doors of the temple without were of gold. And thus all the work was finished, which Solomon made in the house of the Lord. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Then Solomon brought in all the things that David his father had vowed, the silver and the gold, and all the vessels he put among the treasures of the house of God. And after this he gathered together the ancients of Israel, and all the princes of the tribes, and the heads of the families of the children of Israel, to Jerusalem, to bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is Zion. And all the men of Israel came to the king in the solemn day of the 7th month. And when all the ancients of Israel were come, the Levites took up the ark, and brought it in together with all the furniture of the tabernacle. And the priests with the Levites carried the vessels of the sanctuary which were in the tabernacle. And King Solomon and all the assembly of Israel, and all that were gathered together before the ark, sacrificed rams and oxen without number, so great was the multitude of the victims. And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Lord into its place, that is, to the oracle of the temple, into the Holy of Holies, under the wings of the cherubims, so that the cherubims spread their wings over the place in which the ark was set, and covered the ark itself and its staves. Now the ends of the staves wherewith the ark was carried, because they were something longer, were seen before the oracle, but if a man were a little outward, he could not see them. So the ark has been there unto this day. And there was nothing else in the ark but the 2 tables, which Moses put there at Horeb, when the Lord gave the law to the children of Israel at their coming out of Egypt. Now when the priests were come out of the sanctuary, for all the priests that could be found there were sanctified, and as yet at that time the courses and orders of the ministries were not divided among them, both the Levites and the singing men, that is, both they that were under Asaph, and they that were under Heman, and they that were under Idithan, with their sons and their brethren, clothed with fine linen, sounded with cymbals and psalteries and harps, standing on the east side of the altar, and with them 120 priests, sounding with trumpets. So when they all sounded together, both with trumpets and voice, and cymbals and organs, and with divers kind of musical instruments, and lifted up their voice on high, the sound was heard afar off, so that when they began to praise the Lord, and to say, Give glory to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth for ever, the house of God was filled with a cloud. Nor could the priests stand and minister by reason of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of God. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Then Solomon said, The Lord promised that he would dwell in a cloud, but I have built a house to his name, that he might dwell there forever. And the king turned his face, and blessed all the multitude of Israel, for all the multitude stood attentive, and he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who hath accomplished indeed that which he spoke to David my father, saying, From the day that I brought my people out of the land of Egypt, I chose no city among all the tribes of Israel for a house to be built in it to my name. Neither chose I any other man to be the ruler of my people Israel. But I chose Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and I chose David to set him over my people Israel. And whereas David my father had a mind to build a house to the name of the Lord the God of Israel, the Lord said to him, Forasmuch as it was thy will to build a house to my name, thou hast done well indeed in having such a will. But thou shalt not build the house. But thy son, who shall come out of thy loins, he shall build a house to my name. The Lord therefore hath accomplished his word which he spoke, and I am risen up in the place of David my father, and sit upon the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built a house to the name of the Lord God of Israel. And I have put in it the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Lord, which he made with the children of Israel. And he stood before the altar of the Lord, in presence of all the multitude of Israel, and stretched forth his hands. For Solomon had made a brazen scaffold, and had set it in the midst of the temple, which was 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad, and 3 cubits high. And he stood upon it. Then kneeling down in the presence of all the multitude of Israel, and lifting up his hands towards heaven, he said, O Lord God of Israel, there is no God like thee in heaven nor in earth, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants, that walk before thee with all their hearts. Who hast performed to thy servant David my father all that thou hast promised him, and hast accomplished in fact what thou hast spoken with thy mouth, as also the present time proveth. Now then, O Lord God of Israel, fulfill to thy servant David my father whatsoever thou hast promised him, saying, There shall not fail thee a man in my sight to sit upon the throne of Israel, yet so that thy children take heed to their ways, and walk in my law as thou hast walked before me. And now, Lord God of Israel, let thy word be established, which thou hast spoken to thy servant David. Is it credible then that God should dwell with men on the earth? If heaven and the heavens of heavens do not contain thee, how much less this house which I have built? But to this end only it is made, that thou mayest regard the prayer of thy servant and his supplication, O Lord my God, and mayest hear the prayers which thy servant poureth out before thee, that thou mayest open thy eyes upon this house day and night, upon the place wherein thou hast promised that thy name should be called upon, and that thou wouldst hear the prayer which thy servant prayeth in it. Hearken then to the prayers of thy servant and of thy people Israel. Whosoever shall pray in this place, hear thou from thy dwelling place, that is, from heaven, and show mercy. If any man sin against his neighbor, and come to swear against him, and bind himself with a curse before the altar in this house, then hear thou from heaven, and do justice to thy servants, so as to requite the wicked by making his wickedness fall upon his own head, and to revenge the just, rewarding him according to his justice. If thy people Israel be overcome by their enemies, for they will sin against thee, and being converted shall do penance, and call upon thy name, and pray to thee in this place, then hear thou from heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them back into the land which thou gavest to them and their fathers. If the heavens be shut up, and there fall no rain by reason of the sins of the people, and they shall pray to thee in this place, and confess to thy name, and be converted from their sins when thou dost afflict them, then hear thou from heaven, O Lord, and forgive the sins of thy servants and of thy people Israel, and teach them the good way in which they may walk, and give rain to thy land which thou hast given to thy people to possess. If a famine arise in the land, or a pestilence, or blasting, or mildew, or locusts, or caterpillars, or if their enemies waste the country, and besiege the cities, whatsoever scourge or infirmity shall be upon them, then if any of thy people Israel, knowing his own scourge and infirmity, shall pray, and shall spread forth his hands in this house, hear thou from heaven, from thy high dwelling place, and forgive, and render to every one according to his ways, which thou knowest him to have in his heart. For thou only knowest the hearts of the children of men, that they may fear thee, and walk in thy ways all the days that they live upon the face of the land which thou hast given to our fathers. If the stranger also, who is not of thy people Israel, come from a far country for the sake of thy great name, and thy strong hand, and thy stretched out arm, and adore in this place, hear thou from heaven thy firm dwelling place, and do all that which that stranger shall call upon thee for, that all the people of the earth may know thy name, and may fear thee as thy people Israel, and may know that thy name is invoked upon this house which I have built. If thy people go out to war against their enemies by the way that thou shalt send them, and adore thee towards the way of this city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built to thy name, then hear thou from heaven their prayers and their supplications, and revenge them. And if they sin against thee, For there is no man that sinneth not. And thou be angry with them, and deliver them up to their enemies, and they lead them away captive to a land either afar off or near at hand. And if they be converted in their heart in the land to which they were led captive, and do penance and pray to thee in the land of their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done wickedly, we have dealt unjustly, and return to thee with all their heart and with all their soul in the land of their captivity, to which they were led away, and adore thee towards the way of their own land which thou gavest their fathers, and of the city which thou hast chosen, and the house which I have built to thy name, then hear thou from heaven, that is, from thy firm dwelling place, their prayers, and do judgment, and forgive thy people, although they have sinned. For thou art my God. Let thy eyes, I beseech thee, be open, and let thy ears be attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. Now therefore arise, O Lord God, into thy resting place, thou and the ark of thy strength. Let thy priests, O Lord God, put on salvation, and thy saints rejoice in good things. O Lord God, turn not away the face of thy anointed. Remember the mercies of David thy servant. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And when Solomon had made an end of his prayer, fire came down from heaven, and consumed the holocausts and the victims, and the majesty of the Lord filled the house. Neither could the priests enter into the temple of the Lord, because the majesty of the Lord had filled the temple of the Lord. Moreover, all the children of Israel saw the fire coming down, and the glory of the Lord upon the house, and falling down with their faces to the ground upon the stone pavement, they adored and praised the Lord, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. And the king and all the people sacrificed victims before the Lord. And King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 rams. And the king and all the people dedicated the house of God. And the priests stood in their offices, and the Levites with the instruments of music of the Lord, which King David made to praise the Lord, because his mercy endureth forever, singing the hymns of David by their ministry. And the priests sounded with trumpets before them, and all Israel stood. Solomon also sanctified the middle of the court before the temple of the Lord, for he offered there the holocausts and the fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar which he had made could not hold the holocausts and the sacrifices and the fat. And Solomon kept the solemnity at that time 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great congregation, from the entrance of Emath to the torrent of Egypt. And he made on the 8th day a solemn assembly, because he had kept the dedication of the altar 7 days, and had celebrated the solemnities 7 days. So on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent away the people to their dwellings, joyful and glad for the good that the Lord had done to David, and to Solomon, and to all Israel his people. And Solomon finished the house of the Lord, and the king's house, and all that he had designed in his heart to do in the house of the Lord, and in his own house, and he prospered. And the Lord appeared to him by night, and said, I have heard thy prayer, and I have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. if I shut up heaven, and there fall no rain, or if I give orders and command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, and my people upon whom my name is called, being converted, shall make supplication to me, and seek out my face, and do penance for their most wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sins, and will heal their land. My eyes also shall be open, and my ears attentive to the prayer of him that shall pray in this place. For I have chosen and have sanctified this place, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart may remain there perpetually. And as for thee, if thou walk before me as David thy father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded thee, and keep my justices and my judgments, I will raise up the throne of thy kingdom, as I promised to David thy father, saying, There shall not fail thee a man of thy stock to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away, and forsake my justices and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve strange gods, and adore them, I will pluck you up by the root out of my land which I have given you, and this house which I have sanctified to my name, I will cast away from before my face, and will make it a byword, and an example among all nations. And this house shall be for a proverb to all that pass by, and they shall be astonished, and say, Why hath the Lord done thus to this land, and to this house? And they shall answer, Because they forsook the Lord, the God of their fathers, who brought them out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on strange gods, and adored them, and worshipped them. Therefore all these evils are come upon them. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And at the end of 20 years after Solomon had built the house of the Lord, and his own house, he built the cities which Hiram had given to Solomon, and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. He went also into Emath-Subah, and possessed it. And he built Palmyra in the desert, and he built other strong cities in Emath. And he built Beth-horon the upper, and Beth-horon the nether, walled cities with gates and bars and locks. Belaeth also, and all the strong cities that were Solomon's, and all the cities of the chariots, and the cities of the horsemen. All that Solomon had a mind and designed, he built in Jerusalem and in Libanus, and in all the land of his dominion. All the people that were left of the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, that were not of the stock of Israel, of their children, and of the posterity, whom the children of Israel had not slain, Solomon made to be the tributaries unto this day. But of the children of Israel he set none to serve in the king's works, for they were men of war, and chief captains, and rulers of his chariots and horsemen. And all the chief captains of King Solomon's army were 250, who taught the people. And he removed the daughter of Pharaoh from the city of David to the house which he had built for her. For the king said, My wife shall not dwell in the house of David king of Israel, for it is sanctified, because the ark of the Lord came into it. Then Solomon offered holocausts to the Lord upon the altar of the Lord which he had built before the porch, that every day an offering might be made on it according to the ordinance of Moses in the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the festival days 3 times a year, that is to say, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. And he appointed, according to the order of David his father, the offices of the priests in their ministries, and the Levites in their order to give praise, and minister before the priests according to the duty of every day, and the porters in their divisions by gate and gate, for so David the man of God had commanded. And the priests and Levites departed not from the king's commandments, as to anything that he had commanded, and as to the keeping of the treasures. Solomon had all charges prepared from the day that he founded the house of the Lord, until the day wherein he finished it. Then Solomon went to Ezion-Geber, and to Elath on the coast of the Red Sea, which is in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent him ships by the hands of his servants, and skillful mariners, and they went with Solomon's servants to Ophir, and they took thence 450 talents of gold, and brought it to King Solomon. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And when the queen of Saba heard of the fame of Solomon, she came to try him with hard questions at Jerusalem, with great riches and camels which carried spices, and abundance of gold and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she proposed to him all that was in her heart. And Solomon explained to her all that she proposed, and there was not anything that he did not make clear unto her. And when she had seen these things, to wit, the wisdom of Solomon, and the house which he had built, and the meats of his table, and the dwelling places of his servants, and the attendants of his officers, and their apparel, his cupbearers also, and their garments, and the victims which he offered in the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her, she was so astonished. And she said to the king, The word is true which I heard in my country of thy virtues and wisdom. I did not believe them that told it, until I came, and my eyes had seen, and I had proved that scarce 1/2 of thy wisdom had been told me. Thou hast exceeded the same with thy virtues. Happy are thy men, and happy are thy servants, who stand always before thee, and hear thy wisdom. Blessed be the Lord thy God, who hath been pleased to set thee on his throne, King of the Lord thy God, because God loveth Israel, and will preserve them forever. Therefore hath he made thee king over them, to do judgment and justice. And she gave to the king 120 talents of gold, and spices in great abundance, and most precious stones. There were no such spices as these, which the queen of Saba gave to King Solomon. And the servants also of Hiram, with the servants of Solomon, brought gold from Ophir, and thyme trees, and most precious stones. And the king made of the thyme trees stairs in the house of the Lord, and in the king's house, and harps and psalteries for the singing men. Never were there seen such trees in the land of Judah. And King Solomon gave to the queen of Saba all that she desired, and that she asked, and many more things than she brought to him. So she returned, and went to her own country with her servants. And the weight of the gold that was brought to Solomon every year was 666 talents of gold, beside the sum which the deputies of divers nations and the merchants were accustomed to bring, and all the kings of Arabia, and the lords of the lands, who brought gold and silver to Solomon. And King Solomon made 200 golden spears of the sum of 600 pieces of gold, which went to every spear, and 300 golden shields of 300 pieces of gold, which went to the covering of every shield. And the king put them in the armory, which was compassed with a wood. The king also made a great throne of ivory, and overlaid it with pure gold, and 6 steps to go up to the throne, and a footstool of gold, and 2 arms, one on either side, and 2 lions standing by the arms. Moreover, 12 other little lions, standing upon the steps on both sides. There was not such a throne in any kingdom. And all the vessels of the king's table were of gold, and the vessels of the house of the forest of Libanus were of the purest gold, for no account was made of silver in those days. For the king's ships went to Tharsis with the servants of Hiram once in 3 years, and they brought thence gold and silver and ivory and apes and peacocks. And Solomon was magnified above all the kings of the earth for riches and glory. And all the kings of the earth desired to see the face of Solomon, that they might hear the wisdom which God had given in his heart. And every year they brought him presents, vessels of silver and of gold, and garments, and armor, and spices, and horses, and mules. And Solomon had 40,000 horses in the stables, and 12,000 chariots, and horsemen, and he placed them in the cities of the chariots, and where the king was, in Jerusalem. And he exercised authority over all the kings, from the river Euphrates to the land of the Philistines, and to the borders of Egypt. And he made silver as plentiful in Jerusalem as stones, and cedars as common as the sycamores which grow in the plains. And horses were brought to him out of Egypt, and out of all countries. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, first and last, are written in the words of Nathan the prophet, and in the books of Ahias the Silonite, and in the vision of Addo the seer, against Jeroboam the son of Nebat. And Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. And he slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for thither all Israel were assembled to make him king. And when Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was in Egypt, for he was fled thither from Solomon, heard it, forthwith he returned. And they sent for him, and he came with all Israel, and they spoke to Rehoboam, saying, Thy father oppressed us with a most grievous yoke. Do thou govern us with a lighter hand than thy father, who laid upon us a heavy servitude, and ease something of the burden, that we may serve thee. And he said to them, Come to me again after 3 days. And when the people were gone, he took counsel with the ancients, who had stood before his father Solomon while he yet lived, saying, What counsel give you to me, that I may answer the people? And they said to him, If thou please this people, and soothe them with kind words, they will be thy servants forever. But he forsook the counsel of the ancients, and began to treat with the young men that had been brought up with him, and were in his train. And he said to them, What seemeth good to you? Or what shall I answer this people, who have said to me, Ease the yoke which thy father laid upon us? But they answered as young men, and brought up with him in pleasures, and said, Thus shalt thou speak to the people that said to thee, Thy father made our yoke heavy, do thou ease it. Thus shalt thou answer them, My little finger is thicker than the loins of my father. My father laid upon you a heavy yoke, and I will add more weight to it. My father beat you with scourges, but I will beat you with scorpions. So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam the third day, as he commanded them. And the king answered roughly, leaving the counsel of the ancients, and he spoke according to the advice of the young men. My father laid upon you a heavy yoke, which I will make heavier. My father beat you with scourges, but I will beat you with scorpions. And he condescended not to the people's requests, for it was the will of God that his word might be fulfilled, which he had spoken by the hand of Ahias the Silonite to Jeroboam the son of Nebat. And all the people upon the king's speaking roughly said thus unto him, We have no part in David, nor inheritance in the son of Isai. Return to thy dwellings, O Israel, and do thou, O David, feed thy own house. And Israel went away to their dwellings. But Rehoboam reigned over the children of Israel that dwelt in the cities of Judah. And King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was over the tributes, and the children of Israel stoned him, and he died. And King Rehoboam made haste to get up into his chariot, and fled into Jerusalem. And Israel revolted from the house of David unto this day. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, and called together all the house of Judah and of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen men and warriors, to fight against Israel, and to bring back his kingdom to him. And the word of the Lord came to Semaias the man of God, saying, Speak to Rehoboam the son of Solomon the king of Judah, and to all Israel in Judah and Benjamin. Thus saith the Lord, You shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren. Let every man return to his own house, for by my will this thing has been done. And when they heard the word of the Lord, they returned, and did not go against Jeroboam. And Rehoboam dwelt in Jerusalem, and built walled cities in Judah. And he built Bethlehem, and Etam, and Thekua, and Bethsur, and Soko, and Odolam, and Geth, and Marisa, and Ziph, and Aduram, and Lachish, and Azekah, Saraya also, and Ayalan, and Hebron, which are in Judah and Benjamin, well-fenced cities. And when he had enclosed them with walls, he put in them governors and storehouses of provisions, that is, of oil and of wine. Moreover, in every city he made an armory of shields and spears, and he fortified them with great diligence. And he reigned over Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites that were in all Israel came to him out of all their seats, leaving their suburbs and their possessions, and passing over to Judah and Jerusalem, because Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off from executing the priestly office to the Lord. And he made to himself priests for the high places, and for the devils, and for the calves which he had made. Moreover, out of all the tribes of Israel, whosoever gave their heart to seek the Lord, the God of Israel, came into Jerusalem to sacrifice their victims before the Lord, the God of their fathers. And they strengthened the kingdom of Judah, and established Rehoboam the son of Solomon for 3 years, for they walked in the ways of David and of Solomon only 3 years. And Rehoboam took to wife Mahalath, the daughter of Jeremoth, the son of David, and Abihail, the daughter of Eliab, the son of Isai. And they bore him sons, Jehus, and Somorias, and Zoam. And after her he married Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, who bore him Abiah, and Ithai, and Ziza, and Salomith. And Rehoboam loved Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, above all his wives and concubines, for he had married 18 wives, and 80 concubines. And he begat 28 sons, and 80 daughters. But he put at the head of them Abiah, the son of Maacah, to be the chief ruler over all his brethren, for he meant to make him king, because he was wiser and mightier than all his sons, and in all the countries of Judah and of Benjamin, and in all the walled cities. And he gave them provisions in abundance, and he sought many wives. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. And when the kingdom of Rehoboam was strengthened and fortified, he forsook the law of the Lord, and all Israel with him. And in the 5th year of the reign of Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem, because they had sinned against the Lord, with 1,200 chariots and 70,000 horsemen, and the people were without number that came with him out of Egypt, to wit, Libyans and Troglodytes and Ethiopians. And he took the strongest cities in Judah, and came to Jerusalem. And Semaias the prophet came to Rehoboam, and to the princes of Judah that were gathered together in Jerusalem, fleeing from Shishak, and he said to them, Thus saith the Lord, You have left me, and I have left you in the hand of Shishak. And the princes of Israel and the king, being in a consternation, said, The Lord is just. And when the Lord saw that they were humbled, the word of the Lord came to Semaias, saying, Because they are humbled, I will not destroy them, and I will give them a little help, and my wrath shall not fall upon Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. But yet they shall serve him, that they may know the difference between my service and the service of a kingdom of the earth. So Shishak, king of Egypt, departed from Jerusalem, taking away the treasures of the house of the Lord and of the king's house, and he took all with him, and the golden shields that Solomon had made, instead of which the king made brazen ones, and delivered them to the captains of the shield-bearers who guarded the entrance of the palace. And when the king entered into the house of the Lord, the shield-bearers came and took them, and brought them back again to their armory. But yet, because they were humbled, the wrath of the Lord turned away from them, and they were not utterly destroyed. For even in Judah there were found good works. King Rehoboam therefore was strengthened in Jerusalem, and reigned. He was 41 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city which the Lord chose out of all the tribes of Israel to establish his name there. And the name of his mother was Naamah, an Ammonitess. But he did evil, and did not prepare his heart to seek the Lord. Now the acts of Rehoboam, first and last, are written in the books of Semaias the prophet, and of Addo the seer, and diligently recorded. And there was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David, and Abiah his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. In the 18th year of King Jeroboam, Abiah reigned over Judah. 3 years he reigned in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Micaiah, the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. And there was war between Abiah and Jeroboam. And when Abiah had begun battle, and had with him 400,000 most valiant and chosen men, Jeroboam put his army in array against him, 800,000 men, who were also chosen, and most valiant for war. And Abiah stood upon Mount Semaron, which was in Ephraim, and said, Hear me, O Jeroboam, and all Israel. Do you not know that the Lord God of Israel gave to David the kingdom over Israel forever, to him and to his sons by a covenant of salt? And Jeroboam the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon the son of David, rose up, and rebelled against his Lord. And there were gathered to him vain men, and children of Belial, and they prevailed against Rehoboam the son of Solomon, for Rehoboam was unexperienced, and of a fearful heart, and could not resist them. And now you say that you are able to withstand the kingdom of the Lord, which he possesseth by the sons of David, and you have a great multitude of people, and golden calves, which Jeroboam hath made you for gods. And you have cast out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron and the Levites, and you have made you priests, like all the nations of the earth. Whosoever cometh and consecrateth his hand with a bullock of the herd, and with 7 rams, is made a priest of those who are no gods. But the Lord is our God, whom we forsake not, and the priests who minister to the Lord are the sons of Aaron, and the Levites are in their order. And they offer holocausts to the Lord every day, morning and evening, and incense made according to the ordinance of the law, and the levaes are set forth on a most clean table, and there is with us the golden candlestick, and the lamps thereof, to be lighted always in the evening. For we keep the precepts of the Lord our God, whom you have forsaken. Therefore God is the leader in our army, and his priests who sound with trumpets, and resound against you. O children of Israel, fight not against the Lord the God of your fathers, for it is not good for you. While he spoke these things, Jeroboam caused an ambushment to come about behind him, and while he stood facing the enemies, he encompassed Judah, who perceived it not, with his army. And when Judah looked back, they saw the battle coming upon them both before and behind, and they cried to the Lord, and the priests began to sound with the trumpets. And all the men of Judah shouted, and behold, when they shouted, God terrified Jeroboam and all Israel that stood against Abiah and Judah. And the children of Israel fled before Judah, and the Lord delivered them into their hand. And Abiah and his people slew them with a great slaughter, and there fell wounded of Israel 500,000 valiant men. And the children of Israel were brought down at that time, and the children of Judah were exceedingly strengthened, because they had trusted in the Lord, the God of their fathers. And Abiah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel and her daughters, and Jeshanah with her daughters, Ephron also and her daughters. And Jeroboam was not able to resist any more in the days of Abiah. and the Lord struck him, and he died. But Abiah, being strengthened in his kingdom, took 14 wives, and begot 22 sons and 16 daughters. And the rest of the acts of Abiah, and of his ways and works, are written diligently in the book of Addo the prophet. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. And Abiah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years. And Asa did that which was good and pleasing in the sight of his God, and he destroyed the altars of foreign worship, and the high places, and broke the statues, and cut down the groves. And he commanded Judah to seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and to do the law and all the commandments. And he took away out of all the cities of Judah the altars and temples, and reigned in peace. He built also strong cities in Judah, for he was quiet, and there had no wars risen in his time, the Lord giving peace. And he said to Judah, Let us build these cities, and compass them with walls, and fortify them with towers, and gates, and bars, while all is quiet from wars, because we have sought the Lord the God of our fathers, and he hath given us peace round about. So they built, and there was no hindrance in building. And Asa had in his army of men that bore shields and spears of Judah 300,000, and of Benjamin that bore shields and drew bows 280,000. All these were most valiant men. And Zara the Ethiopian came out against them with his army of 100,000 men, and with 300 chariots, and he came as far as Marisa. And Asa went out to meet him, and set his army in array for battle in the vale of Saphatha, which is near Marisa. And he called upon the Lord God, and said, O Lord, there is no difference with thee, whether thou help with few or with many. Help us, O Lord our God, for with confidence in thee and in thy name we are come against this multitude. O Lord, thou art our God, let not man prevail against thee. And the Lord terrified the Ethiopians before Asa and Judah, and the Ethiopians fled. And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them to Gerara, and the Ethiopians fell even to utter destruction, for the Lord slew them, and his army fought against them, and they were destroyed. And they took abundance of spoils, and they took all the cities round about Gerara, for a great fear was come upon all men, and they pillaged the cities, and carried off much booty. And they destroyed the sheepcotes, and took an infinite number of cattle and of camels, and returned to Jerusalem. End of chapter 14. Second Chronicles chapters 15 through 26 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. And the Spirit of God came upon Azarias, the son of Oded, and he went out to meet Asa, and said to him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you, because you have been with him. If you seek him, you shall find. But if you forsake him, he will forsake you. And many days shall pass in Israel without the true God, and without a priest, a teacher, and without the law. And when in their distress they shall return to the Lord the God of Israel, and shall seek him, they shall find him. At that time there shall be no peace to him that goeth out and cometh in, but terrors on every side among all the inhabitants of the earth. For nation shall fight against nation, and city against city, for the Lord will trouble them with all distress. Do you therefore take courage, and let not your hands be weakened, for there shall be a reward for your work. And when Asa had heard the words and the prophecy of Azarias the son of Oded the prophet, he took courage, and took away the idols out of all the land of Judah, and out of Benjamin, and out of the cities of Mount Ephraim, which he had taken, and he dedicated the altar of the Lord, which was before the porch of the Lord. And he gathered together all Judah and Benjamin, and the strangers with them of Ephraim and Manasseh and Simeon, for many were come over to him out of Israel, seeing that the Lord his God was with him. And when they were come to Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa, they sacrificed to the Lord in that day of the spoils and of the prey that they had brought 700 oxen and 7,000 rams. And he went in to confirm as usual the covenant, that they should seek the Lord the God of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul. And if any one, said he, seek not the Lord the God of Israel, let him die, whether little or great, man or woman. And they swore to the Lord with a loud voice, with joyful shouting, and with sound of trumpet, and sound of cornets, all that were in Judah with a curse. For with all their heart they swore, and with all their will they sought him, and they found him, and the Lord gave them rest round about. Moreover, Maacah, the mother of King Asa, he deposed from the royal authority, because she had made in a grove an idol of Priapus, and he entirely destroyed it, and breaking it into pieces, burnt it at the torrent Kedron. But high places were left in Israel. Nevertheless the heart of Asa was perfect all his days, and the things which his father had vowed, and he himself had vowed, he brought into the house of the Lord gold and silver, and vessels of divers uses. And there was no war unto the 35th year of the kingdom of Asa. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. And in the 36th year of his kingdom, Baasa the king of Israel came up against Judah, and built a wall about Ramah, that no one might safely go out or come in of the kingdom of Asa. Then Asa brought out silver and gold out of the treasures of the house of the Lord, and of the king's treasures, and sent to Benhadad king of Syria, who dwelt in Damascus, saying, There is a league between me and thee, as there was between my father and thy father. Wherefore I have sent thee silver and gold, that thou mayst break thy league with Baasa, king of Israel, and make him depart from me. And when Benhadad heard this, he sent the captains of his armies against the cities of Israel, and they took Ahion, and Dan, and Abelmaim, and all the walled cities of Naphtali. And when Baasa heard of it, he left off the building of Ramah, and interrupted his work. Then King Asa took all Judah, and they carried away from Ramah the stones and the timber that Baasa had prepared for the building, and he built with them Gibeah and Maspha. At that time Hanani the prophet came to Asa king of Judah, and said to him, Because thou hast had confidence in the king of Syria, and not in the Lord thy God, therefore hath the army of the king of Syria escaped out of thy hand. Were not the Ethiopians and the Libyans much more numerous in chariots and horsemen, and an exceeding great multitude? Yet because thou trustedst in the Lord, he delivered them into thy hand. For the eyes of the Lord behold all the earth, and give strength to those who with a perfect heart trust in him. Wherefore thou hast done foolishly, and for this cause from this time wars shall arise against thee. And Asa was angry with the seer, and commanded him to be put in prison, for he was greatly enraged because of this thing, and he put to death many of the people at that time. But the works of Asa the first and last are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Asa fell sick in the 39th year of his reign, of a most violent pain in his feet, and yet in his illness he did not seek the Lord, but rather trusted in the skill of physicians. And he slept with his fathers, and he died in the 41st year of his reign. And they buried him in his own sepulchre, which he had made for himself in the city of David. And they laid him on his bed full of spices and odoriferous ointments, which were made by the art of the perfumers, and they burnt them over him with very great pomp. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. And Josaphat his son reigned in his stead, and grew strong against Israel. And he placed numbers of soldiers in all the fortified cities of Judah. And he put garrisons in the land of Judah, and in the cities of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. And the Lord was with Josaphat, because he walked in the first ways of David his father, and trusted not in Baalim, but in the God of his father, and walked in his commandments, and not according to the sins of Israel. And the Lord established the kingdom in his hand, and all Judah brought presents to Josaphat, and he acquired immense riches and much glory. And when his heart had taken courage for the ways of the Lord, he took away also the high places and the groves out of Judah. And in the 3rd year of his reign he sent of his princes Benhail, and Abdias, and Zacharias, and Nathaniel, and Micaias, to teach in the cities of Judah. And with them the Levites, Semaias, and Nathanias, and Zabadias, and Asael, and Semiramoth, and Jonathan, and Adonias, and Tobias, and Thobadonias, Levites, and with them Elishama and Joram, priests. And they taught the people in Judah, having with them the book of the law of the Lord, and they went about all the cities of Judah, and instructed the people. And the fear of the Lord came upon all the kingdoms of the lands that were round about Judah, and they durst not make war against Josaphat. The Philistines also brought presents to Josaphat, and tribute in silver, and the Arabians brought him cattle, 7,700 rams, and as many he-goats. And Josaphat grew and became exceeding great, and he built in Judah houses like towers, and walled cities. And he prepared many works in the cities of Judah, and he had warriors and valiant men in Jerusalem, of whom this is the number of the houses and families of every one. In Judah captains of the army Ednas the chief, and with him 300,000 most valiant men. After him Johanan the captain, and with him 280,000. And after him was Amasias the son of Zechri, consecrated to the Lord, and with him were 200,000 valiant men. After him was Eliada, valiant in battle, and with him 200,000, armed with bow and shield. After him also was Jozabad, and with him 180,000 ready for war. All these were at the hand of the king, beside others whom he had put in the walled cities in all Judah. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Now Jehoshaphat was rich and very glorious, and was joined by affinity to Achab. And he went down to him after some years to Samaria. And Achab at his coming killed sheep and oxen in abundance for him and the people that came with him. And he persuaded him to go up to Ramoth-Gilead. And Achab king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat king of Judah, Come with me to Ramoth-Gilead. And he answered him, Thou art as I am, and my people as thy people, and we will be with thee in the war. And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, Inquire, I beseech thee, at present the word of the Lord. So the king of Israel gathered together of the prophets 400 men, and he said to them, Shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to fight, or shall we forbear? But they said, Go up, and God will deliver it into the king's hand. And Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here a prophet of the Lord, that we may inquire also of him? And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, There is one man, of whom we may ask the will of the Lord, but I hate him, for he never prophesieth good to me, but always evil, and it is Micaias, the son of Jumlah. And Jehoshaphat said, Speak not thus, O king. And the king of Israel called one of the eunuchs, and said to him, Call quickly Micaias, the son of Jumlah. Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, both sat on their thrones, clothed in royal robes, and they sat in the open court by the gate of Samaria, and all the prophets prophesied before them. And Zedekias, the son of Chenaanah, made him horns of iron, and said, Thus saith the Lord, With these shalt thou push Syria, till thou destroy it. And all the prophets prophesied in like manner, and said, Go up to Ramoth-Gilead, and thou shalt prosper, and the Lord will deliver them into the king's hand. And the messenger that went to call Micaias said to him, Behold, the words of all the prophets with one mouth declare good to the king. I beseech thee, therefore, let not thy word disagree with them, and speak thou also good success. And Micaias answered him, As the Lord liveth, whatsoever my God shall say to me, that will I speak. So he came to the king, and the king said to him, Micaias, shall we go to Ramoth-Gilead to fight, or forbear? And he answered him, Go up, for all shall succeed prosperously, and the enemies shall be delivered into your hands. And the king said, I adjure thee again and again to say nothing but the truth to me in the name of the Lord. Then he said, I saw all Israel scattered in the mountains, like sheep without a shepherd, and the Lord said, These have no masters, let every man return to his own house in peace. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, Did I not tell thee that this man would not prophesy me any good, but evil? Then he said, Hear ye therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the army of heaven standing by him on the right hand and on the left. And the Lord said, Who shall deceive Achab, king of Israel, that he may go up and fall in Ramoth-Gilead? And when one spoke in this manner, and another otherwise, there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will deceive him. And the Lord said to him, By what means wilt thou deceive him? And he answered, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, Thou shalt deceive, and shalt prevail. Go out and do so. Now therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a spirit of lying in the mouth of all thy prophets, and the Lord hath spoken evil against thee. And Zedekias, the son of Chenaanah, came and struck Micaias on the cheek, and said, Which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me to speak to thee? And Micaias said, Thou thyself shalt see in that day, when thou shalt go in from chamber to hide thyself. And the king of Israel commanded, saying, Take Micaias, and carry him to Amen, the governor of the city, and to Joaz, the son of Amalek, and say, Thus saith the king, Put this fellow in prison, and give him bread and water in a small quantity, till I return in peace. And Micaias said, If thou return in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me. And he said, Hear, all ye people. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went up to Ramoth-Gilead. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will change my dress, and so I will go to the battle. But put thou on thy own garments. And the king of Israel, having changed his dress, went to the battle. Now the king of Syria had commanded the captains of his cavalry, saying, Fight ye not with small or great, but with the king of Israel only. So when the captains of the cavalry saw Jehoshaphat, they said, This is the king of Israel. And they surrounded him to attack him. But he cried to the Lord, and he helped him, and turned them away from him. For when the captains of the cavalry saw that he was not the king of Israel, they left him. And it happened that one of the people shot an arrow at a venture, and struck the king of Israel between the neck and the shoulders. And he said to his chariot man, Turn thy hand, and carry me out of the battle, for I am wounded. And the fight was ended that day. But the king of Israel stood in his chariot against the Syrians until the evening, and died at the sunset. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. And Jehoshaphat king of Judah returned to his house in peace to Jerusalem. And Jehu the son of Hanani the seer met him, and said to him, Thou helpest the ungodly, and thou art joined in friendship with them that hate the Lord, and therefore thou didst deserve indeed the wrath of the Lord. But good works are found in thee, because thou hast taken away the groves out of the land of Judah, and hast prepared thy heart to seek the Lord, the God of thy fathers. And Jehoshaphat dwelt at Jerusalem, and he went out again to the people from Bersabee to Mount Ephraim, and brought them back to the Lord, the God of their fathers. And he set judges of the land in all the fenced cities of Judah, in every place. And charging the judges, he said, Take heed what you do, for you exercise not the judgment of man, but of the Lord. And whatsoever you judge, it shall redound to you. Let the fear of the Lord be with you, and do all things with diligence. For there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor desire of gifts. In Jerusalem also Jehoshaphat appointed Levites and priests and chiefs of the families of Israel to judge the judgment and the cause of the Lord for the inhabitants thereof. And he charged them, saying, Thus shall you do in the fear of the Lord faithfully, and with a perfect heart. Every cause that shall come to you of your brethren that dwell in their cities between kindred and kindred, wheresoever there is question concerning the law, the commandment, the ceremonies, the justifications, show it them, that they may not sin against the Lord, and that wrath may not come upon you and your brethren, and so doing you shall not sin. And Amarias the priest, your high priest, shall be chief in the things which regard God, and Zabadias the son of Ishmael, who is ruler in the house of Judah, shall be over those matters which belong to the king's office. And you have before you the Levites for masters. Take courage, and do diligently, and the Lord will be with you in good things. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. After this the children of Moab and the children of Ammon, and with them of the Ammonites, were gathered together to fight against Jehoshaphat. And there came messengers, and told Jehoshaphat, saying, There cometh a great multitude against thee from beyond the sea, and out of Syria, and behold, they are in Esasanthamar, which is Engadi. And Jehoshaphat, being seized with fear, betook himself wholly to pray to the Lord, and he proclaimed a fast for all Judah. And Judah gathered themselves together to pray to the Lord, and all came out of their cities to make supplication to him. And Jehoshaphat stood in the midst of the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem, in the house of the Lord before the new court, and said, O Lord God of our fathers, thou art God in heaven, and rulest over all the kingdoms and nations. In thy hand is strength and power, and no one can resist thee. Didst not thou, our God, kill all the inhabitants of this land before thy people Israel, and gavest it to the seed of Abraham thy friend forever? And they dwelt in it, and built in it a sanctuary to thy name, saying, If evils fall upon us, the sword of judgment, or pestilence, or famine, we will stand in thy presence before this house, in which thy name is called upon, and we will cry to thee in our afflictions, and thou wilt hear, and save us. Now therefore, behold the children of Ammon, and of Moab, and Mount Seir, through whose lands thou didst not allow Israel to pass when they came out of Egypt, but they turned aside from them, and slew them not, do the contrary, and endeavor to cast us out of the possession which thou hast delivered to us. O our God, wilt thou not then judge them? As for us, we have not strength enough to be able to resist this multitude, which cometh violently upon us. But as we know not what to do, we can only turn our eyes to thee. And all Judah stood before the Lord with their little ones, and their wives, and their children. And Jahaziel, the son of Zacharias, the son of Benaias, the son of Jehiel, the son of Mathanias, a Levite of the sons of Asaph, was there, upon whom the Spirit of the Lord came in the midst of the multitude. And he said, Attend ye, all Judah, and you that dwell in Jerusalem, and thou, King Jehoshaphat. Thus saith the Lord to you, Fear ye not, and be not dismayed at this multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Tomorrow you shall go down against them, for they will come up by the ascent named Sis, and you shall find them at the head of the torrent which is over against the wilderness of Jeruel. It shall not be you that shall fight, but only stand with confidence, and you shall see the help of the Lord over you, O Judah and Jerusalem. Fear ye not, nor be you dismayed. Tomorrow you shall go out against them, and the Lord will be with you. Then Jehoshaphat and Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem fell flat on the ground before the Lord and adored him. And the Levites of the sons of Kehath and of the sons of Kori praised the Lord the God of Israel with a loud voice on high. And they rose early in the morning and went out through the desert of Tekoa. And as they were marching, Jehoshaphat, standing in the midst of them, said, Hear me, ye men of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Believe in the Lord your God, and you shall be secure. Believe his prophets, and all things shall succeed well. And he gave counsel to the people, and appointed the singing men of the Lord to praise him by their companies, and to go before the army, and with one voice to say, Give glory to the Lord, for his mercy endureth for ever. And when they began to sing praises, the Lord turned their ambushments upon themselves, that is to say, of the children of Ammon and of Moab and of Mount Seir, who were come out to fight against Judah, and they were slain. For the children of Ammon and of Moab rose up against the inhabitants of Mount Seir to kill and destroy them. And when they had made an end of them, they turned also against one another, and destroyed one another. And when Judah came to the watchtower that looketh toward the desert, they saw afar off all the country for a great space, full of dead bodies, and that no one was left that could escape death. Then Jehoshaphat came, and all the people with him, to take away the spoils of the dead, and they found among the dead bodies stuff of various kinds, and garments, and most precious vessels, and they took them for themselves, insomuch that they could not carry all, nor in 3 days take away the spoils, the booty was so great. And on the 4th day they were assembled in the valley of blessing, for there they blessed the Lord, and therefore they called that place the valley of blessing until this day. And every man of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem returned, and Jehoshaphat at their head, into Jerusalem with great joy, because the Lord had made them rejoice over their enemies. And they came into Jerusalem with psalteries and harps and trumpets into the house of the Lord. And the fear of the Lord fell upon all the kingdoms of the lands, when they heard that the Lord had fought against the enemies of Israel. And the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was quiet, and God gave him peace round about. And Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah, and he was 35 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 25 years in Jerusalem. And the name of his mother was Azubah, the daughter of Selahi. And he walked in the way of his father Asa, and departed not from it, doing the things that were pleasing before the Lord. But yet he took not away the high places, and the people had not yet turned their heart to the Lord the God of their fathers. But the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, first and last, are written in the words of Jehu the son of Hanani, which he digested into the books of the kings of Israel. After these things Jehoshaphat king of Judah made friendship with Ochozias king of Israel, whose works were very wicked. And he was partner with him in making ships to go to Tarsus, and they made the ships in Asian Gaber. And Eleazar, the son of Dodeu of Marissa, prophesied to Jehoshaphat, saying, Because thou hast made a league with Ochozias, the Lord hath destroyed thy works, and the ships are broken, and they could not go to Tharsis. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. And Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, and Joram his son reigned in his stead. And he had brethren, the sons of Jehoshaphat, Azarias, and Jehiel, and Zacharias, and Azariah, and Michael, and Saphatias. All these were the sons of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. And their father gave them great gifts of silver and of gold, and pensions, with strong cities in Judah. But the kingdom he gave to Joram, because he was the eldest. So Joram rose up over the kingdom of his father, and when he had established himself, he slew all his brethren with the sword, and some of the princes of Israel. Joram was 32 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Achab had done. For his wife was a daughter of Achab, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord. But the Lord would not destroy the house of David, because of the covenant which he had made with him, and because he had promised to give a lamp to him and to his sons forever. In those days Edom revolted from being subject to Judah, and made themselves a king. And Joram went over with his princes and all his cavalry with him, and rose in the night, and defeated the Edomites who had surrounded him, and all the captains of his cavalry. However, Edom revolted from being under the dominion of Judah unto this day. At that time Libnah also revolted from being under his hand, for he had forsaken the Lord, the God of his fathers. Moreover, he built also high places in the cities of Judah, and he made the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication, and Judah to transgress. And there was a letter brought him from Elias the prophet, in which it was written, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, Because thou hast not walked in the ways of Jehoshaphat thy father, nor in the ways of Asa king of Judah, but hast walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and hast made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication, imitating the fornication of the house of Achab. Moreover also thou hast killed thy brethren, the house of thy father, better men than thyself. Behold, the Lord will strike thee with a great plague, with all thy people, and thy children, and thy wives, and all thy substance. And thou shalt be sick of a very grievous disease of thy bowels, till thy vital parts come out by little and little every day. And the Lord stirred up against Joram the spirit of the Philistines, and of the Arabians who border on the Ethiopians. And they came up into the land of Judah, and wasted it, and they carried away all the substance that was found in the king's house, his sons also, and his wives, so that there was no son left him, but Joachaz, who was the youngest. And besides all this, the Lord struck him with an incurable disease in his bowels. And as day came after day, and time rolled on, 2 whole years passed. Then, after being wasted with a long consumption, so as to void his very bowels, his disease ended with his life. And he died of a most wretched illness, and the people did not make a funeral for him according to the manner of burning, as they had done for his ancestors. He was 32 years old when he began his reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked not rightly, and they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem made Ochozias his youngest son king in his place. For the rovers of the Arabians who had broke in upon the camp had killed all that were his elder brothers. So Ochozias the son of Joram king of Judah reigned. Ochozias was 42 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. And the name of his mother was Athaliah, the daughter of Amri. He also walked in the ways of the house of Achab, for his mother pushed him on to do wickedly. So he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as the house of Achab did, for they were his counselors after the death of his father, to his destruction. And he walked after their counsels, and he went with Joram the son of Achab, king of Israel, to fight against Hazael, king of Syria, at Ramoth-Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. And he returned to be healed in Jezreel, for he received many wounds in the foresaid battle. And Ochozias the son of Joram, king of Judah, went down to visit Joram the son of Achab in Jezreel, where he lay sick. For it was the will of God against Ochozias that he should come to Joram, and when he was come should go out also against Jehu the son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Achab. So when Jehu was rooting out the house of Achab, he found the princes of Judah, and the sons of the brethren of Ochozias, who served him, and he slew them. And he sought for Ochozias himself, and took him lying hid in Samaria. And when he was brought to him, he killed him, and they buried him, because he was the son of Josaphat, who had sought the Lord with all his heart. And there was no more hope that anyone should reign of the race of Ochozias. For Athaliah his mother, seeing that her son was dead, rose up and killed all the royal family of the house of Joram. But Jozabeth, the king's daughter, took Joash, the son of Ochozias, and stole him from among the king's sons that were slain, and she hid him with his nurse in a bedchamber. Now Jozabeth, that hid him, was daughter of King Joram, wife of Joiada the high priest, and sister of Ochozias, and therefore Athaliah did not kill him. And he was with them hid in the house of God 6 years, during which Athaliah reigned over the land. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. And in the 7th year Joiada, being encouraged, took the captains of hundreds, to wit, Azarias the son of Jeroham, and Ishmael the son of Johanan, and Azarias the son of Obed, and Maasias the son of Edias, and Elisaphat the son of Zechri, and made a covenant with them. And they went about Judah, and gathered together the Levites out of all the cities of Judah, and the chiefs of the families of Israel, and they came to Jerusalem. And all the multitude made a covenant with the king in the house of God. And Joiada said to them, Behold, the king's son shall reign, as the Lord hath said of the sons of David. And this is the thing that you shall do. 1/3 part of you that come to the Sabbath of the priests and of the Levites, and of the porters shall be at the gates, and a third part at the king's house, and a third at the gate that is called the Foundation. But let all the rest of the people be in the courts of the house of the Lord. And let no one come into the house of the Lord but the priests, and they that minister of the Levites. Let them only come in, because they are sanctified, and let all the rest of the people keep the watches of the Lord. And let the Levites be round about the king, every man with his arms. And if any other come into the temple, let him be slain. And let them be with the king, both coming in and going out. So the Levites and all Judah did according to all that Joiada the high priest had commanded. And they took every one his men that were under him, and that came in by the course of the Sabbath, with those who had fulfilled the Sabbath, and were to go out. For Joiada the high priest permitted not the companies to depart, which were accustomed to succeed one another every week. And Joiada the priest gave to the captains the spears and the shields and targets of King David, which he had dedicated in the house of the Lord. And he set all the people with swords in their hands, from the right side of the temple to the left side of the temple, before the altar and the temple round about the king. And they brought out the king's son, and put the crown upon him, and the testimony, and gave him the law to hold in his hand, and they made him king. And Joiada the high priest and his sons anointed him, and they prayed for him, and said, God save the king. Now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came in to the people into the temple of the Lord. And when she saw the king standing upon the step in the entrance, and the princes and the companies about him, and all the people of the land rejoicing, and sounding with trumpets, and playing on instruments of divers kinds, and the voice of those that praised, she rent her garments, and said, Treason, treason! And Joiada the high priest, going out to the captains and the chiefs of the army, said to them, Take her forth without the precinct of the temple, and when she is without, let her be killed with the sword. For the priest commanded that she should not be killed in the house of the Lord. And they laid hold on her by the neck, and when she was come within the horse gate of the palace, they killed her there. And Joiada made a covenant between himself and all the people and the king, that they should be the people of the Lord. And all the people went into the house of Baal, and destroyed it, and they broke down his altars and his idols, and they slew Mathan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. And Joiada appointed overseers in the house of the Lord, under the hands of the priests and the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of the Lord, to offer holocausts to the Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses, with joy and singing, according to the disposition of David. He appointed also porters in the gates of the house of the Lord, that none who was unclean in anything should enter in. And he took the captains of hundreds, and the most valiant men, and the chiefs of the people, and all the people of the land, and they brought down the king from the house of the Lord, and brought him through the upper gate into the king's house, and set him on the royal throne. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet. But Athaliah was slain with the sword. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign, And he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Sabiah of Berzebbe. And he did that which is good before the Lord all the days of Joiada the priest. And Joiada took for him 2 wives, by whom he had sons and daughters. After this Joash had a mind to repair the house of the Lord. And he assembled the priests and the Levites, and said to them, Go out to the cities of Judah, and gather of all Israel money to repair the temple of your God from year to year, and do this with speed. But the Levites were negligent. And the king called Joiada the chief, and said to him, Why hast thou not taken care to oblige the Levites to bring in out of Judah and Jerusalem the money that was appointed by Moses, the servant of the Lord, for all the multitude of Israel to bring into the tabernacle of the testimony? For that wicked woman Athaliah and her children have destroyed the house of God, and adorned the temple of Baal with all the things that had been dedicated in the temple of the Lord. And the king commanded, and they made a chest, and set it by the gate of the house of the Lord on the outside. And they made a proclamation in Judah and Jerusalem, that every man should bring to the Lord the money which Moses the servant of God appointed for all Israel in the desert. And all the princes and all the people rejoiced. And going in they contributed, and cast so much into the chest of the Lord, that it was filled. And when it was time to bring the chest before the king by the hands of the Levites, for they saw there was much money, the king's scribe and he whom the high priest had appointed went in, and they poured out the money that was in the chest, and they carried back the chest to its place. And thus they did from day to day, and there was gathered an immense sum of money. And the king and Joiada gave it to those who were over the works of the house of the Lord, but they hired with it stone cutters and artificers of every kind of work to repair the house of the Lord, and such as wrought in iron and brass to uphold what began to be falling. And the workmen were diligent, and the breach of the walls was closed up by their hands. And they set up the house of the Lord in its former state, and made it stand firm. And when they had finished all the works, they brought the rest of the money before the king and Joiada, and with it were made vessels for the temple, for the ministry, and for holocausts, and bowls, and other vessels of gold and silver. And holocausts were offered in the house of the Lord continually, all the days of Joiada. But Joiada grew old, and was full of days, and died when he was 130 years old. And they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good to Israel and to his house. And after the death of Joiada, the princes of Judah went in and worshipped the king, and he was soothed by their services, and hearkened to them. And they forsook the temple of the Lord the God of their fathers, and served groves and idols, and wrath came upon Judah and Jerusalem for this sin. And he sent prophets to them to bring them back to the Lord, and they would not give ear when they testified against them. The Spirit of God then came upon Zacharias, the son of Joiada the priest, and he stood in the sight of the people, and said to them, Thus saith the Lord God, Why transgress you the commandment of the Lord, which will not be for your good, and have forsaken the Lord, to make him forsake you? And they gathered themselves together against him, and stoned him at the king's commandment in the court of the house of the Lord. And King Joash did not remember the kindness that Joiada his father had done to him, but killed his son. And when he died, he said, The Lord see and require it. And when a year was come about, the army of Syria came up against him, and they came to Judah and Jerusalem, and killed all the princes of the people, and they sent all the spoils to the king of Damascus. And whereas there came a very small number of the Syrians, the Lord delivered into their hands an infinite multitude, because they had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers. And on Joash they executed shameful judgments. And departing they left him in diseases, and his servants rose up against him, for revenge of the blood of the son of Joiada the priest. And they slew him in his bed, and he died. And they buried him in the city of David, but not in the sepulchres of the kings. Now the men that conspired against him were Zabad, the son of Samaeth, an Ammonitess, and Jozabad, the son of Semerith, a Moabitess. And concerning his sons, and the sum of money which was gathered under him, and the repairing of the house of God, they are written more diligently in the book of Kings, and Amasias his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Amasias was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Joadan of Jerusalem. And he did what was good in the sight of the Lord, but yet not with a perfect heart. And when he saw himself strengthened in his kingdom, he put to death the servants that had slain the king his father. But he slew not their children, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, saying, The fathers shall not be slain for their children, nor the children for their fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin. Amasias therefore gathered Judah together, and appointed them by families, and captains of thousands and of hundreds, in all Judah and Benjamin. And he numbered them from 20 years old and upwards, and found 300,000 young men that could go out to battle, and could hold the spear and shield. He hired also of Israel 100,000 valiant men, for 100 talents of silver. But a man of God came to him and said, O king, let not the army of Israel go out with thee, for the Lord is not with Israel, and all the children of Ephraim. And if thou think that battles consist in the strength of the army, God will make thee to be overcome by the enemies. For it belongeth to God both to help and to put to flight. And Amasias said to the man of God, What will then become of the 100 talents which I have given to the soldiers of Israel? And the man of God answered him, The Lord is rich enough to be able to give thee much more than this. Then Amasias separated the army that came to him out of Ephraim to go home again. But they, being much enraged against Judah, returned to their own country. And Amasias, taking courage, led forth his people, and went to the vale of salt pits, and slew of the children of Seir 10,000. And other 10,000 men the sons of Judah took, and brought to the steep of a certain rock, and cast them down headlong from the top, and they all were broken to pieces. But that army which Amasias had sent back, that they should not go with him to battle, spread themselves among the cities of Judah, from Samaria to Beth-horon, and having killed 3,000, took away much spoil. But Amasias, after he had slain the Edomites, set up the gods of the children of Seir, which he had brought thence, to be his gods, and adored them, and burnt incense to them. Wherefore the Lord, being angry against Amaziah, sent a prophet to him to say to him, Why hast thou adored gods that have not delivered their own people out of thy hand? And when he spoke these things, he answered him, Art thou the king's counselor? Be quiet, lest I kill thee. And the prophet departing said, I know that God is minded to kill thee, because thou hast done this evil, and moreover hast not hearkened to my counsel. Then Amaziah king of Judah, taking very bad counsel, sent to Joas the son of Joachaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us see one another. But he sent back the messengers, saying, The thistle that is in Libanus sent to the cedar in Libanus, saying, Give thy daughter to my son to wife. And behold, the beasts that were in the wood of Libanus passed by, and trod down the thistle. Thou hast said, I have overthrown Edom, and therefore thy heart is lifted up with pride. Stay at home. Why dost thou provoke evil against thee, that both thou shouldst fall, and Judah with thee? Amaziah would not hearken to him, because it was the Lord's will that he should be delivered into the hands of enemies, because of the gods of Edom. So Joas king of Israel went up, and they presented themselves to be seen by one another. And Amaziah king of Judah was in Bethshemesh of Judah. And Judah fell before Israel, and they fled to their dwellings. And Joas king of Israel took Amaziah king of Judah, the son of Joas, the son of Joachaz, in Bethshemesh, and brought him to Jerusalem, and broke down the walls thereof from the gate of Ephraim to the gate of the corner, 400 cubits. And he took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that he found in the house of God, and with Obed-Edom, and in the treasures of the king's house. Moreover also the sons of the hostages he brought back to Samaria. And Amaziah the son of Joas king of Judah lived after the death of Joas the son of Joachaz king of Israel 15 years. Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, the first and last, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And after he revolted from the Lord, they made a conspiracy against him in Jerusalem, and he fled into Lachish, and they sent and killed him there. And they brought him back upon horses, and buried him with his fathers in the city of David. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. And all the people of Judah took his son Ozias, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of Amaziah his father. He built Elath, and restored it to the dominion of Judah, after that the king slept with his fathers. Ozias was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, according to all that Amaziah his father had done. And he sought the Lord in the days of Zacharias, that understood and saw God. And as long as he sought the Lord, he directed him in all things. Moreover, he went forth and fought against the Philistines, and broke down the wall of Geth, and the wall of Jebniah, and the wall of Azotus, and he built towns in Azotus, and among the Philistines. And God helped him against the Philistines, and against the Arabians that dwelt in Gerbaal, and against the Ammonites. And the Ammonites gave gifts to Ozias, and his name was spread abroad even to the entrance of Egypt, for his frequent victories. And Ozias built towers in Jerusalem over the gate of the corner, and over the gate of the valley, and the rest, in the same side of the wall, and fortified them. And he built towers in the wilderness, and dug many cisterns, for he had much cattle both in the plains and in the waste of the desert. He had also vineyards and dressers of vines in the mountains, and in Carmel, for he was a man that loved husbandry. And the army of his fighting men that went out to war was under the hand of Jehiel the scribe, and Maaseias the doctor, and under the hand of Hananias, who was one of the king's captains. And the whole number of the chiefs by the families of valiant men were 2,600, and the whole army under them 307,500, who were fit for war, and fought for the king against the enemy. And Ozias prepared for them, that is, for the whole army, shields and spears and helmets, and coats of mail, and bows and slings to cast stones. And he made in Jerusalem engines of divers kinds, which he placed in the towers and in the corners of the walls, to shoot arrows and great stones. And his name went forth far abroad, for the Lord helped him and had strengthened him. But when he was made strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, and he neglected the Lord his God, and going into the temple of the Lord, he had a mind to burn incense upon the altar of incense. And immediately Azarias the priest going in after him, and with him 80 priests of the Lord, most valiant men, withstood the king, and said, It doth not belong to thee, Ozias, to burn incense to the Lord, but to the priests, that is, to the sons of Aaron, who are consecrated for this ministry. Go out of the sanctuary, do not despise, for this thing shall not be accounted to thy glory by the Lord God. And Ozias was angry, and holding in his hand the censer to burn incense, threatened the priests. And presently there rose a leprosy in his forehead before the priests in the house of the Lord at the altar of incense. And Azarias the high priest and all the rest of the priests looked upon him, and saw the leprosy in his forehead, and they made haste to thrust him out. Yea, himself also being frightened, hasted to go out, because he had quickly felt the stroke of the Lord. And Ozias the king was a leper unto the day of his death, and he dwelt in a house apart, being full of the leprosy, for which he had been cast out of the house of the Lord. And Joatham his son governed the king's house, and judged the people of the land. But the rest of the acts of Ozias, first and last, were written by Isaias, the son of Amos the prophet. And Ozias slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the field of the royal sepulchres, because he was a leper. And Joatham his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 26. Second Chronicles, chapters 27 through 36 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Joatham was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Jerusa, the daughter of Sadoc. And he did that which was right before the Lord, according to all that Ozias his father had done, only that he entered not into the temple of the Lord, and the people still transgressed. He built the high gate of the house of the Lord, and on the wall of Ophel he built much. Moreover, he built cities in the mountains of Judah, and castles and towers in the forests. He fought against the king of the children of Ammon, and overcame them, and the children of Ammon gave him at that time 100 talents of silver, and 10,000 measures of wheat, and as many measures of barley. So much did the children of Ammon give him in the 2nd and 3rd year. And Jotham was strengthened, because he had his way directed before the Lord his God. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his wars and his works, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And Jotham slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David. And Achaz his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Achaz was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. He did not that which was right in the sight of the Lord, as David his father had done, but walked in the ways of the kings of Israel. Moreover also he cast statues for Baalim. It was he that burnt incense in the valley of Benanim, and consecrated his sons in the fire, according to the manner of the nations, which the Lord slew at the coming of the children of Israel. He sacrificed also and burnt incense in the high places, and on the hills, and under every green tree. And the Lord his God delivered him into the hands of the king of Syria, who defeated him, and took a great booty out of his kingdom, and carried it to Damascus. He was also delivered into the hands of the king of Israel, who overthrew him with a great slaughter. For Phachi, the son of Romaliah, slew of Judah 120,000 in one day, all valiant men, because they had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers. At the same time Zechri, a powerful man of Ephraim, slew Maaseias the king's son, and Ezracham the governor of his house, and Elkanah, who was next to the king. And the children of Israel carried away of their brethren 200,000 women, boys, and girls, and an immense booty, and they brought it to Samaria. At that time there was a prophet of the Lord there, whose name was Obed, and he went out to meet the army that came to Samaria, and said to them, Behold, the Lord the God of your fathers, being angry with Judah, hath delivered them into your hands, and you have butchered them cruelly, so that your cruelty hath reached up to heaven. Moreover, you have a mind to keep under the children of Judah and Jerusalem for your bondmen and bondwomen, which ought not to be done. For you have sinned in this against the Lord your God. But hear ye my counsel, and release the captives that you have brought of your brethren, because a great indignation of the Lord hangeth over you. Then some of the chief men of the sons of Ephraim, Azarias the son of Johanan, Berechias the son of Mosolamoth, Ezekias the son of Selam, and Amasa the son of Adalai, stood up against them that came from the war. And they said to them, You shall not bring in the captives hither, lest we sin against the Lord. Why will you add to our sins, and heap up upon our former offenses? For the sin is great, and the fierce anger of the Lord hangeth over Israel. So the soldiers left the spoils, and all that they had taken, before the princes and all the multitude. And the men, whom we mentioned above, rose up and took the captives, and with the spoils clothed all them that were naked. And when they had clothed and shod them, and refreshed them with meat and drink, and anointed them because of their labor, and had taken care of them, they set such of them as could not walk and were feeble upon beasts, and brought them to Jericho, the city of palm trees, to their brethren, and they returned to Samaria. At that time King Achaz sent to the king of the Assyrians, asking help. And the Edomites came and slew many of Judah, and took a great booty. The Philistines also spread themselves among the cities of the plains, and to the south of Judah, and they took Bethshemesh, and Ayalon, and Gederoth, and Soko, and Thamnan, and Gamzo, with their villages, and they dwelt in them. For the Lord had humbled Judah because of Achaz the king of Judah, for he had stripped it of help, and had contemned the Lord. And he brought against him Telgath-Phalnezzar, king of the Assyrians, who also afflicted him, and plundered him without any resistance. And Achaz stripped the house of the Lord, and the house of the kings and of the princes, and gave gifts to the king of the Assyrians, and yet it availed him nothing. Moreover also in the time of his distress he increased contempt against the Lord. King Achaz himself by himself sacrificed victims to the gods of Damascus that struck him, and he said, The gods of the kings of Syria help them, and I will appease them with victims, and they will help me. Whereas, on the contrary, they were the ruin of him and of all Israel. Then Achaz, having taken away all the vessels of the house of God, and broken them, shut up the doors of the temple of God, and made himself altars in all the corners of Jerusalem. And in all the cities of Judah he built altars to burn frankincense, and he provoked the Lord, the God of his fathers, to wrath. But the rest of his acts, and all his works first and last, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Achaz slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of Jerusalem, for they received him not into the sepulchres of the kings of Israel. And Ezekias his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Now Ezekias began to reign when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. The name of his mother was Abiah, the daughter of Zacharias. And he did that which was pleasing in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. In the 1st year and month of his reign he opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them. And he brought the priests and the Levites and assembled them in the east street. And he said to them, Hear me, ye Levites, and be sanctified. Purify the house of the Lord, the God of your fathers, and take away all filth out of the sanctuary. Our fathers have sinned and done evil in the sight of the Lord God, forsaking him. They have turned away their faces from the tabernacle of the Lord, and turned their backs. They have shut up the doors that were in the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burnt incense, nor offered holocausts in the sanctuary of the God of Israel. Therefore the wrath of the Lord hath been stirred up against Judah and Jerusalem, and he hath delivered them to trouble and to destruction, and to be hissed at, as you see with your eyes. Behold, our fathers are fallen by the sword, our sons and our daughters and wives are led away captives for this wickedness. Now therefore I have a mind that we make a covenant with the Lord the God of Israel, and he will turn away the wrath of his indignation from us. My sons, be not negligent. The Lord hath chosen you to stand before him, and to minister to him, and to worship him, and to burn incense to him. Then the Levites arose, Mahath the son of Amasai, and Joel the son of Azarias of the sons of Keath, and of the sons of Merari, Kis the son of Abdi, and Azarias the son of Jalaliel, and of the sons of Gerson, Joah the son of Zima, and Eden the son of Joah, and of the sons of Elisaphan, Zamri, and Jehiel, also of the sons of Asaph, Zacharias, and Mathanias, and of the sons of Heman, Jehiel, and Semei, and of the sons of Edithun, Semeias, and Oziel. And they gathered together their brethren, and sanctified themselves, and went in according to the commandment of the king, and the precept of the Lord, to purify the house of God. And the priests went into the temple of the Lord to sanctify it, and brought out all the uncleanness that they found within to the entrance of the house of the Lord, and the Levites took it away, and carried it out abroad to the torrent Kedron. And they began to cleanse on the 1st day of the 1st month, and on the 8th day of the same month they came into the porch of the temple of the Lord, and they purified the temple in 8 days. And on the 16th day of the same month they finished what they had begun. And they went in to King Ezekias, and said to him, We have sanctified all the house of the Lord, and the altar of holocaust, and the vessels thereof, and the table of proposition, with all its vessels, and all the furniture of the temple, which King Achaz in his reign had defiled, after his transgression. And behold, they are all set forth before the altar of the Lord. And King Ezekias, rising early, assembled all the rulers of the city, and went up into the house of the Lord. And they offered together 7 bullocks, and 7 rams, and 7 lambs, and 7 he-goats for sin, for the kingdom, for the sanctuary, for Judah. And he spoke to the priests, the sons of Aaron, to offer them upon the altar of the Lord. Therefore they killed the bullocks, and the priests took the blood and poured it upon the altar. They killed also the rams, and their blood they poured also upon the altar. And they killed the lambs, and poured the blood upon the altar. And they brought the he-goats for sin before the king and the whole multitude, and they laid their hand upon them. And the priests immolated them, and sprinkled their blood before the altar, for an expiation of all Israel. For the king had commanded that the holocaust and the sin offering should be made for all Israel. And he set the Levites in the house of the Lord with cymbals and psalteries and harps, according to the regulation of David the king, and of Gad the seer, and of Nathan the prophet, for it was the commandment of the Lord by the hand of his prophets. And the Levites stood with the instruments of David, and the priests with trumpets. And Ezekias commanded that they should offer holocausts upon the altar. And when the holocausts were offered, they began to sing praises to the Lord, and to sound with trumpets and divers instruments, which David the king of Israel had prepared. And all the multitude adored, and the singers and the trumpeters were in their office till the holocaust was finished. And when the oblation was ended, the king and all that were with him bowed down and adored. And Ezekias and the princes commanded the Levites to praise the Lord with the words of David and Asaph the seer, and they praised him with great joy, and bowing the knee adored. And Ezekias added and said, You have filled your hands to the Lord. Come and offer victims and praises in the house of the Lord. And all the multitude offered victims and praises and holocausts with a devout mind. And the number of the holocausts which the multitude offered was 70 bullocks, 100 rams, and 200 lambs. And they consecrated to the Lord 600 oxen and 3,000 sheep. But the priests were few, and were not enough to flay the holocausts. Wherefore the Levites their brethren helped them, till the work was ended, and priests were sanctified. For the Levites are sanctified with an easier rite than the priests. So there were many holocausts, and the fat of peace offerings, and the libations of holocausts, and the service of the house of the Lord was completed. And Ezekias and all the people rejoiced, because the ministry of the Lord was accomplished, for the resolution of doing this thing was taken suddenly. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. And Ezekias sent to all Israel and Judah, and he wrote letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and keep the Fazee to the Lord the God of Israel. For the king, taking counsel, and the princes, and all the assembly of Jerusalem, decreed to keep the Fazee the 2nd month. For they could not keep it in its time, because there were not priests enough sanctified, and the people was not as yet gathered together to Jerusalem. And the thing pleased the king and all the people. And they decreed to send messengers to all Israel from Beerseba even to Dan, that they should come and keep the Fazee to the Lord the God of Israel in Jerusalem. For many had not kept it as it is prescribed by the law. And the posts went with letters by commandment of the king and his princes to all Israel and Judah, proclaiming according to the king's orders, Ye children of Israel, turn again to the Lord the God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that have escaped the hand of the king of the Assyrians. Be not like your fathers and brethren, who departed from the Lord the God of their fathers, and he hath given them up to destruction, as you see. Harden not your necks, as your fathers did. Yield yourselves to the Lord, and come to his sanctuary, which he hath sanctified forever. Serve the Lord the God of your fathers, and the wrath of his indignation shall be turned away from you. For if you turn again to the Lord, your brethren and children shall find mercy before their masters that have led them away captive, and they shall return into this land. For the Lord your God is merciful, and will not turn away his face from you, if you return to him. So the posts went speedily from city to city, through the land of Ephraim and of Manasseh, even to Zabulon, whilst they laughed at them and mocked them. Nevertheless, some men of Ezra and of Manasseh and of Zabulon, yielding to the counsel, came to Jerusalem. But the hand of God was in Judah to give them one heart to do the word of the Lord according to the commandment of the king and of the princes. And much people were assembled to Jerusalem to celebrate the solemnity of the unleavened bread in the 2nd month. And they arose and destroyed the altars that were in Jerusalem, and took away all things in which incense was burnt to idols, and cast them into the torrent Kedron. And they immolated the Phazi on the 14th day of the 2nd month, and the priests and the Levites, being at length sanctified, offered holocausts in the house of the Lord. And they stood in their order according to the disposition and law of Moses the man of God. But the priests received the blood which was to be poured out from the hands of the Levites, because a great number was not sanctified, and therefore the Levites immolated the Phazi for them that came not in time to be sanctified to the Lord. For a great part of the people from Ephraim and Manasseh, and Issachar and Zabulon, that had not been sanctified, ate the Phazi otherwise than it is written. And Ezekias prayed for them, saying, The Lord who is good will show mercy to all them who with their whole heart seek the Lord the God of their fathers, and will not impute it to them that they are not sanctified. And the Lord heard him, and was merciful to the people. And the children of Israel that were found at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great joy, praising the Lord every day. The Levites also, and the priests, with instruments that agreed to their office. And Ezekias spoke to the heart of all the Levites, that had good understanding concerning the Lord, and they ate during the 7 days of the solemnity, immolating victims of peace offerings, and praising the Lord the God of their fathers. And it pleased the whole multitude to keep other 7 days, which they did with great joy. For Ezekias, the king of Judah, had given to the multitude 1,000 bullocks, and 7,000 sheep, and the princes had given the people 1,000 bullocks, and 10,000 sheep, and a great number of priests was sanctified. And all the multitude of Judah, with the priests and Levites, and all the assembly that came out of Israel, and the proselytes of the land of Israel, and that dwelt in Judah, were full of joy. And there was a great solemnity in Jerusalem, such as had not been in that city since the time of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. And the priests and the Levites rose up and blessed the people, and their voice was heard, and their prayer came to the holy dwelling place of heaven. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. And when these things had been duly celebrated, all Israel that were found in the cities of Judah went out, and they broke the idols, and cut down the groves, demolished the high places, and destroyed the altars, not only out of all Judah and Benjamin, but out of Ephraim also and Manasseh, till they had utterly destroyed them. Then all the children of Israel returned to their possessions and cities. And Ezekias appointed companies of the priests and the Levites by their courses, every man in his own office, to wit, both of the priests and of the Levites, for holocausts and for peace offerings, to minister and to praise, and to sing in the gates of the camp of the Lord. And the king's part was that of his proper substance the holocaust should be offered always, morning and evening, and on the Sabbaths, and the new moons, and the other solemnities, as it is written in the law of Moses. He commanded also the people that dwelt in Jerusalem to give to the priests and the Levites their portion, that they might attend to the law of the Lord, which, when it was noised abroad in the ears of the people, the children of Israel offered in abundance the firstfruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and brought the tithe of all things which the ground bringeth forth. Moreover, the children of Israel and Judah, that dwelt in the cities of Judah, brought in the tithes of oxen and sheep, and the tithes of holy things, which they had vowed to the Lord their God, and carrying them all made many heaps. In the 3rd month they began to lay the foundations of the heaps, and in the 7th month they finished them. And when Ezekias and his princes came in, they saw the heaps, and they blessed the Lord and the people of Israel. And Ezekias asked the priests and the Levites why the heaps lay so. Azarias, the chief priest of the race of Zadok, answered him, saying, Since the firstfruits began to be offered in the house of the Lord, we have eaten and have been filled, and abundance is left, because the Lord hath blessed his people. And of that which is left is this great store which thou seest. Then Ezekias commanded to prepare storehouses in the house of the Lord, and when they had done so, they brought in faithfully both the firstfruits and the tithes, and all they had vowed. And the overseer of them was Conanias the Levite, and Simei his brother was the second. And after him Jehiel, and Azarias, and Nahath, and Aziel, and Jeremoth, and Jozabad, and Eliel, and Jesmachias, and Mahath, and Benaias, overseers, under the hand of Conanias, and Simei his brother by the commandment of Ezekias the king, and Azarias the high priest of the house of God, to whom all things appertained. But Kori, the son of Jemnah the Levite, the porter of the east gate, was overseer of the things which were freely offered to the Lord, and of the firstfruits and the things dedicated for the Holy of Holies. And under his charge were Eden, and Benjamin, Jeshu, and Semaias, and Amarias, and Shechanias, in the cities of the priests, to distribute faithfully portions to their brethren, both little and great. Besides the males from 3 years old and upward, to all that went into the temple of the Lord, and whatsoever there was need of in the ministry, and their offices according to their courses day by day. To the priests by their families, and to the Levites from the 20th year and upward, by their classes and companies. And to all the multitude, both to their wives and to their children of both sexes, victuals were given faithfully out of the things that had been sanctified. Also of the sons of Aaron who were in the fields, and in the suburbs of each city, there were men appointed to distribute portions to all the males among the priests and the Levites. So Ezekias did all things which we have said in all Judah, and wrought that which was good, and right, and truth before the Lord his God, in all the service of the ministry of the house of the Lord, according to the law and the ceremonies, desiring to seek his God with all his heart, and he did it and prospered. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. After these things, and this truth, Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, came and entered into Judah, and besieged the fenced cities, desiring to take them. And when Ezekias saw that Sennacherib was come, and that the whole force of the war was turning against Jerusalem, he took counsel with the princes and the most valiant men to stop up the heads of the springs that were without the city. And as they were all of this mind, he gathered together a very great multitude, and they stopped up all the springs and the brook that ran through the midst of the land, saying, Lest the kings of the Assyrians should come and find abundance of water. He built up also with great diligence all the wall that had been broken down, and built towers upon it, and another wall without. And he repaired Millo in the city of David, and made all sorts of arms and shields. And he appointed captains of the soldiers of the army, and he called them all together in the street of the gate of the city, and spoke to their heart, saying, Behave like men, and take courage. Be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of the Assyrians, nor for all the multitude that is with him. For there are many more with us than with him. For with him is an arm of flesh, with us the Lord our God, who is our helper, and fighteth for us. And the people were encouraged with these words of Ezekias, king of Judah. After this, Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, sent his servants to Jerusalem, for he with all his army was besieging Lachish, to Ezekias, king of Judah, and to all the people that were in the city, saying, Thus saith Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, In whom do you trust, that you sit still besieged in Jerusalem? Doth not Ezekias deceive you, to give you up to die by hunger and thirst, affirming that the Lord your God shall deliver you from the hand of the king of the Assyrians? Is it not this same Ezekias that hath destroyed his high places and his altars, and commanded Judah and Jerusalem, saying, You shall worship before one altar, and upon it you shall burn incense? Know you not what I and my fathers have done to all the people of the lands? Have the gods of any nations and lands been able to deliver their country out of my hand? Who is there among all the gods of the nations, which my fathers have destroyed, that could deliver his people out of my hand, that your God should be able to deliver you out of this hand? Therefore let not Ezekias deceive you, nor delude you with a vain persuasion, and do not believe him. For if no God of all the nations and kingdoms could deliver his people out of my hand, and out of the hand of my fathers, consequently neither shall your God be able to deliver you out of my hand. And many other things did his servants speak against the Lord God, and against Ezekias his servant. He wrote also letters full of blasphemy against the Lord the God of Israel, and he spoke against him. As the gods of other nations could not deliver their people out of my hand, so neither can the God of Ezekias deliver his people out of this hand. Moreover, he cried out with a loud voice in the Jews' tongue to the people that sat on the walls of Jerusalem, that he might frighten them and take the city. And he spoke against the God of Jerusalem, as against the gods of the people of the earth, the works of the hands of men. And Ezekias the king and Isaias the prophet, the son of Amos, prayed against this blasphemy, and cried out to heaven. And the Lord sent an angel who cut off all the stout men and the warriors, and the captains of the army of the king of the Assyrians. and he returned with disgrace into his own country. And when he was come into the house of his God, his sons that came out of his bowels slew him with the sword. And the Lord saved Ezekias and the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of the hand of Sennacherib king of the Assyrians, and out of the hand of all, and gave them treasures on every side. Many also brought victims and sacrifices to the Lord to Jerusalem, and presents to Ezekias king of Judah, and he was magnified thenceforth in the sight of all nations. In those days Ezekias was sick even to death, and he prayed to the Lord, and he heard him, and gave him a sign. But he did not render again according to the benefits which he had received, for his heart was lifted up, and wrath was enkindled against him, and against Judah and Jerusalem. And he humbled himself afterwards, because his heart had been lifted up, both he and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and therefore the wrath of the Lord came not upon them in the days of Ezekias. And Ezekias was rich and very glorious, and he gathered himself great treasures of silver and of gold, and of precious stones, of spices, and of arms of all kinds, and of vessels of great price. Storehouses also of corn, of wine, and of oil, and stalls for all beasts, and folds for cattle. And he built himself cities, for he had flocks of sheep and herds without number, for the Lord had given him very much substance. This same Ezekias was he that stopped the upper source of the waters of Gihon, and turned them away underneath toward the west of the city of David. In all his works he did prosperously what he would. But yet in the embassy of the princes of Babylon, that were sent to him to inquire of the wonder that had happened upon the earth, God left him that he might be tempted, and all things might be made known that were in his heart. Now the rest of the acts of Ezekias and of his mercies are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Ezekias slept with his fathers, and they buried him above the sepulchres of the sons of David. And all Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem celebrated his funeral, and Manasseh his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 55 years in Jerusalem. And he did evil before the Lord, according to all the abominations of the nations which the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And he turned and built again the high places which Ezekias his father had destroyed, and he built altars to Baalim, and made groves, and he adored all the host of heaven, and worshipped them. He built also altars in the house of the Lord, whereof the Lord had said, In Jerusalem shall my name be for ever. And he built them for all the host of heaven, in the 2 courts of the house of the Lord. And he made his sons to pass through the fire in the valley of Beninam. He observed dreams, followed divinations, gave himself up to magic arts, had with him magicians and enchanters, and he wrought many evils before the Lord to provoke him to anger. He set also a graven and a molten statue in the house of God, of which God had said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. And I will not make the foot of Israel to be removed out of the land which I have delivered to their fathers. Yet so, if they will take heed to do what I have commanded them, and all the law and the ceremonies and judgments by the hand of Moses. So Manasseh seduced Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to do evil beyond all the nations, which the Lord had destroyed before the face of the children of Israel. And the Lord spoke to him and to his people, and they would not hearken. Therefore he brought upon them the captains of the army of the king of the Assyrians, and they took Manasseh, and carried him bound with chains and fetters to Babylon. And after that he was in distress, he prayed to the Lord his God, and did penance exceedingly before the God of his fathers. And he entreated him, and besought him earnestly. And he heard his prayer, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom, and Manasseh knew that the Lord was God. After this he built a wall without the city of David, on the west side of Gihon, in the valley from the entering in of the fish gate, round about to Ophel, and raised it up to a great height. And he appointed captains of the army in all the fenced cities of Judah. And he took away the strange gods, and the idol out of the house of the Lord, the altars also which he had made in the mount of the house of the Lord, and in Jerusalem, and he cast them all out of the city. And he repaired the altar of the Lord, and sacrificed upon it victims, and peace offerings, and praise. And he commanded Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. Nevertheless, the people still sacrificed in the high places to the Lord their God. But the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and his prayer to his God, and the words of the seers that spoke to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, are contained in the words of the kings of Israel. His prayer also, and his being heard, and all his sins, and contempt, and places wherein he built high places, and set up groves and statues before he did penance, are written in the words of Hosea. And Manasseh slept with his fathers, and they buried him in his house, and his son Amen reigned in his stead. Amen was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years in Jerusalem. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as Manasseh his father had done, and he sacrificed to all the idols which Manasseh his father had made, and served them. And he did not humble himself before the Lord, as Manasseh his father had humbled himself, but committed far greater sins. And his servants conspired against him, and slew him in his own house. But the rest of the multitude of the people slew them that had killed Amen, and made Josiah his son king in his stead. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Josiah was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 31 years in Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the ways of David his father. He declined not, neither to the right hand nor to the left. And in the 8th year of his reign, when he was yet a boy, he began to seek the God of his father David. And in the 12th year after he began to reign, he cleansed Judah and Jerusalem from the high places, and the groves, and the idols, and the graven things. And they broke down before him the altars of Baalim, and demolished the idols that had been set upon them. And he cut down the groves and the graven things, and broke them in pieces, and strewed the fragments upon the graves of them that had sacrificed to them. And he burnt the bones of the priests on the altars of the idols, and he cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. And in the cities of Manasseh, and of Ephraim, and of Simeon, even to Naphtali, he demolished all. And when he had destroyed the altars and the groves, and had broken the idols in pieces, and had demolished all profane temples throughout all the land of Israel, he returned to Jerusalem. Now in the 18th year of his reign, when he had cleansed the land and the temple of the Lord, he sent Shaphan, the son of Esalias, and Maaseias, the governor of the city, Joah, the son of Joachaz, the recorder, to repair the house of the Lord his God. And they came to Hilkias the high priest, and received of him the money which had been brought into the house of the Lord, and which the Levites and porters had gathered together from Manasseh and Ephraim and all the remnant of Israel, and from all Judah and Benjamin, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, which they delivered into the hands of them that were over the workmen in the house of the Lord, to repair the temple, and mend all that was weak. But they gave it to the artificers and to the masons, to buy stones out of the quarries, and timber for the couplings of the building, and to rafter the houses, which the kings of Judah had destroyed. And they did all faithfully. Now the overseers of the workmen were Jahath and Abdias of the sons of Merari, Zacharias and Mosolem of the sons of Keath, who hastened the work, all Levites skillful to play on instruments. But over them that carried burdens for divers uses were scribes and masters of the number of the Levites and porters. Now when they carried out the money that had been brought into the temple of the Lord, Hilkias the priest found the book of the law of the Lord by the hand of Moses. And he said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And he delivered it to him. But he carried the book to the king, and told him, saying, Lo, all that thou hast committed to thy servants is accomplished. They have gathered together the silver that was found in the house of the Lord, and it is given to the overseers of the artificers, and of the workmen for divers works. Moreover, Hilkias the priest gave me this book, and he read it before the king. And when he had heard the words of the law, he rent his garments. And he commanded Hilkias, and Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Abdon the son of Micah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah the king's servant, saying, Go and pray to the Lord for me, and for the remnant of Israel and Judah, concerning all the words of this book, which is found. For the great wrath of the Lord hath fallen upon us, because our fathers have not kept the words of the Lord, to do all things that are written in this book. And Hilkias and they that were sent with him by the king went to Olda the prophetess, the wife of Shilom, the son of Tekoath, the son of Hazra, keeper of the wardrobe, who dwelt in Jerusalem in the second part, and they spoke to her the words above mentioned. And she answered them, Thus saith the Lord the God of Israel, Tell the man that sent you to me, Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring evils upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, and all the curses that are written in this book, which they read before the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me, and have sacrificed to strange gods, to provoke me to wrath with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall fall upon this place, and shall not be quenched. But as to the king of Judah that sent you to beseech the Lord, thus shall you say to him, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, because thou hast heard the words of this book, and thy heart was softened, and thou hast humbled thyself in the sight of God for the things that are spoken against this place, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and reverencing my face, hast rent thy garments, and wept before me, I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. For now I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be brought to thy tomb in peace, and thy eyes shall not see all the evil that I will bring upon this place, and the inhabitants thereof. They therefore reported to the king all that she had said. And he called together all the ancients of Judah and Jerusalem, and went up to the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the priests and the Levites, and all the people from the least to the greatest. And the king read in their hearing in the house of the Lord all the words of the book. And standing up in his tribunal, he made a covenant before the Lord to walk after him, and keep his commandments and testimonies and justifications with all his heart and with all his soul, and to do the things that were written in that book which he had read. And he adjured all that were found in Jerusalem and Benjamin to do the same. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers. And Josias took away all the abominations out of all the countries of the children of Israel, and made all that were left in Israel to serve the Lord their God. As long as he lived, they departed not from the Lord, the God of their fathers. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. And Josias kept a fazee to the Lord in Jerusalem, and it was sacrificed on the 14th day of the first month. And he set the priests in their offices, and exhorted them to minister in the house of the Lord. And he spoke to the Levites, by whose instruction all Israel was sanctified to the Lord, saying, Put the ark in the sanctuary of the temple, which Solomon the son of David king of Israel built. For you shall carry it no more, but minister now to the Lord your God, and to his people Israel. And prepare yourselves by your houses and families according to your courses, as David king of Israel commanded, and Solomon his son hath written. And serve ye in the sanctuary by the families and companies of Levi. And being sanctified, kill the fazee, and prepare your brethren, that they may do according to the words which the Lord spoke by the hand of Moses. And Josias gave to all the people that were found there in the solemnity of the fazee, of lambs and of kids of the flocks, and of other small cattle 30,000, and of oxen 3,000. All these were of the king's substance. And his princes willingly offered what they had vowed, both to the people and to the priests and the Levites. Moreover, Helkias and Zacharias and Jehiel, rulers of the house of the Lord, gave to the priests to keep the fazee 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. And Conanias and Semaias and Nathaniel his brethren, and Hazabias and Jehiel and Jozabad, princes of the Levites, gave to the rest of the Levites to celebrate the fazee 5,000 small cattle and 500 oxen. And the ministry was prepared, and the priests stood in their office, the Levites also in their companies, according to the king's commandment. And the fazee was immolated, and the priests sprinkled the blood with their hand, and the Levites flayed the holocausts, and they separated them to give them by the houses and families of every one, and to be offered to the Lord, as it is written in the book of Moses, and with the oxen they did in like manner. And they roasted the fazee with fire, according to that which is written in the law. But the victims of peace offerings they boiled in cauldrons and kettles and pots, and they distributed them speedily among all the people. And afterwards they made ready for themselves and for the priests, for the priests were busied in offering of holocausts and the fat until night. Wherefore the Levites prepared for themselves, and for the priests, the sons of Aaron, last. And the singers, the sons of Asaph, stood in their order, according to the commandment of David, and Asaph, and Heman, and Eduthan, the prophets of the king. And the porters kept guard at every gate, so as not to depart one moment from their service. And therefore their brethren the Levites prepared meats for them. So all the service of the Lord was duly accomplished that day, both in keeping the fazee, and offering holocausts upon the altar of the Lord, according to the commandment of King Josias. And the children of Israel that were found there kept the fazee at that time, and the feast of unleavened bread 7 days. There was no fazee like to this in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet, neither did any of all the kings of Israel keep such a fazee as Josias kept, with the priests and the Levites and all Judah and Israel that were found, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. In the 18th year of the reign of Josias was this fazee celebrated. After that Josias had repaired the temple, Necho, king of Egypt, came up to fight in Carchemish by the Euphrates, and Josias went out to meet him. But he sent messengers to him, saying, What have I to do with thee, O king of Judah? I come not against thee this day, but I fight against another house, to which God hath commanded me to go in haste. Forbear to do against God, who is with me, lest he kill thee. Josias would not return, but prepared to fight against him, and hearkened not to the words of Necho from the mouth of God, but went to fight in the field of Megiddo. And there he was wounded by the archers, and he said to his servants, Carry me out of the battle, for I am grievously wounded. And they removed him from the chariot into another that followed him after the manner of kings, and they carried him away to Jerusalem, and he died, and was buried in the monument of his fathers, and all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him, particularly Jeremias, whose lamentations for Josias all the singing men and singing women repeat unto this day, and it became like a law in Israel. Behold, it is found written in the Lamentations. Now the rest of the acts of Josias, and of his mercies, according to what was commanded by the law of the Lord, and his works, first and last, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Then the people of the land took Joachaz the son of Josias, and made him king instead of his father in Jerusalem. Joachaz was 23 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months in Jerusalem. And the king of Egypt came to Jerusalem, and deposed him, and condemned the land in 100 talents of silver, and a talent of gold. And he made Eliakim his brother king in his stead over Judah and Jerusalem. And he turned his name to Joachim, but he took Joachaz with him, and carried him away into Egypt. Joachim was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and he did evil before the Lord his God. Against him came up Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Chaldeans, and led him bound in chains into Babylon. And he carried also thither the vessels of the Lord, and put them in his temple. But the rest of the acts of Joachim, and his abominations which he wrought, and the things that were found in him, are contained in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Joachim his son reigned in his stead. Joachim was 8 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 3 months and 10 days in Jerusalem. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord. And at the return of the year, King Nebuchadnezzar sent and brought him to Babylon, carrying away at the same time the most precious vessels of the house of the Lord. And he made Zedekiah his uncle king over Judah and Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem. And he did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God, and did not reverence the face of Jeremiah the prophet, speaking to him from the mouth of the Lord. He also revolted from King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by God, and he hardened his neck and his heart from returning to the Lord, the God of Israel. Moreover, all the chief of the priests and the people wickedly transgressed, according to all the abominations of the Gentiles, and they defiled the house of the Lord, which he had sanctified to himself in Jerusalem. And the Lord, the God of their fathers, sent to them by the hand of his messengers, rising early and daily admonishing them, because he spared his people and his dwelling place. But they mocked the messengers of God, and despised his words, and misused the prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, and there was no remedy. For he brought upon them the king of the Chaldeans, and he slew their young men with the sword in the house of his sanctuary. He had no compassion on young man, or maiden, old man, or even him that stooped for age, but he delivered them all into his hands. And all the vessels of the house of the Lord, great and small, and the treasures of the temple and of the king, and of the princes, he carried away to Babylon. And the enemies set fire to the house of God, and broke down the wall of Jerusalem, burnt all the towers, and whatsoever was precious they destroyed. Whosoever escaped the sword was led into Babylon, and there served the king and his sons till the reign of the king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, and the land might keep her Sabbaths. For all the days of the desolation she kept a Sabbath, till the 70 years were expired. But in the first year of Cyrus, king of the Persians, to fulfill the word of the Lord, which he had spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah, the Lord stirred up the heart of Cyrus, king of the Persians, who commanded it to be proclaimed through all his kingdom, and by writing also, saying, Thus saith Cyrus, king of the Persians, All the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord the God of heaven given to me, and he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. End of chapter 36. Ezra, chapters 1 through 10 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. In the first year of Cyrus, king of the Persians, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of the Persians, and he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and in writing also, saying, Thus saith Cyrus, king of the Persians, The Lord the God of heaven hath given to me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him. Let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judea, and build the house of the Lord the God of Israel. He is the God that is in Jerusalem. And let all the rest in all places wheresoever they dwell help him every man from his place, with silver and gold and goods and cattle, besides that which they offer freely to the temple of God which is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, and every one whose spirit God had raised up, to go up to build the temple of the Lord, which was in Jerusalem. And all they that were round about helped their hands with vessels of silver and gold, with goods and with beasts, and with furniture, besides what they had offered on their own accord. And King Cyrus brought forth the vessels of the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from Jerusalem, and had put them in the temple of his God. Now Cyrus king of Persia brought them forth by the hand of Mithridates, the son of Gazabar, and numbered them to Sesabessar, the prince of Judah. And this is the number of them, 30 bowls of gold, 1,000 bowls of silver, 29 knives, 30 cups of gold, silver cups of a second sort, 410, other vessels 1,000, all the vessels of gold and silver 5,400. All these Sesabessar brought with them that came up from the captivity of Babylon to Jerusalem. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Now these are the children of the province that went out of the captivity, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away to Babylon, and who returned to Jerusalem and Judah, every man to his city, who came with Zorobabel, Josue, Nehemiah, Sariah, Realiah, Mordecai, Belsan, Mesphar, Beguai, Rehum, Baanah, the number of the men of the people of Israel, the children of Pharos, 2,172, the children of Shephatiah, 372, the children of Ariah, 775, the children of Phahath Moab, of the children of Josue, Joab, 2,812, the children of Elam, 1,254, the children of Zethua, 945, the children of Zakkai, 760, the children of Bani, 642, the children of Bebai, 623, the children of Azgad, 1,222, the children of Adonikam, 666, the children of Beguai, 2,056, the children of Adin, 454. The children of Aether, who were of Ezekias, 98. The children of Besai, 323. The children of Jorah, 112. The children of Hasum, 223. The children of Gibar, 95. The children of Bethlehem, 123. The men of Netupha, 56. The men of Anathoth, 128. The children of Asmaveth, 42. The children of Kiriathayarim, Kephira, and Beroth, 743. The children of Ramah and Gibeah, 621. The men of Machmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Hai, 223. The children of Nebo, 52. The children of Megbis, 156. The children of the other Elam, 1,254. The children of Harim, 320. The children of Lod, Hadid, and Oni, 725. The children of Jericho, 345. The children of Sanea, 3,630. The priests, the children of Jediah, of the house of Josue, 973. The children of Emer, 1,052. The children of Fisher, 1,247. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Josue and of Kedmiel, the children of Odaviah, 74. The singing men, the children of Asaph, 128. The children of the porters, the children of Silum, the children of Eter, the children of Telman, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Sobai, in all 139. The Nathanites, the children of Siha, the children of Hasupha, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Kiros, the children of Saya, the children of Phadon, the children of Labana, the children of Hageba, the children of Akub, the children of Hagab, the children of Semlai, the children of Hanan, the children of Gadel, the children of Geher, the children of Reiah, the children of Basin, the children of Nakoda, the children of Gesam, the children of Asa, the children of Phazia, the children of Besai, the children of Asina, the children of Munim, the children of Nephusim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakufa, the children of Harhur, the children of Besluth, the children of Mahida, the children of Harsa, the children of Berkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Thima, the children of Nasiah, the children of Hatipha, the children of the servants of Solomon, the children of Sotai, the children of Sopheret, the children of Faruda, the children of Jela, the children of Durkan, the children of Gedel, the children of Saphatiah, the children of Hatil, the children of Phokereth, which were of Asabaim, the children of Ami. All the Nathanites and the children of the servants of Solomon, 392. And these are they that came up from Thelmelah, Thelharsa, Kerub, and Edan, and Immer. And they could not show the house of their fathers and their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Hobiah, the children of Ekos, the children of Barzillai, who took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and was called by their name. These sought the writing of their genealogy, and found it not, and they were cast out of the priesthood. And Athasatha said to them that they should not eat of the Holy of Holies, till there arose a priest learned and perfect. All the multitudes as one man were 42,360, besides their men servants and women servants, of whom there were 7,337, and among them singing men and singing women 200. Their horses 736, their mules 245, their camels 435, their asses 6,720. And some of the chief of the fathers, when they came to the temple of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem, offered freely to the house of the Lord to build it in its place. According to their ability, they gave towards the expenses of the work 61,000 solids of gold, 5,000 pounds of silver, and 100 garments for the priests. So the priests and the Levites, and some of the people, and the singing men, and the porters, and the Nathanites dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. And now the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in their cities, and the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. And Joshua the son of Josedech rose up, and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel and his brethren. And they built the altar of the God of Israel, that they might offer holocausts upon it, as it is written in the law of Moses the man of God. And they set the altar of God upon its bases, while the people of the lands round about put them in fear, and they offered upon it a holocaust to the Lord morning and evening. And they kept the Feast of Tabernacles, as it is written, and offered the holocaust every day, orderly according to the commandment, the duty of the day in its day. And afterwards the continual holocaust, both on the new moons and on all the solemnities of the Lord that were consecrated, and on all in which a free will offering was made to the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month they began to offer holocausts to the Lord, but the temple of God was not yet founded. And they gave money to hewers of stones and to masons, and meat and drink, and oil to the Sidonians and Tyrians, to bring cedar trees from Libanus to the sea of Joppa, according to the orders which Cyrus, king of the Persians, had given them. And in the 2nd year of their coming to the temple of God in Jerusalem, the 2nd month, Zerubbabel the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua the son of Josedech, and the rest of their brethren, the priests and the Levites, and all that were come from the captivity to Jerusalem, began, and they appointed Levites from 20 years old and upward, to hasten forward the work of the Lord. Then Joshua and his sons and his brethren, Kadmiel and his sons, and the children of Judah as one man, stood to hasten them that did the work in the temple of God, the sons of Henadad and their sons, and their brethren the Levites. And when the masons laid the foundations of the temple of the Lord, the priests stood in their ornaments with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise God by the hands of David king of Israel. And they sung together hymns and praise to the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever towards Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout, praising the Lord, because the foundations of the temple of the Lord were laid. But many of the priests and the Levites, and the chief of the fathers and the ancients that had seen the former temple, when they had the foundation of this temple before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many, shouting for joy, lifted up their voice, so that one could not distinguish the voice of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For one with another the people shouted with a loud shout, and the voice was heard afar off. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Now the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel. And they came to Zerubbabel and the chief of the fathers, and said to them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do. Behold, we have sacrificed to him since the days of Esar-Haddon, king of Assyria, who brought us hither. But Zerubbabel and Joshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said to them, You have nothing to do with us to build a house to our God, but we ourselves alone will build to the Lord our God, as Cyrus king of the Persians hath commanded us. Then the people of the land hindered the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building. And they hired counselors against them to frustrate their design all the days of Cyrus king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius king of the Persians. And in the reign of Ahasuerus, in the beginning of his reign, they wrote an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, Bessalam, Mithridates, and Thabiel, and the rest that were in the council, wrote to Artaxerxes king of the Persians, and the letter of accusation was written in Syriac, and was read in the Syrian tongue. Reum-Bealtium and Samsai the scribe wrote a letter from Jerusalem to King Artaxerxes in this manner. Reum-Bealtium and Samsai the scribe and the rest of their counselors, the Danites, and the Apharsathites, the Thirpholites, the Apharsites, the Erchuites, the Babylonians, the Susenikites, the Diavites, and the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and glorious Asanaphar brought over and made to dwell in the cities of Samaria and in the rest of the countries of this side of the river in peace. This is the copy of the letter which they sent to him. To Artaxerxes the king, thy servants, the men that are on this side of the river, send greeting. Be it known to the king that the Jews who came up from thee to us are come to Jerusalem, a rebellious and wicked city, which they are building, setting up the ramparts thereof, and repairing the walls. And now be it known to the king, that if this city be built up, and the walls thereof repaired, they will not pay tribute, nor toll, nor yearly revenues, and this loss will fall upon the kings. But we, remembering the salt that we have eaten in the palace, and because we count it a crime to see the king wronged, have therefore sent and certified the king that search may be made in the books of the histories of thy fathers, and thou shalt find written in the records, and shalt know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful to the kings and provinces, and that wars were raised therein of old time, for which cause also the city was destroyed. We certify the king that if this city be built, and the walls thereof repaired, thou shalt have no possession on this side of the river. The king sent word to Reum-Bealtium and Samsai the scribe, and to the rest that were in their council, inhabitants of Samaria, and to the rest beyond the river, sending greeting and peace. The accusation which you have sent to us hath been plainly read before me, and I commanded, and search hath been made, and it is found, that this city of old time hath rebelled against kings, and seditions and wars have been raised therein. For there have been powerful kings in Jerusalem, who have had dominion over all the country that is beyond the river, and have received tribute and toll and revenues. Now therefore hear the sentence. Hinder those men, that this city be not built, till further orders be given by me. See that you be not negligent in executing this, lest by little and little the evil grow to the hurt of the kings. Now the copy of the edict of King Artaxerxes was read before Reum-Bealtium and Samsai the scribe and their counselors, and they went up in haste to Jerusalem to the Jews, and hindered them with arm and power. Then the work of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem was interrupted, and ceased till the 2nd year of the reign of Darius, king of the Persians. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Now Aggeus the prophet, and Zacharias the son of Addo, prophesied to the Jews that were in Judea and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel. Then rose up Zorobabel the son of Salathiel, and Josue the son of Josedek, and began to build the temple of God in Jerusalem, and with them were the prophets of God helping them. And at the same time came to them Thathenai, who was governor beyond the river, and Starbuzani, and their counselors, and said thus to them, Who hath given you counsel to build this house, and to repair the walls thereof? In answer to which we gave them the names of the men who were the promoters of that building. But the eye of their God was upon the ancients of the Jews, and they could not hinder them. And it was agreed that the matter should be referred to Darius, and then they should give satisfaction concerning that accusation. The copy of the letter that Thathenai, governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbuzani and his counselors, the Arphasachites, who dwelt beyond the river, sent to Darius the king. The letter which they sent him was written thus: To Darius the king all peace. Be it known to the king that we went to the province of Judea, to the house of the great God, which they are building with unpolished stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work is carried on diligently, and advanceth in their hands. And we asked those ancients, and said to them thus, Who hath given you authority to build this house, and to repair these walls? We asked also of them their names, that we might give thee notice. And we have written the names of the men that are the chief among them. And they answered us in these words, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are building a temple that was built these many years ago, and which a great king of Israel built and set up. But after that our fathers had provoked the God of heaven to wrath, he delivered them into the hands of Nabuchodonosor, the king of Babylon the Chaldean, and he destroyed this house, and carried away the people to Babylon. But in the 1st year of Cyrus the king of Babylon, King Cyrus set forth a decree that this house of God should be built, and the vessels also of gold and silver of the temple of God, which Nabuchodonosor had taken out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and had brought them to the temple of Babylon, King Cyrus brought out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered to one Sesabessar, whom also he appointed governor, and said to him, Take these vessels, and go and put them in the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in its place. Then came this same Sesabessar, and laid the foundations of the temple of God in Jerusalem, and from that time until now it is in building, and is not yet finished. Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let him search in the king's library, which is in Babylon, whether it hath been decreed by Cyrus the king that the house of God in Jerusalem should be built, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Then King Darius gave orders, and they searched in the library of the books that were laid up in Babylon, and there was found in Ecbatana, which is a castle in the province of Media, a book in which this record was written. In the 1st year of Cyrus the king decreed that the house of God should be built, which is in Jerusalem, in the place where they may offer sacrifices, and that they lay the foundations that may support the height of 80 cubits, and the breadth of 80 cubits, 3 rows of unpolished stones, and so rows of new timber, and the charges shall be given out of the king's house. And also let the golden and silver vessels of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple of Jerusalem, and brought to Babylon, be restored, and carried back to the temple of Jerusalem to their place, which also were placed in the temple of God. Now therefore Tathanai, governor of the country beyond the river, Starbuzanai, and your counselors, the Apharsachites, who are beyond the river, depart far from them, and let that temple of God be built by the governor of the Jews, and by their ancients, that they may build that house of God in its place. I also have commanded what must be done by those ancients of the Jews, that the house of God may be built, to wit, that of the king's chest, that is, of the tribute that is paid out of the country beyond the river, the charges be diligently given to those men, lest the work be hindered. And if it shall be necessary, let calves also, and lambs, and kids, for holocausts to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the custom of the priests that are in Jerusalem, be given them day by day, that there be no complaint in anything. And let them offer oblations to the God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his children. And I have made a decree, that if any whosoever shall alter this commandment, a beam be taken from his house and set up, and he be nailed upon it, and his house be confiscated. And may the God that hath caused his name to dwell there destroy all kingdoms and the people that shall put out their hand to resist, and to destroy the house of God that is in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made the decree, which I will have diligently complied with. So then Tathanai, governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbuzanai and his counselors diligently executed what Darius the king had commanded. And the ancients of the Jews built and prospered according to the prophecy of Aggeus the prophet, and of Zacharias the son of Addo, and they built and finished by the commandment of the God of Israel, and by the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, kings of the Persians. And they were finishing this house of God until the 3rd day of the month of Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of the house of God with joy. And they offered at the dedication of the house of God 100 calves, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses, over the works of God in Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of Israel of the captivity kept the Fasih on the 14th day of the first month. For all the priests and the Levites were purified as one man. All were clear to kill the Fasih for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren the priests and themselves. And the children of Israel that were returned from captivity, and all that had separated themselves from the filthiness of the nations of the earth to them, to seek the Lord the God of Israel, did eat. And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them joyful, and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them, that he should help their hands in the work of the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Now after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of the Persians, Esdras, the son of Sarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Helkias, the son of Selam, the son of Sadoc, the son of Achitob, the son of Amarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Merioth, the son of Zerahias, the son of Ozi, the son of Boxi, the son of Abisui, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, from the beginning. This Esdras went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which the Lord God had given to Israel. And the king granted him all his request, according to the hand of the Lord his God upon him. And there went up some of the children of Israel, and of the children of the priests, and of the children of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and of the Nathanites, to Jerusalem, in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. And they came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, in the 7th year of the king. For upon the 1st day of the 1st month he began to go up from Babylon, and on the 1st day of the 5th month he came to Jerusalem, according to the good hand of his God upon him. For Esdras had prepared his heart to seek the law of the Lord, and to do and to teach in Israel the commandments and judgment. And this is the copy of the letter of the edict, which King Artaxerxes gave to Esdras the priest, the scribe instructed in the words and commandments of the Lord, and his ceremonies in Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Esdras the priest, the most learned scribe of the law of the God of heaven, greeting. It is decreed by me that all they of the people of Israel, and of the priests, and of the Levites in my realm, that are minded to go into Jerusalem, should go with thee. For thou art sent from before the king and his 7 counselors to visit Judea and Jerusalem, according to the law of thy God, which is in thy hand, and to carry the silver and gold which the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose tabernacle is in Jerusalem. And all the silver and gold that thou shalt find in all the province of Babylon, and that the people is willing to offer, and that the priests shall offer of their own accord to the house of their God, which is in Jerusalem. Take freely and buy diligently with this money calves, rams, lambs, with the sacrifices and libations of them, and offer them upon the altar of the temple of your God that is in Jerusalem. And if it seem good to thee and to thy brethren to do anything with the rest of the silver and gold, do it according to the will of your God. The vessels also that are given thee for the sacrifice of the house of thy God, deliver thou in the sight of God in Jerusalem. And whatsoever more there shall be need of for the house of thy God, how much soever thou shalt have occasion to spend, it shall be given out of the treasury and the king's exchequer, and by me. I, Artaxerxes the king, have ordered and decreed to all the keepers of the public chest that are beyond the river, that whatsoever Esdras the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, shall require of you, you give it without delay, unto 100 talents of silver, and unto 100 cores of wheat, and unto 100 batis of wine, and unto 100 batis of oil, and salt without measure. All that belongeth to the rights of the God of heaven, let it be given diligently in the house of the God of heaven, lest his wrath should be enkindled against the realm of the king and of his sons. We give you also to understand concerning all the priests and the Levites and the singers and the porters and the Nathanites and ministers of the house of this God, that you have no authority to impose toll or tribute or custom upon them. And thou, Esdras, according to the wisdom of thy God which is in thy hand, appoint judges and magistrates, that may judge all the people that is beyond the river, that is, for them who know the law of thy God, yea, and the ignorant teach ye freely. And whosoever will not do the law of thy God and the law of the king diligently, judgment shall be executed upon him, either unto death, or unto banishment, or to the confiscation of goods, or at least to prison. Blessed be the Lord, the God of our fathers, who hath put this in the king's heart, to glorify the house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem, and hath inclined his mercy toward me before the king and his counselors, and all the mighty princes of the king. And I, being strengthened by the hand of the Lord my God, which was upon me, gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Now these are the chiefs of families, and the genealogy of them who came up with me from Babylon in the reign of Artaxerxes the king. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom; of the sons of Ithamar, Daniel; of the sons of David, Hattus; of the sons of Shechanias, the son of Pharos, Zacharias, and with him were numbered 150 men. Of the sons of Phahath Moab, Elioenai, the son of Zariah, and with him 200 men. Of the sons of Shechanias, the son of Ezekiel, and with him 300 men. Of the sons of Edan, Ebed, the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men. Of the sons of Elam, Esaias, the son of Athalias, and with him 70 men. Of the sons of Shephatiah, Zebadiah, the son of Michael, and with him 80 men. Of the sons of Joab, Obadiah, the son of Jehiel, and with him 218 men. Of the sons of Selomith, the son of Josaphiah, and with him 160 men. Of the sons of Bebai, Zacharias, the son of Bebai, and with him 28 men. Of the sons of Azgad, Johanan, the son of Ekatan, and with him 110 men. Of the sons of Adonikam, who were the last, and these are their names, Eliphelet, and Jehiel, and Samias, and with them 60 men. Of the sons of Bigui, Uthai, and Zachar, and with them 70 men. And I gathered them together to the river which runneth down to Ahava, and we stayed there 3 days. And I sought among the people and among the priests for the sons of Levi, and found none there. So I sent Eleazar, and Ariel, and Semaias, and Elnathan, and Jerib, and another Elnathan, and Nathan, and Zacharias, and Mosolem, chief men, and Joiarib, and Elnathan, wise men. And I sent them to Iddo, who is chief in the place of Casphiah, and I put in their mouth the words that they should speak to Iddo and his brethren the Nathanites in the place of Casphiah, that they should bring us ministers of the house of our God. And by the good hand of our God upon us, they brought us a most learned man of the sons of Maholi, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Serabias and his sons, and his brethren 18, and Hasabias, and with him Isaias of the sons of Merari, and his brethren and his sons 20. And of the Nathanites, whom David and the princes gave for the service of the Levites, Nathanites 220. All these were called by their names. And I proclaimed there a fast by the river Ahava, that we might afflict ourselves before the Lord our God, and might ask of him a right way for us and for our children, and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to ask the king for aid, and for horsemen, to defend us from the enemy in the way, because we had said to the king, The hand of our God is upon all them that seek him in goodness, and his power and strength and wrath upon all them that forsake him. And we fasted and besought our God for this, and it fell out prosperously unto us. And I separated 12 of the chief of the priests, Serabias and Hasabias, and with them 10 of their brethren, and I weighed unto them the silver and gold, and the vessels consecrated for the house of our God, which the king and his counselors and his princes and all Israel that were found had offered. And I weighed to their hands 650 talents of silver, and 100 vessels of silver, and 100 talents of gold, and 20 cups of gold, of 1,000 solids, and 2 vessels of the best shining brass, beautiful as gold. And I said to them, You are the holy ones of the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and gold that is freely offered to the Lord the God of our fathers. Watch ye, and keep them, till you deliver them by weight before the chief of the priests, and of the Levites, and the heads of the families of Israel in Jerusalem, into the treasure of the house of the Lord. And the priests and the Levites received the weight of the silver and gold and the vessels, to carry them to Jerusalem, to the house of our God. Then we set forward from the river Ahava on the 12th day of the first month, to go to Jerusalem. And the hand of our God was upon us, and delivered us from the hand of the enemy, and of such as lay in wait by the way. And we came to Jerusalem, and we stayed there 3 days. And on the 4th day the silver and the gold and the vessels were weighed in the house of our God by the hand of Meremoth the son of Urias the priest, and with him was Eleazar the son of Phinehas, and with them Jozabad the son of Josue, and Noadiah the son of Benoi, Levites, according to the number and weight of everything, and all the weight was written at that time. Moreover, the children of them that had been carried away, that were come out of the captivity, offered holocausts to the God of Israel, 12 calves for all the people of Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and 12 he-goats for sin, all for a holocaust to the Lord. And they gave the king's edicts to the lords that were from the king's court, and the governors beyond the river, and they furthered the people and the house of God. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And after these things were accomplished, the princes came to me, saying, The people of Israel and the priests and Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, and from their abominations, namely of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Ammonites, and the Moabites, and the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves, and for their sons, and they have mingled the holy seed with the people of the lands. And the hand of the princes and magistrates hath been first in this transgression. And when I had heard this word, I rent my mantle and my coat, and plucked off the hairs of my head and my beard, and I sat down mourning. And there were assembled to me all that feared the God of Israel, because of the transgression of those that were come from the captivity, and I sat sorrowful until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice I rose up from my affliction, and having rent my mantle and my garment, I fell upon my knees, and spread out my hands to the Lord my God, and said, My God, I am confounded and ashamed to lift up my face to thee, for our iniquities are multiplied over our heads, and our sins are grown up even unto heaven from the days of our fathers. And we ourselves also have sinned grievously unto this day. And for our iniquities we and our kings and our priests have been delivered into the hands of the kings of the lands, and to the sword, and to captivity, and to spoil, and to confusion of face, as it is at this day. And now as a little, and for a moment, has our prayer been made before the Lord our God, to leave us a remnant, and give us a pin in his holy place, and that our God would enlighten our eyes, and would give us a little life in our bondage. For we are bondmen, and in our bondage our God hath not forsaken us, but hath extended mercy upon us before the king of the Persians, to give us life, and to set up the house of our God, and rebuild the desolations thereof, and to give us a fence in Judah and Jerusalem. And now, O our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments, which thou hast commanded by the hand of thy servants the prophets, saying, The land which you go to possess is an unclean land, according to the uncleanness of the people, and of other lands with their abominations, who have filled it from mouth to mouth with their filth. Now therefore give not your daughters to their sons, and take not their daughters for your sons, and seek not their peace, nor their prosperity forever, that you may be strengthened, and may eat the good things of the land, and may have your children your heirs forever. And after all that has come upon us, for our most wicked deeds, and our great sin, seeing that thou, our God, hast saved us from our iniquity, and hast given us a deliverance as at this day, that we should not turn away, nor break thy commandments, nor join in marriage with the people of these abominations. Art thou angry with us unto utter destruction, not to leave us a remnant to be saved? O Lord God of Israel, thou art just, for we remain yet to be saved, as at this day. Behold, we are before thee in our sin, for there can be no standing before thee in this matter. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Now when Esdras was thus praying, and beseeching, and weeping, and lying before the temple of God, there was gathered to him of Israel an exceeding great assembly of men and women and children, and the people wept with much lamentation. And Shechaniah the son of Jehiel of the sons of Elam answered, and said to Esdras, We have sinned against our God, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. And now, if there be repentance in Israel concerning this, let us make a covenant with the Lord our God, to put away all the wives, and such as are born of them, according to the will of the Lord, and of them that fear the commandment of the Lord our God. Let it be done according to the law. Arise, it is thy part to give orders, and we will be with thee. Take courage, and do it. So Esdras arose, and made the chiefs of the priests and of the Levites and all Israel to swear that they would do according to this word, and they swore. And Esdras rose up from before the house of God, and went to the chamber of Johanan the son of Eliashib, and entered in thither. He ate no bread, and drank no water, for he mourned for the transgression of them that were come out of the captivity. And proclamation was made in Judah and Jerusalem to all the children of the captivity, that they should assemble together into Jerusalem, and that whosoever would not come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the ancients, all his substance should be taken away, and he should be cast out of the company of them that were returned from captivity. Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together to Jerusalem within 3 days, in the 9th month, the 20th day of the month. And all the people sat in the street of the house of God, trembling because of the sin and the rain. And Esdras the priest stood up, and said to them, You have transgressed, and taken strange wives, to add to the sins of Israel. And now make confession to the Lord the God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and separate yourselves from the people of the land, and from your strange wives. And all the multitude answered and said with a loud voice, According to thy word unto us, so be it done. But as the people are many, and it is time of rain, and we are not able to stand without, and it is not a work of 1 day or 2, for we have exceedingly sinned in this matter, let rulers be appointed in all the multitude, and in all our cities. Let them that have taken strange wives come at the times appointed, and with them the ancients and the judges of every city, until the wrath of our God be turned away from us for this sin. Then Jonathan the son of Asahel and Jaasiah the son of Thekua were appointed over this, and Mesollam and Sebethai, Levites, helped them. And the children of the captivity did so. And Esdras the priest, and the men heads of the families in the houses of their fathers, and all by their names, went and sat down in the 1st day of the 10th month to examine the matter. And they made an end with all the men that had taken strange wives by the 1st day of the 1st month. And there were found among the sons of the priests that had taken strange wives, of the sons of Joshua the son of Josedek and his brethren Maaseiah, and Eleazar, and Jerib, and Godoliah. And they gave their hands to put away their wives, and to offer for their offense a ram of the flock. And of the sons of Emer, Hanani, and Zebediah. And of the sons of Harim, Maaseiah, and Eliah, and Semaiah, and Jehiel, and Ozias. And of the sons of Fisher, Elioenai, Maaseiah, Ismael, Nathaniel, Josabed, and Elasa. And of the sons of the Levites, Josabed, and Semai, and Keliah, the same is Kelita, Phathiah, Judah, and Eleazar. And of the singing men, Eliseab, and of the porters, Selam, and Telem, and Uri. And of Israel, of the sons of Pharos, Remiah, and Jeziah, and Melchiah, and Miamin, and Eliezer, and Melchiah, and Benaiah. And of the sons of Elam, Mathaniah, Zacharias, and Jehiel, and Abdi, and Jeremoth, and Eliah. And of the sons of Zethua, Elioenai, Eliasib, Mathaniah, Jeremoth, and Zebad, and Aziazah. And of the sons of Bebai, Johanan, Hananiah, Zabai, Athaliah. And of the sons of Bani, Mosolem, and Melech, and Adiah, Jesub, and Seal, and Ramoth. And of the sons of Phahath, Moab, Edna, and Kelal, Benias, and Maasias, Mathanias, Besaliel, Benui, and Manasseh. And of the sons of Hiram, Eleazar, Josui, Melchias, Semaias, Simeon, Benjamin, Malach, Samarias. And of the sons of Hasam, Mathani, Mathatha, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, Semai. Of the sons of Bani, Mayadi, Amran, and Uel, Benias, and Badias, Keliu, Vaniah, Meremoth, and Eliasib, Mathanias, Mathaniah, and Jassi, and Bani, and Benui, Semai, and Salmias, and Nathan, and Adias, and Mechnedabai, Sisai, Sarai, Ezra, and Selemiu, Semariah, Selam, Amariah, Joseph. Of the sons of Nebo, Jehiel, Mattathias, Zabad, Zebina, Jiddu, and Joel, and Benaiah. All these had taken strange wives, and there were among them women that had borne children. End of chapter 10. Nehemiah, chapters 1 through 9 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hilkiah. And it came to pass in the month of Caslu, in the 20th year, as I was in the castle of Susa, that Hanani, one of my brethren, came, he and some men of Judah. And I asked them concerning the Jews that remained and were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said to me, They that have remained and are left of the captivity there in the province are in great affliction and reproach, and the wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. And when I had heard these words, I sat down and wept, and mourned for many days. And I fasted and prayed before the face of the God of heaven. And I said, I beseech thee, O Lord God of heaven, strong, great, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy with those that love thee, and keep thy commandments, let thy ears be attentive, and thy eyes open to hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now night and day, for the children of Israel thy servants. And I confess the sins of the children of Israel, by which they have sinned against thee. I and my father's house have sinned. We have been seduced by vanity, and have not kept thy commandments and ceremonies and judgments, which thou hast commanded thy servant Moses. Remember the word that thou commandedst to Moses thy servant, saying, If you shall transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if you return to me, and keep my commandments, and do them, though you should be led away to the uttermost parts of the world, I will gather you from thence, and bring you back to the place which I have chosen for my name to dwell there. And these are thy servants and thy people, whom thou hast redeemed by thy great strength, and by thy mighty hand. I beseech thee, O Lord, let thy ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant, and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name, and direct thy servant this day, and give him mercy before this man, for I was the king's cupbearer. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him, and I took up the wine, and gave it to the king, and I was as one languishing away before his face. And the king said to me, Why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou dost not appear to be sick? This is not without cause, but some evil, I know not what, is in thy heart. And I was seized with an exceeding great fear. And I said to the king, O king, live forever. Why should not my countenance be sorrowful, seeing the city of the place of the sepulchres of my fathers is desolate, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire? Then the king said to me, For what dost thou make request? And I prayed to the God of heaven. And I said to the king, If it seem good to the king, and if thy servant hath found favor in thy sight, that thou wouldst send me into Judea to the city of the sepulchre of my father, and I will build it. And the king said to me, and the queen that sat by him, For how long shall thy journey be, and when wilt thou return? And it pleased the king, and he sent me, and I fixed him a time. And I said to the king, If it seem good to the king, let him give me letters to the governors of the country beyond the river, that they convey me over till I come into Judea, and a letter to Asaph, the keeper of the king's forest, to give me timber, that I may cover the gates of the tower of the house, and the walls of the city, and the house that I shall enter into. And the king gave me according to the good hand of my God with me. And I came to the governors of the country beyond the river, and gave them the king's letters. And the king had sent with me captains of soldiers and horsemen. And Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobias the servant, the Ammonite, heard it, and it grieved them exceedingly that a man was come who sought the prosperity of the children of Israel. And I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days. And I arose in the night, I and some few men with me, and I told not any man what God had put in my heart to do in Jerusalem, and there was no beast with me, but the beast that I rode upon. And I went out by night by the gate of the valley, and before the dragon fountain, and to the dung gate, and I viewed the wall of Jerusalem which was broken down, and the gates thereof which were consumed with fire. And I passed to the gate of the fountain, and to the king's aqueduct, and there was no place for the beast on which I rode to pass. And I went up in the night by the torrent, and viewed the wall, and going back I came to the gate of the valley, and returned. But the magistrates knew not whither I went, or what I did. Neither had I as yet told anything to the Jews, or to the priests, or to the nobles, or to the magistrates, or to the rest that did the work. Then I said to them, You know the affliction wherein we are, because Jerusalem is desolate, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire. Come, and let us build up the walls of Jerusalem, and let us be no longer a reproach. And I showed them how the hand of my God was good with me, and the king's words, which he had spoken to me. And I said, Let us rise up and build. And their hands were strengthened in good. But Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobias the servant, the Ammonite, and Gesem the Arabian heard of it, and they scoffed at us, and despised us, and said, What is this thing that you do? Are you going to rebel against the king? And I answered them and said to them, The God of heaven, he helpeth us, and we are his servants. Let us rise up and build. But you have no part, nor justice, nor remembrance in Jerusalem. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Then Eliashib the high priest arose, and his brethren the priests, and they built the flock gate. They sanctified it, and set up the doors thereof, even unto the tower of 100 cubits. They sanctified it unto the tower of Hananiel. And next to him the men of Jericho built, and next to them built Zachar, the son of Amri. But the fish gate the sons of Asneiah built. They covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. And next to them built Meremoth, the son of Urias, the son of Echus. And next to him built Mosolom, the son of Berechias, the son of Merizabel. And next to them built Sadoc, the son of Baana. And next to them the Tekoites built, but their great men did not put their necks to the work of their Lord. And Joiada the son of Phaseah, and Mosolom the son of Besodiah, built the old gate. They covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. And next to them built Meltias, the Gabaonite, and Jedan the Meronothite, the men of Gabaon and Maspha, for the governor that was in the country beyond the river. And next to him built Israel the son of Ariah, the goldsmith. And next to him built Ananias, the son of the perfumer. And they left Jerusalem unto the wall of the broad street. And next to him built Rephaiah, the son of Hur, lord of the street of Jerusalem. And next to him Jediah, the son of Haromaph, over against his own house. And next to him built Hattus, the son of Hasabaniah. Malchias, the son of Hiram, and Hasub, the son of Phahath-Moab, built half the street, and the tower of the furnaces. And next to him built Silom, the son of Eloas, lord of half the street of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. And the gate of the valley Hanun built, and the inhabitants of Zanoah. They built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and 1,000 cubits in the wall unto the gate of the dunghill. And the gate of the dunghill Melchias the son of Rechab built, lord of the street of Bethacharam. He built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. And the gate of the fountain Selom the son of Colhozeh built, lord of the street of Maspha. He built it, and covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and the walls of the pool of Siloe unto the king's guard, and unto the steps that go down from the city of David. After him built Nehemiah the son of Azbach, lord of half the street of Bethsur, as far as over against the sepulchre of David, and to the pool that was built with great labor, and to the house of the mighty. After him built the Levites, Rehum the son of Beni. After him built Hasabias, lord of half the street of Keilah in his own street. After him built their brethren Bevi, the son of Enadad, lord of half Keilah. And next to him Asa, the son of Joshua, lord of Maspha, built another measure, over against the going up of the strong corner. After him in the Mount Baruch the son of Zakkai built another measure from the corner to the door of the house of Eliashib the high priest. After him Meremoth the son of Urias the son of Hakos built another measure from the door of the house of Eliashib to the end of the house of Eliashib. And after him built the priests, the men of the plains of the Jordan. After him built Benjamin and Hasub over against their own house, and after him built Azarias the son of Maasias, the son of Ananias, over against his house. After him built Binnui the son of Henadad another measure from the house of Azarias unto the bending and unto the corner. Phalel the son of Uzzi over against the bending and the tower, which lieth out from the king's high house, that is, in the court of the prison. After him Phediah the son of Pharos. And the Nathinites dwelt in Ophel, as far as over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that stood out. After him the Tekoites built another measure over against, from the great tower that standeth out, unto the wall of the temple. And upward from the horse gate the priests built, every man over against his house. After them built Sadok the son of Immer over against his house, and after him built Shemaiah the son of Shechanias, keeper of the east gate. After him built Hananiah the son of Selemiah, and Hanun the sixth son of Seleph another measure. After him built Mosallam the son of Berechias over against his treasury. After him Melchias the goldsmith's son built unto the house of the Nathinites and of the sellers of small wares over against the judgment gate and unto the chamber of the corner. And within the chamber of the corner of the flock gate the goldsmiths and the merchants built. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And it came to pass that when Sanballat heard that we were building the wall, he was angry, and being moved exceedingly, he scoffed at the Jews, and said before his brethren and the multitude of the Samaritans, What are the silly Jews doing? Will the Gentiles let them alone? Will they sacrifice and make an end in a day? Are they able to raise stones out of the heaps of the rubbish which are burnt? Tobias also the Ammonite, who was by him, said, Let them build. If a fox go up, he will leap over their stone wall. Hear thou our God, for we are despised. Turn their reproach upon their own head, and give them to be despised in a land of captivity. Cover not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from before thy face, because they have mocked thy builders. So we built the wall, and joined it all together unto the half thereof, and the heart of the people was excited to work. And it came to pass, when Sanballat and Tobias and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Azotians heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up, and the breaches began to be closed, that they were exceedingly angry. And they all assembled themselves together to come and to fight against Jerusalem, and to prepare ambushes. And we prayed to our God, and set watchmen upon the wall day and night against them. And Judah said, The strength of the bearer of burdens is decayed, and the rubbish is very much, and we shall not be able to build the wall. And our enemies said, Let them not know nor understand till we come in the midst of them and kill them, and cause the work to cease. And it came to pass that when the Jews that dwelt by them came and told us 10 times, out of all the places from whence they came to us, I set the people in the place behind the wall round about in order, with their swords and spears and bows. And I looked and rose up, and I said to the chief men and the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, Be not afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons, and your daughters, and your wives, and your houses. And it came to pass, when our enemies heard that the thing had been told us, that God defeated their counsel, and we returned all of us to the walls, every man to his work. And it came to pass from that day forward, that half of their young men did the work, and half were ready for to fight, with spears and shields and bows and coats of mail, and the rulers were behind them in all the house of Judah. Of them that built on the wall, and that carried burdens, and that laded, with one of his hands he did the work, and with the other he held a sword. For every one of the builders was girded with a sword about his reins, and they built and sounded with a trumpet by me. And I said to the nobles, and to the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, The work is great and wide, and we are separated on the wall, one far from another. In what place soever you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, run all thither unto us. Our God will fight for us. And let us do the work, and let one half of us hold our spears from the rising of the morning till the stars appear. At that time also I said to the people, Let every one with his servant stay in the midst of Jerusalem, and let us take our turns in the night, and by day to work. Now I and my brethren and my servants and the watchmen that followed me did not put off our clothes, only every man stripped himself when he was to be washed. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Now there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren the Jews. And there were some that said, Our sons and our daughters are very many. Let us take up corn for the price of them, and let us eat and live. And there were some that said, Let us mortgage our lands, and our vineyards, and our houses, and let us take corn because of the famine. And others said, Let us borrow money for the king's tribute, and let us give up our fields and vineyards. And now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, and our children as their children. Behold, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters, and some of our daughters are bondwomen already, neither have we wherewith to redeem them, and our fields and our vineyards other men possess. And I was exceedingly angry when I heard their cry according to these words, and my heart thought with myself, and I rebuked the nobles and magistrates, and said to them, Do you every one exact usury of your brethren? And I gathered together a great assembly against them, and I said to them, We, as you know, have redeemed according to our ability our brethren the Jews that were sold to the Gentiles. And will you then sell your brethren for us to redeem them? And they held their peace, and found not what to answer. And I said to them, The thing you do is not good. Why walk you not in the fear of our God, that we be not exposed to the reproaches of the Gentiles, our enemies? Both I and my brethren and my servants have lent money and corn to many. Let us all agree not to call for it again. Let us forgive the debt that is owing to us. Restore ye to them this day their fields, and their vineyards, and their oliveyards, and their houses, and the 100th part of the money, and of the corn, the wine, and the oil, which you were wont to exact of them, give it rather for them. And they said, We will restore, and we will require nothing of them, and we will do as thou sayest. And I called the priests, and took an oath of them, to do according to what I had said. Moreover, I shook my lap, and said, So may God shake every man that shall not accomplish this word out of his house and out of his labors. Thus may he be shaken out, and become empty. And all the multitude said, Amen. And they praised God, and the people did according to what was said. And from the day in which the king commanded me to be governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year even to the 32nd year of Artaxerxes the king, for 12 years, I and my brethren did not eat the yearly allowance that was due to the governors. But the former governors that had been before me were chargeable to the people, and took of them in bread and wine and in money every day 40 seahs, and their officers also oppressed the people. But I did not so for the fear of God. Moreover, I built in the work of the wall, and I bought no land, and all my servants were gathered together to the work. The Jews also and the magistrates, to the number of 150 men, were at my table, besides them that came to us from among the nations that were round about us. And there was prepared for me day by day 1 ox and 6 choice rams, besides fowls, and once in 10 days I gave store of divers wines and many other things. Yet I did not require my yearly allowance as governor, for the people were very much impoverished. Remember me, O my God, for good according to all that I have done for this people. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when Sanballat and Tobias and Gesem the Arabian and the rest of our enemies heard that I had built the wall, and that there was no breach left in it, though at that time I had not set up the doors and the gates, Sanballat and Gesem sent to me, saying, Come and let us make a league together in the villages, in the plain of Ono. But they thought to do me mischief. And I sent messengers to them, saying, I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down, lest it be neglected whilst I come, and go down to you. And they sent to me according to this word 4 times, and I answered them after the same manner. And Sanballat sent his servant to me the 5th time, according to the former word, and he had a letter in his hand, written in this manner. It is reported amongst the Gentiles, and Gesem hath said it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, and therefore thou buildest the wall, and hast a mind to set thyself king over them, for which end thou hast also set up prophets to preach of thee at Jerusalem, saying, There is a king in Judea. The king will hear of these things. Therefore come now, that we may take counsel together. And I sent to them, saying, There is no such thing done as thou sayest, but thou feignest these things out of thy own heart. For all these men thought to frighten us, thinking that our hands would cease from the work, and that we would leave off. Wherefore I strengthened my hands the more, and I went into the house of Shemaiah the son of Delaiah, the son of Metabeel, privately. And he said, Let us consult together in the house of God, in the midst of the temple, and let us shut the doors of the temple, for they will come to kill thee, and in the night they will come to slay thee. And I said, Should such a man as I flee? And who is there that, being as I am, would go into the temple to save his life? I will not go in. And I understood that God had not sent him, but that he had spoken to me, as if he had been prophesying, and Tobias and Sanballat had hired him. For he had taken money, that I, being afraid, should do this thing and sin, and they might have some evil to upbraid me withal. Remember me, O Lord, for Tobias and Sanballat, according to their works of this kind, and Noadias the prophet, and the rest of the prophets that would have put me in fear. But the wall was finished the 25th day of the month of Elul, in 52 days. And it came to pass, when all our enemies heard of it, that all nations which were round about us were afraid, and were cast down within themselves, for they perceived that this work was the work of God. Moreover, in those days many letters were sent by the principal men of the Jews to Tobias, and from Tobias there came letters to them. For there were many in Judea sworn to him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechanias the son of Ariah, and Johanan his son had taken to wife the daughter of Mosollam the son of Berechias. And they praised him also before me, and they related my words to him, and Tobias sent letters to put me in fear. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Now after the wall was built, and I had set up the doors, and numbered the porters and singing men and Levites, I commanded Hanani my brother, and Hananias, ruler of the house of Jerusalem, for he seemed as a sincere man, and one that feared God above the rest. And I said to them, Let not the gates of Jerusalem be opened till the sun be hot. And while they were yet standing by, the gates were shut and barred. And I set watchmen of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, every one by their courses, and every man over against his house. And the city was very wide and great, and the people few in the midst thereof, and the houses were not built. But God had put in my heart, and I assembled the princes and magistrates and common people to number them. And I found a book of the number of them who came up at first, and therein it was found written, These are the children of the province, who came up from the captivity of them that had been carried away, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away, and who returned into Judea, every one into his own city, who came with Zorobabel, Joshua, Nehemiah, Azarias, Rehemias, Naamani, Mordecai, Belsem, Mespherath, Bigoiah, Nahum, Baana. The number of the men of the people of Israel, the children of Pharos, 2,172, the children of Shephatiah, 372, the children of Ariah, 652, the children of Pahath-Moab, of the children of Joshua and Joab, 2,818, the children of Elam, 1,254, the children of Zethua, 845, the children of Zakkai, 760, the children of Benui, 648, the children of Bebai, 628, the children of Azgad, 2,322, the children of Adonikam, 667, the children of Begui, 2,067, the children of Adin, 655, the children of Ater, children of Hezekiah, 98, the children of Hasem, 328, the children of Bisai, 324, the children of Hareph, 112, the children of Gabaon, 95, the children of Bethlehem and Netupha, 188, the men of Anathoth, 128, the men of Bethazmoth, 42, The men of Kiriathaiarim, Kephira, and Beroth, 743. The men of Ramah and Geba, 621. The men of Machmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Hai, 123. The men of the other Nebo, 52. The men of the other Elam, 1,254. The children of Harem, 320. The children of Jericho, 345. The children of Led, of Hadid and Oni, 721. The children of Senaiah, 3,930. The priests, the children of Idiah, in the house of Joshua, 973. The children of Immer, 1,052. The children of Fasher, 1,247. The children of Arem, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Joshua and Kedmiel, the sons of Oduiah, 74. The singing men, the children of Asaph, 148. The porters, the children of Silom, the children of Eter, the children of Telmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hattita, the children of Sobai, 138. The Nethinites, the children of Soah, the children of Hasupha, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Keros, the children of Saia, the children of Phadon, the children of Labana, the children of Hagabah, the children of Salmai, the children of Hanan, the children of Gedel, the children of Geir, the children of Reiah, the children of Resin, the children of Nakoda, the children of Gizem, the children of Asa, the children of Phasiah, the children of Besai, the children of Munim, the children of Nephusim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupha, the children of Harhur, the children of Besloth, the children of Mahida, the children of Harsa, the children of Birkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Thema, the children of Nasiah, the children of Hatipha, the children of the servants of Solomon, the children of Sothai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Pharida, the children of Jehala, the children of Darkon, the children of Jedel, the children of Shephatiah, the children of Hattiah, the children of Phokereth, who was born of Sabaim, the son of Ammon, all the Nethinites, and the children of the servants of Solomon, 392. And these are they that came up from Telmela, Thelharza, Kerub, Edan, and Immer, and could not show the house of their fathers, nor their seed, whether they were of Israel. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 642. And of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Ekos, the children of Barzillai, who took a wife of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and he was called by their name. These sought their writing in the record, and found it not, and they were cast out of the priesthood. And Athirsetha said to them that they should not eat of the holies of holies until there stood up a priest learned and skillful, all the multitude as it were one man, 42,360, beside their men servants and women servants, who were 7,337, and among them singing men and singing women, 245. Their horses, 736, their mules, 245, their camels, 435, their asses, 6,720. And some of the heads of the families gave unto the work. Athirsetha gave into the treasure 1,000 drachma of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 garments for priests. And some of the heads of families gave to the treasure of the work 20,000 drachma of gold, and 2,200 pounds of silver. And that which the rest of the people gave was 20,000 drachma of gold, and 2,000 pounds of silver, and 67 garments for priests. And the priests and the Levites, and the porters and the singing men, and the rest of the common people, and the Nathanites, and all Israel dwelt in their cities. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were in their cities, and all the people were gathered together as one man to the street which is before the water gate, and they spoke to Esdras the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded to Israel. Then Esdras the priest brought the law before the multitude of men and women, and all those that could understand, in the first day of the 7th month. And he read it plainly in the street that was before the water gate, from the morning until midday, before the men and the women, and all those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive to the book. And Esdras the scribe stood upon a step of wood which he had made to speak upon, and there stood by him Mattathias, and Semaiah, and Ananiah, and Uriah, and Hilkiah, and Maaseiah on his right hand, and on the left Phadiah, Mishael, and Melchiah, and Hasum, and Hasbadana, Zechariah, and Mosollam. And Esdras opened the book before all the people, for he was above all the people, and when he had opened it, all the people stood. And Esdras blessed the Lord, the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, lifting up their hands, and they bowed down and adored God with their faces to the ground. Now Joshua, and Bani, and Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shephtai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Keltiah, Azarias, Jozabed, Hanan, Phaliah, the Levites, made silence among the people to hear the law, and the people stood in their place. And they read in the book of the law of God distinctly and plainly to be understood, and they understood when it was read. And Nehemiah, he is Athasatha, and Esdras the priest and scribe, and the Levites who interpreted to all the people, said, This is a holy day to the Lord our God. Do not mourn nor weep. For all the people wept when they heard the words of the law. And he said to them, Go, eat fat meats, and drink sweet wine, and send portions to them that have not prepared for themselves, because it is the holy day of the Lord, and be not sad, for the joy of the Lord is our strength. And the Levites stilled all the people, saying, Hold your peace, for the day is holy, and be not sorrowful. So all the people went to eat and drink, and to send portions, and to make great mirth, because they understood the words that he had taught them. And on the 2nd day, the chiefs of the families of all the people, the priests and the Levites, were gathered together to Esdras the scribe, that he should interpret to them the words of the law. And they found written in the law that the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses that the children of Israel should dwell in tabernacles on the feast in the 7th month, and that they should proclaim and publish the word in all their cities, and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth to the mount, and fetch branches of olive, and branches of beautiful wood, branches of myrtle, and branches of palm, and branches of thick trees, to make tabernacles, as it is written. And the people went forth and brought, and they made themselves tabernacles, every man on the top of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gate of Ephraim. And all the assembly of them that were returned from the captivity made tabernacles, and dwelt in tabernacles. For since the days of Joshua the son of Nun, the children of Israel had not done so until that day, and there was exceeding great joy. And he read in the book of the law of God day by day, from the first day till the last. And they kept the solemnity 7 days, and in the 8th day a solemn assembly, according to the manner. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And in the 24th day of the month, the children of Israel came together with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. And the seed of the children of Israel separated themselves from every stranger. And they stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they rose up to stand, and they read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 4 times in the day, and 4 times they confessed and adored the Lord their God. And there stood up upon the step of the Levites Josue, and Beni, and Kedmiel, Sebaniah, Buni, Serabias, Beni, and Canani, and they cried with a loud voice to the Lord their God. And the Levites, Josue, and Kedmiel, Buni, Hasebniah, Serabiah, Oduiah, Sebniah, and Phathahiah, said, Arise, bless the Lord your God from eternity to eternity, and blessed be the high name of thy glory, with all blessing and praise. Thou thyself, O Lord alone, thou hast made heaven and the heaven of heavens, and all the host thereof, the earth and all things that are in it, the seas and all that are therein, and thou givest life to all these things, and the host of heaven adoreth thee. Thou, O Lord God, art he who chosest Abram, and broughtest him forth out of the fire of the Chaldeans, and gavest him the name of Abraham. And thou didst find his heart faithful before thee, and thou madest a covenant with him, to give him the land of the Canaanite, of the Hittite, and of the Amorite, and of the Perizzite, and of the Jebusite, and of the Girgazite, to give it to his seed, and thou hast fulfilled thy words, because thou art just. And thou sawest the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and thou didst hear their cry by the Red Sea. And thou showedst signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and upon all his servants, and upon the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them, and thou madest thyself a name, as it is at this day. And thou didst divide the sea before them, and they passed through the midst of the sea on dry land. But their persecutors thou threwest into the depth, as a stone into mighty waters. And in a pillar of a cloud thou wast their leader by day, and in a pillar of fire by night, that they might see the way by which they went. Thou camest down also to Mount Sinai, and didst speak with them from heaven, and thou gavest them right judgments, and the law of truth, ceremonies, and good precepts. Thou madest known to them thy holy Sabbath, and didst prescribe to them commandments and ceremonies, and the law by the hand of Moses thy servant. And thou gavest them bread from heaven in their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock in their thirst. And thou saidst to them that they should go in and possess the land, upon which thou hadst lifted up thy hand to give it them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not to thy commandments. And they would not hear, and they remembered not thy wonders which thou hadst done for them. and they hardened their necks, and gave the head to return to their bondage, as it were by contention. But thou, a forgiving God, gracious and merciful, long-suffering and full of compassion, didst not forsake them. Yea, when they had made also to themselves a molten calf, and had said, This is thy God that brought thee out of Egypt, and had committed great blasphemies, yet thou in thy many mercies didst not leave them in the desert. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day to lead them in the way, and the pillar of fire by night to show them the way by which they should go. And thou gavest them thy good spirit to teach them, and thy manna thou didst not withhold from their mouth, and thou gavest them water for their thirst. 40 years didst thou feed them in the desert, and nothing was wanting to them. Their garments did not grow old, and their feet were not worn. And thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide lots for them. And they possessed the land of Sihon, and the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. And thou didst multiply their children as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them to the land concerning which thou hadst said to their fathers, that they should go in and possess it. And the children came and possessed the land, and thou didst humble before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands with their kings, and the people of the land, that they might do with them as it pleased them. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, cisterns made by others, vineyards and oliveyards and fruit trees in abundance. And they ate, and were filled, and became fat, and abounded with delight in thy great goodness. But they provoked thee to wrath, and departed from thee, and threw thy law behind their backs, and they killed thy prophets, who admonished them earnestly to return to thee, and they were guilty of great blasphemies. And thou gavest them into the hands of their enemies, and they afflicted them. And in the time of their tribulation they cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, thou gavest them saviors, to save them from the hands of their enemies. But after they had rest, they returned to do evil in thy sight, and thou leftest them in the hand of their enemies, and they had dominion over them. Then they returned and cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and deliveredst them many times in thy mercies. And thou didst admonish them to return to thy law, but they dealt proudly, and hearkened not to thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. And they withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear. And thou didst forbear with them for many years, and didst testify against them by thy Spirit, by the hand of thy prophets. And they heard not, and thou didst deliver them into the hand of the people of the lands. Yet in thy very many mercies thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them, because thou art a merciful and gracious God. Now therefore, our God, great, strong, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy, turn not away from thy face all the labor which hath come upon us, upon our kings and our princes, and our priests and our prophets, and our fathers, and all the people from the days of the king of Ezra until this day. And thou art just in all things that have come upon us, because thou hast done truth, but we have done wickedly. Our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not kept thy law, and have not minded thy commandments, and thy testimonies which thou hast testified among them. And they have not served thee in their kingdoms, and in thy manifold goodness which thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land which thou deliveredst before them, nor did they return from their most wicked devices. Behold, we ourselves this day are bondmen, and the land which thou gavest our fathers, to eat the bread thereof, and the good things thereof, and we ourselves are servants in it. And the fruits thereof grow up for the kings, whom thou hast set over us for our sins, and they have dominion over our bodies and over our beasts, according to their will, and we are in great tribulation. And because of all this, we ourselves make a covenant, and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests sign it. End of chapter 9. Nehemiah chapters 10 through 13 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. And the subscribers were Nehemiah, Athasatha, the son of Hakaliah, and Zedekiah, Seraiah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Fisher, Amariah, Melchiah, Hetus, Sebaniah, Meluk, Harem, Meremoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Genthon, Baruch, Mosolem, Abiah, Mayamin, Maaziah, Belgiah, Semaiah. These were priests. And the Levites, Josue the son of Azanias, Benui of the sons of Henadad, Kedmiel and their brethren, Sebaniah, Oduiah, Kelita, Pheliah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hazabiah, Zachar, Sherebiah, Sabaniah, Odiah, Benai, Benanu. The heads of the people, Pharos, Phahath, Moab, Elam, Zethu, Benai, Boni, Azgad, Bebai, Adoniah, Begoi, Adin, Eter, Hezekiah, Ezer, Odiah, Hasum, Besai, Hareph, Anathoth, Nebai, Megphias, Mosolem, Hezer, Mezazabel, Sadak, Jeduah, Pheltiah, Hanan, Aniah, Osei, Hananiah, Hasub, Elohes, Pheliah, Sobek, Ream, Hasebna, Maasiah, Ikiah, Hanan, Anan, Meluk, Haran, Baana. And the rest of the people, priests, Levites, porters, and singing men, Nethinites, and all that had separated themselves from the people of the lands to the law of God, their wives, their sons, and their daughters. All that could understand promising for their brethren with their chief men, and they came to promise and swear that they would walk in the law of God, which he gave in the hand of Moses the servant of God, that they would do and keep all the commandments of the Lord our God, and his judgments and his ceremonies, and that we would not give our daughters to the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring in things to sell, or any things for use, to sell them on the Sabbath day, that we would not buy them of them on the Sabbath, or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year, and the exaction of every hand. And we made ordinances for ourselves to give the 3rd part of a city every year for the work of the house of our God, for the Levites of proposition, and for the continual sacrifice, and for a continual holocaust, on the Sabbaths, on the new moons, on the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offering, that atonement might be made for Israel, and for every use of the house of our God. And we cast lots among the priests and the Levites, and the people for the offering of wood, that it might be brought into the house of our God by the houses of our fathers at set times, from year to year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law of Moses. And that we would bring the first fruits of our land, and the first fruits of all fruit of every tree from year to year in the house of our Lord, and the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our oxen and of our sheep, to be offered in the house of our God to the priests who minister in the house of our God. And that we would bring the first fruits of our meats and of our libations, and the fruit of every tree, of the vintage also, and of oil to the priests, to the storehouse of our God, and the tithes of our ground to the Levites. The Levites also shall receive the tithes of our works out of all the cities. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites and the tithes of the Levites, and the Levites shall offer the tithe of their tithes in the house of our God to the storeroom into the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall carry to the treasury the firstfruits of corn, of wine, and of oil, and the sanctified vessels shall be there, and the priests, and the singing men, and the porters, and ministers, and we will not forsake the house of our God. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And the princes of the people dwelt at Jerusalem, but the rest of the people cast lots to take 1 part in 10 to dwell in Jerusalem the holy city, and 9 parts in the other cities. And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell in Jerusalem. These therefore are the chief men of the province, who dwelt in Jerusalem and in the cities of Judah. And every one dwelt in his possession in their cities, Israel, the priests, the Levites, the Nethinites, and the children of the servants of Solomon. And in Jerusalem there dwelt some of the children of Judah, and some of the children of Benjamin. Of the children of Judah, Ethathias, the son of Eziam, the son of Zacharias, the son of Amarias, the son of Saphatias, the son of Malaliel, of the sons of Pharis. Maaseiah, the son of Baruch, the son of Kolozah, the son of Haziah, the son of Adiah, the son of Joiarib, the son of Zacharias, the son of the Silonite. All these, the sons of Pharis, who dwelt in Jerusalem, were 468 valiant men. And these are the children of Benjamin: Silum, the son of Mosolum, the son of Joed, the son of Phadiah, the son of Koliah, the son of Messiah, the son of Ethiel, the son of Isaiah. And after him, Gebai, Selai, 928. And Joel, the son of Zichri, their ruler, and Judas, the son of Senua, was second over the city. And of the priests, Adiah, the son of Joiarib, Jachin, Seraiah, the son of Helkias, the son of Mosolum, the son of Sadoc, the son of Merioth, the son of Achitob, the prince of the house of God, and their brethren that do the works of the temple, 822, and Adiah, the son of Jeroam, the son of Phelaliah, the son of Amsi, the son of Zacharias, the son of Phisher, the son of Melchias, and his brethren, the chiefs of the fathers, 242. And Amasai, the son of Azriel, the son of Ahazi, the son of Mosolomoth, the son of Immer, and their brethren, who were very mighty, 128, and their ruler Zabdiel, son of the mighty. And of the Levites, Semaiah, the son of Hasub, the son of Azarikam, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Boni, and Sabbathai, and Jozabed, who were over all the outward business of the house of God, of the princes of the Levites, and Mathaniah, the son of Micah, the son of Zebediah, the son of Asaph, was the principal man to praise and to give glory in prayer, and Bekbekiah the second, one of his brethren, and Abda the son of Samuel, the son of Galal, the son of Aditham. All the Levites in the holy city were 284, and the porters, Akub, Telmon, and their brethren, who kept the doors, 172. And the rest of Israel, the priests and the Levites, were in all the cities of Judah, every man in his possession. And the Nathanites that dwelt in Ophel, and Siah, and Gaspha of the Nathanites. And the overseer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Azzi, the son of Benai, the son of Hasabiah, the son of Mathaniah, the son of Micah. Of the sons of Asaph were the singing men in the ministry of the house of God. For the king's commandment was concerning them, and an order among the singing men day by day. And Phathahiah, the son of Mesezabel, of the children of Zerah, the son of Judah, was at the hand of the king in all matters concerning the people, and in the houses through all their countries. Of the children of Judah, so dwelt at Kiriath-arbi, and in the villages thereof, and at Dibon, and in the villages thereof, and at Kabseel, and in the villages thereof, and at Jeshui, and at Molada, and Bethpheleth, and at Hasershuel, and at Berzebeh, and in the villages thereof, and at Sikkeleg, and at Mokona, and in the villages thereof, and at Rimmon, and at Seraiah, and at Jeremoth, Zenoah, Odolam, and in their villages, at Lachish and its dependencies, and at Azekah, and the villages thereof. And they dwelt from Berzebeh unto the valley of Enom. And the children of Benjamin from Geba at Mechmes, and at Hai, and at Bethel, and in the villages thereof, at Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, Azor, Ramah, Gethaim, Hadid, Seboim, and Neballat, Led, and Ono, the valley of craftsmen. And of the Levites were portions of Judah and Benjamin. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Now these are the priests and the Levites that went up with Zerubbabel, the son of Salathiel, and Josue, Seraiah, Jeremias, Esdras, Amariah, Melech, Hattus, Sebanias, Reum, Meremoth, Edo, Genthon, Abiah, Miamin, Mediah, Belga, Semaiah, and Joiarib, Idiah, Selum, Amok, Helkias, Idiah. These were the chief of the priests and of their brethren in the days of Josue. And the Levites, Jeshua, Benui, Kedmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, Mathanias. They and their brethren were over the hymns. And Bekbekiah, and Hene, and their brethren, every one in his office. And Josue beget Joachim, and Joachim beget Eliasib, and Eliasib beget Joiada, and Joiada beget Jonathan, and Jonathan beget Jedoah. And in the days of Joachim, the priests and heads of the families were of Seraiah, Mariah, of Jeremias, Hananiah, of Esdras, Mosolum, and of Amariah, Johanan, of Milico, Jonathan, of Sebaniah, Joseph, of Haram, Edna, of Marioth, Helki, of Adiah, Zechariah, of Genthon, Mosolum, of Abiah, Zechri, of Miamin and Moadiah, Phelti, of Belga, Samua of Semiah, Jonathan, of Joiarib, Mathani, of Jodiah, Azzi, of Selai, Kilai, of Amok, Heber, of Helkias, Hazabiah, of Idiah, Nathaniel. The Levites, the chiefs of the families in the days of Eliasib and Joiada and Johanan and Jadoah, were recorded, and the priests in the reign of Darius the Persian. The sons of Levi, heads of the families, were written in the book of Chronicles, even unto the days of Jonathan the son of Eliasib. Now the chief of the Levites were Hazabiah, Serabiah, and Joshua the son of Kadmiel, and their brethren by their courses, to praise and to give thanks according to the commandment of David the man of God, and to wait equally in order. Mathaniah and Becbechiah, Obadiah and Mosolom, Telmon, Akub were keepers of the gates and of the entrances before the gates. These were in the days of Joachim, the son of Josue, the son of Josedek, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Esdras the priest and scribe. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places to bring them to Jerusalem, and to keep the dedication, and to rejoice with thanksgiving, and with singing, and with cymbals, and psalteries, and harps. And the sons of the singing men were gathered together out of the plain country about Jerusalem, and out of the villages of Nethuphati, and from the house of Galgal, and from the countries of Geba and Asmaveth, for the singing men had built themselves villages round about Jerusalem. And the priests and the Levites purified, and they purified the people, and the gates, and the wall. And I made the princes of Judah go up upon the wall, and I appointed 2 great choirs to give praise. And they went on the right hand upon the wall toward the dunghill gate. And after them went Osias, and half of the princes of Judah, and Azarias, Esdras, and Mosolom, Judas, and Benjamin, and Semaiah, and Jeremias. And of the sons of the priests with trumpets, Zacharias, the son of Jonathan, the son of Semaiah, the son of Mathaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zechar, the son of Asaph, and his brethren, Semaiah and Azareel, Malalai, Galalai, Mai, Nathaniel, and Judas, and Hanani, with the musical instruments of David, the man of God, and Esdras the scribe before them at the fountain gate. And they went up over against them by the stairs of the city of David, at the going up of the wall of the house of David, and to the water gate eastward. And the second choir of them that gave thanks went on the opposite side, and I after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, and upon the tower of the furnaces, even to the broad wall, and above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, and above the fish gate, and the tower of Hananiel, and the tower of Emath, and even to the flock gate, and they stood still in the watch gate. And the 2 choirs of them that gave praise stood still at the house of God, and I and the half of the magistrates with me. And the priests, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Miamin, Micaiah, Elioenai, Zechariah, Hananiah, with trumpets, and Maaseiah, and Semaiah, and Eleazar, and Azzi, and Johanan, and Melchiah, and Elam, and Ezer. And the singers sung loud, and Jezreiah was their overseer. And they sacrificed on that day great sacrifices, and they rejoiced. for God had made them joyful with great joy. Their wives also and their children rejoiced, and the joy of Jerusalem was heard afar off. They appointed also in that day men over the storehouses of the treasure, for the libations, and for the firstfruits, and for the tithes, that the rulers of the city might bring them in by them in honor of thanksgiving, for the priests and Levites. For Judah was joyful in the priests and Levites that assisted. And they kept the watch of their God, and the observance of expiation, and the singing men and the porters according to the commandment of David, and of Solomon his son. For in the days of David and Asaph, from the beginning there were chief singers appointed, to praise with canticles, and give thanks to God. And all Israel in the days of Zerubbabel, and in the days of Nehemiah, gave portions to the singing men and to the porters day by day, and they sanctified the Levites, and the Levites sanctified the sons of Aaron. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And on that day they read in the book of Moses in the hearing of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonites and the Moabites should not come in to the church of God forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and water, and they hired against them Balaam to curse them, and our God turned the curse into blessing. And it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated every stranger from Israel. And over this thing was Eliashib the priest, who was set over the treasury of the house of our God, and was near akin to Tobias. And he made him a great storeroom, where before him they laid up gifts, and frankincense, and vessels, and the tithes of the corn, of the wine, and of the oil, the portions of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and the firstfruits of the priests. But in all this time I was not in Jerusalem, because in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes king of Babylon I went to the king, and after certain days I asked the king. And I came to Jerusalem, and I understood the evil that Eliashib had done for Tobias, to make him a storehouse in the courts of the house of God. And it seemed to me exceeding evil, and I cast forth the vessels of the house of Tobias out of the storehouse. And I commanded, and they cleansed the storehouses, and I brought thither again the vessels of the house of God, the sacrifice and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, and that the Levites and the singing men and they that ministered were fled away every man to his own country. And I pleaded the matter against the magistrates, and said, Why have we forsaken the house of God? And I gathered them together, and I made them to stand in their places. And all Judah brought the tithe of the corn, and the wine, and the oil into the storehouses. And we set over the storehouses Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites Phadiah, and next to them Hanan the son of Zachar, the son of Mathaniah, for they were approved as faithful, and to them were committed the portions of their brethren. Remember me, O my God, for this thing, and wipe not out my kindnesses, which I have done relating to the house of my God and his ceremonies. In those days I saw in Judah some treading the presses on the Sabbath, and carrying sheaves, and lading asses with wine and grapes and figs, and all manner of burthens. and bringing them into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I charged them that they should sell on a day on which it was lawful to sell. Some Tyrians also dwelt there, who brought fish and all manner of wares, and they sold them on the Sabbaths to the children of Judah in Jerusalem. And I rebuked the chief men of Judah, and said to them, What is this evil thing that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? Did not our fathers do these things, and our God brought all this evil upon us and upon this city? And you bring more wrath upon Israel by violating the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem were at rest on the Sabbath day, I spoke, and they shut the gates, and I commanded that they should not open them till after the Sabbath. And I set some of my servants at the gates, that none should bring in burthens on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and they that sold all kinds of wares stayed without Jerusalem once or twice. And I charged them, and I said to them, Why stay you before the wall? If you do so another time, I will lay hands on you. And from that time they came no more on the Sabbath. I spoke also to the Levites that they should be purified, and should come to keep the gates, and to sanctify the Sabbath day. For this also remember me, O my God, and spare me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies. In those days also I saw Jews that married wives, women of Azotus, and of Ammon, and of Moab, and their children spoke half in the speech of Azotus, and could not speak the Jews' language, but they spoke according to the language of this and that people. And I chid them, and laid my curse upon them, and I beat some of them, and shaved off their hair, and made them swear by God that they would not give their daughters to their sons, nor take their daughters for their sons, nor for themselves, saying, Did not Solomon king of Israel sin in this kind of thing? And surely among many nations there was not a king like him, and he was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel, and yet women of other countries brought even him to sin. And shall we also be disobedient, and do all this great evil to transgress against our God, and marry strange women? And one of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliasib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him from me. Remember them, O Lord my God, that defile the priesthood, and the law of priests and Levites. So I separated from them all strangers, and I appointed the courses of the priests and the Levites, every man in his ministry, and for the offering of wood at times appointed, and for the firstfruits. Remember me, O my God, unto good. Amen. End of chapter 13. Tobit, chapters 1 through 14 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Tobias of the tribe and city of Naphtali, which is in the upper parts of Galilee above Naasson, beyond the way that leadeth to the west, having on the right hand the city of Sephet, when he was made captive in the days of Salmanasar, king of the Assyrians, even in his captivity, forsook not the way of truth, but every day gave all he could get to his brethren, his fellow captives, that were of his kindred. And when he was younger than any of the tribe of Naphtali, yet did he no childish thing in his work. Moreover, when all went to the golden calves which Jeroboam, king of Israel, had made, he alone fled the company of all, and went to Jerusalem, to the temple of the Lord, and there adored the Lord God of Israel, offering faithfully all his firstfruits and his tithes, so that in the 3rd year he gave all his tithes to the proselytes and strangers. These and such like things did he observe when but a boy, according to the law of God. But when he was a man, he took to wife Anna of his own tribe, and had a son by her, whom he called after his own name, and from his infancy he taught him to fear God, and to abstain from all sin. And when by the captivity he with his wife and his son and all his tribe was come to the city of Nineveh, when all ate of the meats of the Gentiles, he kept his soul, and never was defiled with their meats. And because he was mindful of the Lord with all his heart, God gave him favor in the sight of Salmanasar the king. And he gave him leave to go whithersoever he would, with liberty to do whatever he had a mind. He therefore went to all that were in captivity, and gave them wholesome admonitions. And when he was come to Ragus, a city of the Medes, and had 10 talents of silver of that with which he had been honored by the king, and when amongst a great multitude of his kindred he saw Gabelus in want, who was one of his tribe, taking a note of his hand, he gave him the aforesaid sum of money. But after a long time, Salmanasar the king being dead, when Sennacherib his son, who reigned in his place, had a hatred for the children of Israel, Tobias daily went among all his kindred, and comforted them, and distributed to every one as he was able out of his goods. He fed the hungry, and gave clothes to the naked, and was careful to bury the dead, and they that were slain. And when King Sennacherib was come back, fleeing from Judea by reason of the slaughter that God had made about him for his blasphemy, and being angry slew many of the children of Israel, Tobias buried their bodies. But when it was told the king, he commanded him to be slain, and took away all his substance. But Tobias, fleeing naked away with his son and with his wife, lay concealed, for many loved him. But after 45 days the king was killed by his own sons. And Tobias returned to his house, and all his substance was restored to him. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. But after this, when there was a festival of the Lord, and a good dinner was prepared in Tobias's house, he said to his son, Go and bring some of our tribe that fear God to feast with us. And when he had gone, returning, he told him that one of the children of Israel lay slain in the street. And he forthwith leaped up from his place at the table, and left his dinner, and came fasting to the body. And taking it up, carried it privately to his house, that after the sun was down he might bury him cautiously. And when he had hid the body, he ate bread with mourning and fear, remembering the word which the Lord spoke by Amos the prophet, Your festival days shall be turned into lamentation and mourning. So when the sun was down, he went and buried him. Now all his neighbors blamed him, saying, once already commandment was given for thee to be slain because of this matter, and thou didst scarce escape the sentence of death, and dost thou again bury the dead? But Tobias, fearing God more than the king, carried off the bodies of them that were slain, and hid them in his house, and at midnight buried them. Now it happened one day that, being wearied with burying, he came to his house, and cast himself down by the wall, and slept. And as he was sleeping, hot dung out of a swallow's nest fell upon his eyes, and he was made blind. Now this trial the Lord therefore permitted to happen to him, that an example might be given to posterity of his patience, as also of holy Job. For whereas he had always feared God from his infancy, and kept his commandments, he repined not against God because the evil of blindness had befallen him, but continued immovable in the fear of God, giving thanks to God all the days of his life. For as the kings insulted over holy Job, so his relations and kinsmen mocked at his life, saying, Where is thy hope, for which thou gavest alms, and buriedst the dead? But Tobias rebuked them, saying, Speak not so, for we are the children of the saints, and look for that life which God will give to those that never change their faith from him. Now Anna, his wife, went daily to weaving work, and she brought home what she could get for their living by the labor of her hands. Whereby it came to pass that she received a young kid, and brought it home. And when her husband heard it bleating, he said, Take heed, lest perhaps it be stolen. Restore ye it to its owners, for it is not lawful for us either to eat or to touch anything that cometh by theft. At these words his wife, being angry, answered, It is evident thy hope is come to nothing, and thy alms now appear. And with these and other such like words she upbraided him. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Then Tobias sighed, and began to pray with tears, saying, Thou art just, O Lord, and all thy judgments are just, and all thy ways mercy, and truth, and judgment. And now, O Lord, think of me, and take not revenge of my sins, neither remember my offenses, nor those of my parents. For we have not obeyed thy commandments. Therefore are we delivered to spoil, and to captivity, and death, and are made a fable, and a reproach to all nations, amongst which thou hast scattered us. And now, O Lord, great are thy judgments, because we have not done according to thy precepts, and have not walked sincerely before thee. And now, O Lord, do with me according to thy will, and command my spirit to be received in peace, for it is better for me to die than to live. Now it happened on the same day that Sarah, daughter of Raguel, in Ragus, a city of the Medes, received a reproach from one of her father's servant maids, because she had been given to 7 husbands, and a devil named Asmodeus had killed them at their first going in unto her. So when she reproved the maid for her fault, she answered her, saying, May we never see son or daughter of thee upon the earth, thou murderer of thy husbands. Wilt thou kill me also, as thou hast already killed 7 husbands? At these words she went into an upper chamber of her house, and for 3 days and 3 nights did neither eat nor drink, but continuing in prayer with tears besought God that he would deliver her from this reproach. And it came to pass on the 3rd day, when she was making an end of her prayer, blessing the Lord, she said, Blessed is thy name, O God of our fathers, who, when thou hast been angry, wilt show mercy, and in the time of tribulation forgivest the sins of them that call upon thee. To thee, O Lord, I turn my face, to thee I direct my eyes. I beg, O Lord, that thou loose me from the bond of this reproach, or else take me away from the earth. Thou knowest, O Lord, that I never coveted a husband, and have kept my soul clean from all lust. Never have I joined myself with them that play, neither have I made myself partaker with them that walk in lightness. But a husband I consented to take, with thy fear, not with my lust. And either I was unworthy of them, or they perhaps were not worthy of me, because perhaps thou hast kept me for another man. For thy counsel is not in man's power, but this every one is sure of that worshippeth thee, that his life, if it be under trial, shall be crowned, and if it be under tribulation, it shall be delivered, and if it be under correction, it shall be allowed to come to thy mercy. For thou art not delighted in our being lost, because after a storm thou makest a calm, and after tears and weeping thou pourest in joyfulness. Be thy name, O God of Israel, blessed forever. At that time the prayers of them both were heard in the sight of the glory of the Most High God, and the holy angel of the Lord, Raphael, was sent to heal them both, whose prayers at one time were rehearsed in the sight of the Lord. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Therefore, when Tobias thought that his prayer was heard, that he might die, he called to him Tobias his son, and said to him, Hear, my son, the words of my mouth, and lay them as a foundation in thy heart. When God shall take my soul, thou shalt bury my body, and thou shalt honor thy mother all the days of her life. For thou must be mindful what and how great perils she suffered for thee in her womb, and when she also shall have ended the time of her life, bury her by me. And all the days of thy life have God in thy mind, and take heed thou never consent to sin, nor transgress the commandments of the Lord our God. Give alms out of thy substance, and turn not away thy face from any poor person, for so it shall come to pass that the face of the Lord shall not be turned from thee. According to thy ability be merciful. If thou have much, give abundantly. If thou have a little, take care even so to bestow willingly a little. For thus thou storest up to thyself a good reward for the day of necessity. For alms deliver from all sin and from death, and will not suffer the soul to go into darkness. Alms shall be a great confidence before the Most High God to all them that give it. Take heed to keep thyself, my son, from all fornication, and beside thy wife never endure to know a crime. Never suffer pride to reign in thy mind or in thy words, for from it all perdition took its beginning. If any man hath done any work for thee, immediately pay him his hire, and let not the wages of thy hired servant stay with thee at all. See thou never do to another what thou wouldst hate to have done to thee by another. Eat thy bread with the hungry and the needy, and with thy garments cover the naked. Lay out thy bread and thy wine upon the burial of a just man, and do not eat and drink thereof with the wicked. Seek counsel always of a wise man. Bless God at all times, and desire of him to direct thy ways, and that all thy counsels may abide in him. I tell thee also, my son, that I lent 10 talents of silver, while thou wast yet a child, to Gabelus in Regis, a city of the Medes, and I have a note of his hand with me. Now therefore inquire how thou mayest go to him, and receive of him the foresaid sum of money, and restore to him the note of his hand. Fear not, my son, we lead indeed a poor life, but we shall have many good things if we fear God, and depart from all sin, and do that which is good. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Then Tobias answered his father, and said, I will do all things, father, which thou hast commanded me. But how I shall get this money I cannot tell. He knoweth me not, and I know not him. What token shall I give him? Nor did I ever know the way which leadeth thither. Then his father answered him, and said, I have a note of his hand with me, which when thou shalt show him, he will presently pay it. But go now and seek thee out some faithful man to go with thee for his hire, that thou mayst receive it while I yet live. Then Tobias, going forth, found a beautiful young man standing girded, and as it were ready to walk. And not knowing that he was an angel of God, he saluted him and said, From whence art thou, good young man? But he answered, Of the children of Israel. And Tobias said to him, Knowest thou the way that leadeth to the country of the Medes? And he answered, I know it, and I have often walked through all the ways thereof, and I have abode with Gabelus our brother, who dwelleth at Regis, a city of the Medes, which is situate in the mount of Ecbatana. And Tobias said to him, Stay for me, I beseech thee, till I tell these same things to my father. Then Tobias, going in, told all these things to his father, upon which his father, being in admiration, desired that he would come in unto him. So going in, he saluted him, and said, Joy be to thee always. And Tobias said, What manner of joy shall be to me who sit in darkness, and see not the light of heaven? And the young man said to him, Be of good courage, thy cure from God is at hand. And Tobias said to him, Canst thou conduct my son to Gabelus at Regis, a city of the Medes? And when thou shalt return, I will pay thee thy hire. And the angel said to him, I will conduct him thither, and bring him back to thee. And Tobias said to him, I pray thee tell me of what family or what tribe art thou? And Raphael the angel answered, Dost thou seek the family of him thou hirest, or the hired servant himself to go with thy son? But lest I should make thee uneasy, I am Azarias, the son of the great Ananias. And Tobias answered, Thou art of a great family, but I pray thee be not angry that I desired to know thy family. And the angel said to him, I will lead thy son safe, and bring him to thee again safe. And Tobias answering said, May you have a good journey, and God be with you in your way, and his angel accompany you. Then all things being ready that were to be carried in their journey, Tobias bade his father and his mother farewell, and they set out both together. And when they were departed, his mother began to weep, and to say, Thou hast taken the staff of our old age, and sent him away from us. I wish the money for which thou hast sent him had never been, for poverty was sufficient for us, that we might account it as riches, that we saw our son. And Tobias said to her, Weep not, our son will arrive thither safe, and will return safe to us, and thy eyes shall see him. For I believe that the good angel of God doth accompany him, and doth order all things well that are done about him, so that he shall return to us with joy. At these words his mother ceased weeping, and held her peace. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And Tobias went forward, and the dog followed him, and he lodged the first night by the river of Tigris. And he went out to wash his feet, and behold, a monstrous fish came up to devour him. And Tobias, being afraid of him, cried out with a loud voice, saying, Sir, he cometh upon me. And the angel said to him, Take him by the gill, and draw him to thee. And when he had done so, he drew him out upon the land, and he began to pant before his feet. Then the angel said to him, Take out the entrails of the fish, and lay up his heart, and his gall, and his liver for thee, for these are necessary for useful medicines. And when he had done so, he roasted the flesh thereof, and they took it with them in the way. The rest they salted as much as might serve them, till they came to Ragus, the city of the Medes. Then Tobias asked the angel, and said to him, I beseech thee, brother Azarias, tell me what remedies are these things good for, which thou hast bid me keep of the fish? And the angel answering said to him, If thou put a little piece of its heart upon coals, the smoke thereof driveth away all kind of devils, either from man or from woman, so that they come no more to them. And the gall is good for anointing the eyes, in which there is a white speck, and they shall be cured. And Tobias said to him, Where wilt thou that we lodge? And the angel answering said, Here is one whose name is Raguel, a near kinsman of thy tribe, and he hath a daughter named Sarah, but he hath no son, nor any other daughter beside her. All his substance is due to thee, and thou must take her to wife. Ask her, therefore, of her father, and he will give her thee to wife. Then Tobias answered and said, I hear that she hath been given to 7 husbands, and they all died. Moreover, I have heard that a devil killed them. Now I am afraid lest the same thing should happen to me also. And whereas I am the only child of my parents, I should bring down their old age with sorrow to hell. Then the angel Raphael said to him, Hear me, and I will show thee who they are over whom the devil can prevail. For they who in such manner receive matrimony as to shut out God from themselves and from their mind, and to give themselves to their lust, as the horse and mule, which have not understanding, over them the devil hath power. But thou, when thou shalt take her, go into the chamber, and for 3 days keep thyself continent from her, and give thyself to nothing else but to prayers with her. And on that night lay the liver of the fish on the fire, and the devil shall be driven away. But the 2nd night thou shalt be admitted into the society of the holy patriarchs. And the 3rd night thou shalt obtain a blessing, that sound children may be born of you. And when the 3rd night is past, thou shalt take the virgin with the fear of the Lord, moved rather for love of children than for lust, that in the seed of Abraham thou mayst obtain a blessing in children. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And they went into Raguel, and Raguel received them with joy. And Raguel, looking upon Tobias, said to Anna his wife, How like is this young man to my cousin? And when he had spoken these words, he said, Whence are ye, young men, our brethren? But they said, We are of the tribe of Naphtali, of the captive of Nineveh. And Raguel said to them, Do you know Tobias, my brother? And they said, We know him. And when he was speaking many good things of him, the angel said to Raguel, Tobias, concerning whom thou inquirest, is this young man's father. And Raguel went to him, and kissed him with tears, and weeping upon his neck said, A blessing be upon thee, my son, because thou art the son of a good and most virtuous man. And Anna his wife and Sarah their daughter wept. And after they had spoken, Raguel commanded a sheep to be killed, and a feast to be prepared. And when he desired them to sit down to dinner, Tobias said, I will not eat nor drink here this day, unless thou first grant me my petition, and promise to give me Sarah thy daughter. Now when Raguel heard this, he was afraid, knowing what had happened to those 7 husbands that went in unto her, and he began to fear lest it might happen to him also in like manner. And as he was in suspense, and gave no answer to his petition, the angel said to him, Be not afraid to give her to this man, for to him who feareth God is thy daughter due to be his wife. Therefore another could not have her. Then Raguel said, I doubt not but God hath regarded my prayers and tears in his sight, and I believe he hath therefore made you come to me, that this maid might be married to one of her own kindred, according to the law of Moses. And now doubt not but I will give her to thee. And taking the right hand of his daughter, he gave it into the right hand of Tobias, saying, The God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob be with you, and may he join you together, and fulfill his blessing in you. And taking paper, they made a writing of the marriage, and afterwards they made merry, blessing God. And Raguel called to him Anna his wife, and bade her prepare another chamber. And she brought Sarah her daughter in thither, and she wept. And she said to her, Be of good cheer, my daughter. The Lord of heaven give thee joy for the trouble thou hast undergone. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And after they had supped, they brought in the young man to her. And Tobias, remembering the angel's word, took out of his bag part of the liver, and laid it upon burning coals. Then the angel Raphael took the devil, and bound him in the desert of Upper Egypt. Then Tobias exhorted the virgin, and said to her, Sarah, arise, and let us pray to God today, and tomorrow, and the next day, because for these 3 nights we are joined to God, and when the 3rd night is over, we will be in our own wedlock. For we are the children of saints, and we must not be joined together like heathens that know not God. So they both arose and prayed earnestly, both together, that health might be given them. And Tobias said, Lord God of our father, may the heavens and the earth and the sea and the fountains and the rivers and all thy creatures that are in them bless thee. Thou madest Adam of the slime of the earth, and gavest him Eve for a helper. And now, Lord, thou knowest that not for fleshly lust do I take my sister to wife, but only for the love of posterity, in which thy name may be blessed for ever and ever. Sarah also said, Have mercy on us, O Lord, have mercy on us, and let us grow old both together in health. And it came to pass about the cock crowing, Raguel ordered his servants to be called for, and they went with him together to dig a grave. For he said, Lest perhaps it may have happened to him in like manner as it did to the other 7 husbands that went in unto her. And when they had prepared the pit, Raguel went back to his wife, and said to her, Send one of thy maids, and let her see if he be dead, that I may bury him before it be day. So she sent one of her maidservants, who went into the chamber, and found them safe and sound, sleeping both together. And returning, she brought the good news, and Raguel and Anna his wife blessed the Lord, and said, We bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because it hath not happened as we suspected. For thou hast shown thy mercy to us, and hast shut out from us the enemy that persecuted us. And thou hast taken pity upon 2 only children. Make them, O Lord, bless thee more fully, and to offer up to thee a sacrifice of thy praise, and of their health, that all nations may know that thou alone art God in all the earth. And immediately Raguel commanded his servants to fill up the pit they had made before it was day. And he spoke to his wife to make ready a feast, and prepare all kind of provisions that are necessary for such as go a journey. He caused also 2 fat kine and 4 wethers to be killed, and a banquet to be prepared for all his neighbors and all his friends. And Raguel adjured Tobias to abide with him 2 weeks. And of all things which Raguel possessed, he gave 1/2 to Tobias, and made him a writing, that the half that remained should after their decease come also to Tobias. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Then Tobias called the angel to him, whom he took to be a man, and said to him, Brother Azarias, I pray thee hearken to my words. If I should give myself to be thy servant, I should not make a worthy return for thy care. However, I beseech thee to take with thee beasts and servants, and go to Gabelis, to Regis, the city of the Medes, and to restore to him his note of hand, and to receive of him the money, and desire him to come to my wedding. For thou knowest that my father numbereth the days, and if I stay 1 day more, his soul will be afflicted. And indeed thou seest how Raguel hath adjured me, whose adjuring I cannot despise. Then Raphael took 4 of Raguel's servants and 2 camels, and went to Regis, the city of the Medes, and finding Gabelis, gave him his note of hand, and received of him all the money. And he told him concerning Tobias, the son of Tobias, all that had been done, and made him come with him to the wedding. And when he was come into Raguel's house, he found Tobias sitting at the table, and he leaped up, and they kissed each other, and Gabelis wept and blessed God, and said, The God of Israel bless thee, because thou art the son of a very good and just man, and that feareth God, and doth alms deeds. And may a blessing come upon thy wife, and upon your parents. And may you see your children and your children's children unto the 3rd and 4th generation. And may your seed be blessed by the God of Israel, who reigneth for ever and ever. And when all had said Amen, they went to the feast. But the marriage feast they celebrated also with the fear of the Lord. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. But as Tobias made longer stay upon occasion of the marriage, Tobias his father was solicitous, saying, Why thinkest thou, doth my son tarry, or why is he detained there? Is Gabelis dead, thinkest thou, and no man will pay him the money? And he began to be exceeding sad, both he and Anna his wife with him. And they began both to weep together, because their son did not return to them on the day appointed. But his mother wept, and was quite disconsolate, and said, Woe, woe is me, my son! Why did we send thee to go to a strange country, the light of our eyes, the staff of our old age, the comfort of our life, the hope of our posterity? We, having all things together in thee alone, ought not to have let thee go from us. And Tobias said to her, Hold thy peace, and be not troubled. Our son is safe. That man with whom we sent him is very trusty. But she could by no means be comforted, but daily running out, looked round about, and went into all the ways by which there seemed any hope he might return, that she might, if possible, see him coming afar off. But Raguel said to his son-in-law, Stay here, and I will send a messenger to Tobias thy father, that thou art in health. And Tobias said to him, I know that my father and mother now count the days, and their spirit is grievously afflicted within them. And when Raguel had pressed Tobias with many words, and he by no means would hearken to him, he delivered Sarah unto him, and half of all his substance, in men servants and women servants, in cattle, in camels, and in kine, and in much money, and sent him away safe and joyful from him, saying, The holy angel of the Lord be with you in your journey, and bring you through safe, and that you may find all things well about your parents, and my eyes see your children before I die. And the parents, taking their daughter, kissed her, and let her go, admonishing her to honor her father and mother-in-law, to love her husband, to take care of the family, to govern the house, and to behave herself irreprehensibly. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And as they were returning, they came to Charan, which is in the midway to Nineveh, the 11th day. And the angel said, Brother Tobias, thou knowest how thou didst leave thy father. If it please thee, therefore, let us go before, and let the family follow softly after us, together with thy wife, and with the beasts. And as this their going pleased him, Raphael said to Tobias, Take with thee of the gall of the fish, for it will be necessary. So Tobias took some of that gall, and departed. But Anna sat beside the way daily, on the top of a hill, from whence she might see afar off. And while she watched his coming from that place, she saw him afar off, and presently perceived it was her son coming, and returning she told her husband, saying, Behold, thy son cometh. And Raphael said to Tobias, As soon as thou shalt come into thy house, forthwith adore the Lord thy God, and giving thanks to him, go to thy father and kiss him, and immediately anoint his eyes with this gall of the fish, which thou carriest with thee. For be assured that his eyes shall be presently opened, and thy father shall see the light of heaven, and shall rejoice in the sight of thee. Then the dog, which had been with them in the way, ran before, and coming as if he had brought the news, showed his joy by his fawning and wagging his tail. And his father that was blind, rising up, began to run, stumbling with his feet, and giving a servant his hand, went to meet his son, and receiving him kissed him, as did also his wife, and they began to weep for joy. And when they had adored God and given him thanks, they sat down together. Then Tobias, taking of the gall of the fish, anointed his father's eyes. And he stayed about half an hour, and a white skin began to come out of his eyes, like the skin of an egg. And Tobias took hold of it, and drew it from his eyes, and immediately he recovered his sight. And they glorified God, both he and his wife, and all that knew them. And Tobias said, I bless thee, O Lord God of Israel, because thou hast chastised me, and thou hast saved me. And behold, I see Tobias my son. And after 7 days, Sarah, his son's wife, and all the family arrived safe, and the cattle and the camels, and an abundance of money of his wife's, and that money also which he had received of Gabelis. And he told his parents all the benefits of God which he had done to him by the man that conducted him. And Achior and Nabath the kinsman of Tobias came, rejoicing for Tobias, and congratulating with him for all the good things that God had done for him. And for 7 days they feasted and rejoiced, all with great joy. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Then Tobias called to him his son, and said to him, What can we give to this holy man that is come with thee? Tobias answering said to his father, Father, what wages shall we give him, or what can be worthy of his benefits? He conducted me and brought me safe again. He received the money of Gabelis. He caused me to have my wife, and he chased from her the evil spirit. He gave joy to her parents. Myself he delivered from being devoured by the fish. Thee also he hath made to see the light of heaven, and we are filled with all good things through him. What can we give him sufficient for these things? But I beseech thee, my father, to desire him that he would vouchsafe to accept 1/2 of all things that have been brought. So the father and the son, calling him, took him aside, and began to desire him that he would vouchsafe to accept of 1/2 of all things that they had brought. Then he said to them secretly, Bless ye the God of heaven, give glory to him in the sight of all that live, because he hath shown his mercy to you. For it is good to hide the secret of a king, but honorable to reveal and confess the works of God. Prayer is good with fasting, and alms more than to lay up treasures of gold. For alms delivereth from death, and the same is that which purgeth away sins, and maketh to find mercy and life everlasting. But they that commit sin and iniquity are enemies to their own soul. I discover then the truth unto you, and I will not hide the secret from you. When thou didst pray with tears, and didst bury the dead, and didst leave thy dinner, and hide the dead by day in thy house, and bury them by night, I offered thy prayer to the Lord. And because thou wast acceptable to God, it was necessary that temptation should prove thee. And now the Lord hath sent me to heal thee, and to deliver Sarah thy son's wife from the devil. For I am the angel Raphael, one of the 7 who stand before the Lord. And when they had heard these things, they were troubled, and being seized with fear, they fell upon the ground on their face. And the angel said to them, Peace be to you, fear not, for when I was with you, I was there by the will of God. Bless ye him, and sing praises to him. I seemed indeed to eat and to drink with you, but I use an invisible meat and drink, which cannot be seen by men. It is time, therefore, that I return to him that sent me. But bless ye God, and publish all his wonderful works. And when he had said these things, he was taken from their sight, and they could see him no more. Then they, lying prostrate for 3 hours upon their face, blessed God, and rising up they told all his wonderful works. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And Tobias the elder, opening his mouth, blessed the Lord, and said, Thou art great, O Lord, forever, and thy kingdom is unto all ages. For thou scourgest, and thou savest, thou leadest down to hell, and bringest up again, and there is none that can escape thy hand. Give glory to the Lord, ye children of Israel, and praise him in the sight of the Gentiles. Because he hath therefore scattered you among the Gentiles, who know not him, that you may declare his wonderful works, and make them know that there is no other Almighty God besides him. He hath chastised us for our iniquities, and he will save us for his own mercy. See then what he hath done with us, and with fear and trembling give ye glory to him, and extol the eternal King of worlds in your works. As for me, I will praise him in the land of my captivity, because he hath shown his majesty toward a sinful nation. Be converted, therefore, ye sinners, and do justice before God, believing that he will show his mercy to you. And I and my soul will rejoice in him. Bless ye the Lord, all his elect. Keep days of joy, and give glory to him. Jerusalem, city of God, the Lord hath chastised thee for the works of thy hands. Give glory to the Lord for thy good things, and bless the God eternal, that he may rebuild his tabernacle in thee, and may call back all the captives to thee, and thou mayst rejoice for ever and ever. Thou shalt shine with a glorious light, and all the ends of the earth shall worship thee. Nations from afar shall come to thee, and shall bring gifts, and shall adore the Lord in thee, and shall esteem thy land as holy. For they shall call upon the great name in thee. They shall be cursed that shall despise thee, and they shall be condemned that shall blaspheme thee, and blessed shall they be that shall build thee up. But thou shalt rejoice in thy children, because they shall all be blessed, and shall be gathered together to the Lord. Blessed are all they that love thee, and that rejoice in thy peace. My soul, bless thou the Lord, because the Lord our God hath delivered Jerusalem his city from all her troubles. Happy shall I be, if there shall remain of my seed, to see the glory of Jerusalem. The gates of Jerusalem shall be built of sapphire and of emerald, and all the walls thereof round about of precious stones. All its streets shall be paved with white and clean stones, and Alleluia shall be sung in its streets. Blessed be the Lord who hath exalted it, and may he reign over it for ever and ever. Amen. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. And the words of Tobias were ended. And after Tobias was restored to his sight, he lived 42 years, and saw the children of his grandchildren. And after he had lived 102 years, he was buried honorably in Nineveh. For he was 56 years old when he lost the sight of his eyes, and 60 when he recovered it again. And the rest of his life was in joy, and with great increase of the fear of God he departed in peace. And at the hour of his death he called unto him his son Tobias and his children, 7 young men, his grandsons, and said to them, The destruction of Nineveh is at hand, for the word of the Lord must be fulfilled, and our brethren that are scattered abroad from the land of Israel shall return to it. And all the land thereof that is desert shall be filled with people, and the house of God which is burnt in it shall again be rebuilt, and all that fear God shall return thither. And the Gentiles shall leave their idols, and shall come into Jerusalem, and shall dwell in it. And all the kings of the earth shall rejoice in it, adoring the King of Israel. Hearken therefore, my children, to your father. Serve the Lord in truth, and seek to do the things that please him. And command your children that they do justice and alms deeds, and that they be mindful of God, and bless him at all times in truth and with all their power. And now, children, hear me, and do not stay here, but as soon as you shall bury your mother by me in one sepulchre, without delay direct your steps to depart hence. For I see that its iniquity will bring it to destruction. And it came to pass that after the death of his mother, Tobias departed out of Nineveh with his wife and children and children's children, and returned to his father and mother-in-law. And he found them in health in a good old age, and he took care of them, and he closed their eyes. And all the inheritance of Reguel's house came to him. And he saw his children's children to the 5th generation. And after he had lived 99 years in the fear of the Lord, with joy they buried him. And all his kindred and all his generation continued in good life and in holy conversation, so that they were acceptable both to God and to men, and to all that dwelt in the land. End of chapter 14. Judith, chapters 1 through 16 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now Arphaxad, king of the Medes, had brought many nations under his dominions, and he built a very strong city, which he called Ecbatana, of stones squared and hewed. He made the walls thereof 70 cubits broad, and 30 cubits high, and the towers thereof he made 100 cubits high. But on the square of them each side was extended the space of 20 feet. And he made the gates thereof according to the height of the towers. And he gloried as a mighty one in the force of his army, and in the glory of his chariots. Now in the 12th year of his reign, Nabuchodonosor, king of the Assyrians, who reigned in Nineveh the great city, fought against Arphaxad, and overcame him in the great plain which is called Regua, about the Euphrates and the Tigris, and the Jadason, in the plain of Arioch, the king of the Lycians. Then was the kingdom of Nabuchodonosor exalted, and his heart was elevated. And he sent to all that dwelt in Cilicia, and Damascus, and Libanus, and to the nations that are in Carmelis, and Kedar, and to the inhabitants of Galilee in the great plain of Esdraelon, and to all that were in Samaria, and beyond the river Jordan, even to Jerusalem, and all the land of Jesse, till you come to the borders of Ethiopia. To all these Nabuchodonosor, king of the Assyrians, sent messengers. But they all with one mind refused, and sent them back empty, and rejected them without honor. Then King Nabuchodonosor, being angry against all that land, swore by his throne and kingdom that he would revenge himself of all those countries. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. In the 13th year of the reign of Nabuchodonosor, the 22nd day of the 1st month, the word was given out in the house of Nabuchodonosor, king of the Assyrians, that he would revenge himself. And he called all the ancients and all the governors and his officers of war, and communicated to them the secret of his counsel. And he said that his thoughts were to bring all the earth under his empire. And when this saying pleased them all, Nebuchadnezzar the king called Holofernes, the general of his armies, and said to him, Go out against all the kingdoms of the west, and against them especially that despised my commandment. Thy eye shall not spare any kingdom, and all the strong cities thou shalt bring under my yoke. Then Holofernes called the captains and officers of the power of the Assyrians. And he mustered men for the expedition, as the king commanded him, 120,000 fighting men on foot, and 12,000 archers, horsemen. And he made all his warlike preparations to go before with a multitude of innumerable camels, with all provisions sufficient for the armies in abundance, and herds of oxen and flocks of sheep without number. He appointed corn to be prepared out of all Syria in his passage, but gold and silver he took out of the king's house in great abundance. And he went forth, he and all the army, with the chariots and horsemen and archers, who covered the face of the earth like locusts. And when he had passed through the borders of the Assyrians, he came to the great mountains of Angi, which are on the left of Cilicia, and he went up to all their castles, and took all the strong places. And he took by assault the renowned city of Melothus, and pillaged all the children of Tharsis, and the children of Ismael, who were over against the face of the desert, and on the south of the land of Chilon. And he passed over the Euphrates, and came into Mesopotamia, and he forced all the stately cities that were there, from the torrent of Mamre till one comes to the sea. And he took the borders thereof from Cilicia to the coasts of Japheth, which are towards the south. And he carried away all the children of Madian, and stripped them of all their riches, and all that resisted him he slew with the edge of the sword. And after these things he went down into the plains of Damascus in the days of the harvest, and he set all the corn on fire, and he caused all the trees and vineyards to be cut down, and the fear of them fell upon all the inhabitants of the land. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Then the kings and the princes of all the cities and provinces of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Syria Sobal, and Libya, and Cilicia sent their ambassadors, who, coming to Holofernes, said, Let thy indignation towards us cease, for it is better for us to live and serve Nebuchadnezzar the great king, and be subject to thee, than to die and to perish, or suffer the miseries of slavery. All our cities and our possessions, all mountains and hills and fields, and herds of oxen and flocks of sheep and goats and horses and camels, and all our goods and families are in thy sight. Let all we have be subject to thy law. Both we and our children are thy servants. Come to us a peaceable Lord, and use our service as it shall please thee. Then he came down from the mountains with horsemen in great power, and made himself master of every city, and all the inhabitants of the land. And from all the cities he took auxiliaries, valiant men, and chosen for war. And so great a fear lay upon all those provinces, that the inhabitants of all the cities, both princes and nobles, as well as the people, went out to meet him at his coming, and received him with garlands, and lights, and dances, and timbrels, and flutes. And though they did these things, they could not for all that mitigate the fierceness of his heart. For he both destroyed their cities and cut down their groves. For Nebuchadnezzar the king had commanded him to destroy all the gods of the earth, that he only might be called God by those nations which could be brought under him by the power of Holofernes. And when he had passed through all Syria Sobal, and all Apamea, and all Mesopotamia, he came to the Idumeans into the land of Gibeah, and he took possession of their cities, and stayed there for 30 days, in which days he commanded all the troops of his army to be united. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Then the children of Israel, who dwelt in the land of Judah, hearing these things, were exceedingly afraid of him. Dread and horror seized upon their minds, lest he should do the same to Jerusalem and to the temple of the Lord that he had done to other cities and their temples. And they sent into all Samaria round about, as far as Jericho, and seized upon all the tops of the mountains, and they compassed their towns with walls, and gathered together corn for provision for war. And Eliakim the priest wrote to all that were over against Esdraelon, which faceth the great plain near Dothan, and to all by whom there might be a passage of way, that they should take possession of the ascents of the mountains, by which there might be any way to Jerusalem, and should keep watch where the way was narrow between the mountains. And the children of Israel did as the priest of the Lord Eliakim had appointed them, and all the people cried to the Lord with great earnestness, and they humbled their souls in fastings and prayers, both they and their wives. And the priests put on haircloths, and they caused the little children to lie prostrate before the temple of the Lord, and the altar of the Lord they covered with haircloth. And they cried to the Lord the God of Israel with one accord, that their children might not be made a prey, and their wives carried off, and their cities destroyed, and their holy things profaned, and that they might not be made a reproach to the Gentiles. Then Eliakim the high priest of the Lord went about all Israel, and spoke to them, saying, Know ye that the Lord will hear your prayers, if you continue with perseverance in fastings and prayers in the sight of the Lord. Remember Moses the servant of the Lord, who overcame Amalek, that trusted in his own strength, and in his power, and in his army, and in his shields, and in his chariots, and in his horsemen, not by fighting with the sword, but by holy prayers. So shall all the enemies of Israel be, if you persevere in this work which you have begun. So they, being moved by this exhortation of his, prayed to the Lord, and continued in the sight of the Lord, so that even they who offered the holocausts to the Lord offered the sacrifices to the Lord girded with haircloths, and with ashes upon their head. And they all begged of God with all their heart, that he would visit his people Israel. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. And it was told Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, that the children of Israel prepared themselves to resist, and had shut up the ways of the mountains. And he was transported with exceeding great fury and indignation, and he called all the princes of Moab, and the leaders of Ammon. And he said to them, Tell me, what is this people that besetteth the mountains? Or what are their cities, and of what sort, and how great? Also, what is their power? Or what is their multitude? Or who is the king over their warfare? And why they, above all that dwell in the east, have despised us, and have not come out to meet us, that they might receive us with peace? Then Achior, captain of all the children of Ammon, answering, said, If thou vouchsafe, my lord, to hear, I will tell the truth in thy sight concerning this people that dwelleth in the mountains, and there shall not a false word come out of my mouth. This people is of the offspring of the Chaldeans. They dwelt first in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, who were in the land of the Chaldeans. Wherefore, forsaking the ceremonies of their fathers, which consisted in the worship of many gods, they worshipped one God of heaven, who also commanded them to depart from thence, and to dwell in Charan. And when there was a famine over all the land, they went down into Egypt, and there for 400 years were so multiplied, that the army of them could not be numbered. And when the king of Egypt oppressed them, and made slaves of them to labor in clay and brick in the building of his cities, they cried to their Lord, and he struck the whole land of Egypt with divers plagues. And when the Egyptians had cast them out from them, and the plague had ceased from them, and they had a mind to take them again, and bring them back to their service, the God of heaven opened the sea to them in their flight, so that the waters were made to stand firm as a wall on either side, and they walked through the bottom of the sea, and passed it dry foot. And when an innumerable army of the Egyptians pursued after them in that place, they were so overwhelmed with the waters, that there was not one left to tell what had happened to posterity. And after they came out of the Red Sea, they abode in the deserts of Mount Sinai, in which never man could dwell, or son of man rested. There bitter fountains were made sweet for them to drink, and for 40 years they received food from heaven. Wheresoever they went in without bow and arrow, and without shield and sword, their God fought for them and overcame. And there was no one that triumphed over this people, but when they departed from the worship of the Lord their God. But as often as beside their own God they worshipped any other, they were given to spoil, and to the sword, and to reproach. And as often as they were penitent for having revolted from the worship of their God, the God of heaven gave them power to resist. So they overthrew the king of the Canaanites, and of the Jebusites, and of the Perizzites, and of the Hittites, and of the Hivites, and of the Amorites, and all the mighty ones in Heshbon, and they possessed their lands and their cities. And as long as they sinned not in the sight of their God, it was well with them, for their God hateth iniquity. And even some years ago, when they had revolted from the way which God had given them to walk therein, they were destroyed in battles by many nations, and very many of them were led away captive into a strange land. But of late, returning to the Lord their God from the different places wherein they were scattered, they are come together, and are gone up into all these mountains, and possess Jerusalem again, where their holies are. Now therefore, my Lord, search if there be any iniquity of theirs in the sight of their God. Let us go up to them, because their God will surely deliver them to thee, and they shall be brought under the yoke of thy power. But if there be no offense of this people in the sight of their God, we cannot resist them, because their God will defend them, and we shall be a reproach to the whole earth. And it came to pass, when Achior had ceased to speak these words, all the great men of Holofernes were angry, and they had a mind to kill him, saying to each other, Who is this that saith the children of Israel can resist King Nebuchadnezzar and his armies, men unarmed and without force, and without skill in the art of war. That Achior therefore may know that he deceiveth us, let us go up into the mountains. And when the bravest of them shall be taken, then shall he with them be stabbed with the sword. That every nation may know that Nabuchodonosor is God of the earth, and besides him there is no other. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when they had left off speaking, that Holofernes, being in a violent passion, said to Achior, Because thou hast prophesied unto us, saying, that the nation of Israel is defended by their God, to show thee that there is no God but Nabuchodonosor, when we shall slay them all as one man, then thou also shalt die with them by the sword of the Assyrians, and all Israel shall perish with thee. And thou shalt find that Nabuchodonosor is Lord of the whole earth, and then the sword of my soldiers shall pass through thy sides, and thou shalt be stabbed, and fall among the wounded of Israel, and thou shalt breathe no more till thou be destroyed with them. But if thou think thy prophecy true, let not thy countenance sink, and let the paleness that is in thy face depart from thee, if thou imaginest these my words cannot be accomplished, and that thou mayst know that thou shalt experience these things together with them. Behold, from this hour thou shalt be associated to their people, that when they shall receive the punishment they deserve from my sword, thou mayst fall under the same vengeance. Then Holofernes commanded his servants to take Achior, and to lead him to Bethulia, and to deliver him into the hands of the children of Israel. And the servants of Holofernes, taking him, went through the plains. But when they came near the mountains, the slingers came out against them. Then, turning out of the way by the side of the mountain, they tied Achior to a tree hand and foot, and so left him bound with ropes, and returned to their master. And the children of Israel, coming down from Bethulia, came to him, and loosing him, they brought him to Bethulia, and setting him in the midst of the people, asked him what was the matter, that the Assyrians had left him bound. In those days the rulers there were Ozias the son of Micah of the tribe of Simeon, and Carmi, called also Gothoniel. And Achior related in the midst of the ancients and in the presence of all the people all that he had said, being asked by Holofernes, and how the people of Holofernes would have killed him for this word, and how Holofernes himself, being angry, had commanded him to be delivered for this cause to the Israelites, that when he should overcome the children of Israel, then he might command Achior also himself to be put to death by divers torments, for having said, the God of heaven is their defender. And when Achior had declared all these things, all the people fell upon their faces, adoring the Lord, and all of them together, mourning and weeping, poured out their prayers with one accord to the Lord, saying, O Lord God of heaven and earth, behold their pride, and look on our low condition, and have regard to the face of thy saints, and show that thou forsakest not them that trust on thee, and that thou humblest them that presume of themselves, and glory in their own strength. So when their weeping was ended, and the people's prayer, in which they continued all the day, was concluded, they comforted Achior, saying, The God of our fathers, whose power thou hast set forth, will make this return to thee, that thou rather shalt see their destruction. And when the Lord our God shall give this liberty to his servants, let God be with thee also in the midst of us, that as it shall please thee, so thou with all thine mayst converse with us. Then Ozias, after the assembly was broken up, received him into his house, and made him a great supper. And all the ancients were invited, and they refreshed themselves together after their fast was over. And afterwards all the people were called together, and they prayed all the night long within the church, desiring help of the God of Israel. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. But Holofernes on the next day gave orders to his army to go up against Bethulia. Now there were in his troops 120,000 footmen, and 22,000 horsemen, besides the preparations of those men who had been taken, and who had been brought away out of the provinces and cities of all the youth. All these prepared themselves together to fight against the children of Israel. And they came by the hillside to the top which looketh toward Dothian, from the place which is called Belma, unto Kelmon, which is over against Esdraelon. But the children of Israel, when they saw the multitude of them, prostrated themselves upon the ground, putting ashes upon their heads, praying with one accord, that the God of Israel would show his mercy upon his people. And taking their arms of war, they posted themselves at the places which by a narrow pathway led directly between the mountains, and they guarded them all day and night. Now Holofernes, in going round about, found that the fountains which supplied them with water ran through an aqueduct without the city on the south side, and he commanded their aqueduct to be cut off. Nevertheless, there were springs not far from the walls, out of which they were seen secretly to draw water, to refresh themselves a little rather than to drink their fill. But the children of Ammon and Moab came to Holofernes, saying, The children of Israel trust not in their spears nor in their arrows, but the mountains are their defense, and the steep hires and precipices guard them. Wherefore, that thou mayst overcome them without joining battle, set guards at the springs, that they may not draw water out of them, and thou shalt destroy them without sword, or at least, being wearied out, they will yield up their city, which they suppose, because it is situate in the mountains, to be impregnable. And these words pleased Holofernes and his officers, and he placed all round about 100 men at every spring. And when they had kept this watch for full 20 days, the cisterns and the reserve of waters failed among all the inhabitants of Bethulia, so that there was not within the city enough to satisfy them, no, not for 1 day, for water was daily given out to the people by measure. Then all the men and women, young men and children, gathering themselves together to Ozias, all together with one voice, said, God be judge between us and thee, for thou hast done evil against us, in that thou wouldst not speak peaceably with the Assyrians, and for this cause God hath sold us into their hands. And therefore there is no one to help us, while we are cast down before their eyes in thirst and sad destruction. And now assemble ye all that are in the city, that we may of our own accord yield ourselves all up to the people of Holofernes. For it is better that being captives we should live and bless the Lord, than that we should die, and be a reproach to all flesh, after we have seen our wives and our infants die before our eyes. We call to witness this day heaven and earth, and the God of our fathers, who taketh vengeance upon us according to our sins, conjuring you to deliver now the city into the hand of the army of Holofernes, that our end may be short by the edge of the sword, which is made longer by the drought of thirst. And when they had said these things, there was great weeping and lamentation of all in the assembly, and for many hours with one voice they cried to God, saying, We have sinned with our fathers, we have done unjustly, we have committed iniquity. Have thou mercy on us, because thou art good, or punish our iniquities by chastising us thyself, and deliver not them that trust in thee to a people that knoweth not thee, that they may not say among the Gentiles, Where is their God? And when being wearied with these cries, and tired with these weepings, they held their peace. Ozias, rising up all in tears, said, Be of good courage, my brethren, and let us wait these 5 days for mercy from the Lord. For perhaps he will put a stop to his indignation, and will give glory to his own name. But if after 5 days be past, there come no aid, we will do the things which you have spoken. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Now it came to pass, when Judith, a widow, had heard these words, who was the daughter of Merari, the son of Idox, the son of Joseph, the son of Ozias, the son of Eli, the son of Jamnor, the son of Gideon, the son of Rephaim, the son of Achitob, the son of Melahias, the son of Enan, the son of Nathanias, the son of Salathiel, the son of Simeon, the son of Reuben, and her husband was Manasseh, who died in the time of the barley harvest. For he was standing over them that bound sheaves in the field, and the heat came upon his head, and he died in Bethulia his own city, and was buried there with his fathers. And Judith his relict was a widow now 3 years and 6 months. And she made herself a private chamber in the upper part of her house, in which she abode shut up with her maids. And she wore haircloth upon her loins, and fasted all the days of her life, except the Sabbaths, and new moons, and the feasts of the house of Israel. And she was exceedingly beautiful, and her husband left her great riches, and very many servants, and large possessions of herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep. And she was greatly renowned among all, because she feared the Lord very much, neither was there any one that spoke an ill word of her. When therefore she had heard that Ozias had promised that he would deliver up the city after the 5th day, she sent to the ancients, Cabri and Carmi. And they came to her, and she said to them, What is this word by which Ozias hath consented to give up the city to the Assyrians, if within 5 days there come no aid to us? And who are you that tempt the Lord? This is not a word that may draw down mercy, but rather that may stir up wrath, and enkindle indignation. You have set a time for the mercy of the Lord, and you have appointed him a day according to your pleasure. But forasmuch as the Lord is patient, let us be penitent for this same thing, and with many tears let us beg his pardon. For God will not threaten like man, nor be inflamed to anger like the Son of Man. And therefore let us humble our souls before him, and continuing in an humble spirit in his service. Let us ask the Lord with tears, that according to his will, so he would show his mercy to us, that as our heart is troubled by their pride, so also we may glorify in our humility. For we have not followed the sins of our fathers, who forsook their God and worshipped strange gods, for which crime they were given up to their enemies, to the sword, and to pillage, and to confusion. But we know no other God but him. Let us humbly wait for his consolation, and the Lord our God will require our blood of the afflictions of our enemies, and he will humble all the nations that shall rise up against us, and bring them to disgrace. And now, brethren, as you are the ancients among the people of God, and their very soul resteth upon you, comfort their hearts by your speech, that they may be mindful how our fathers were tempted, that they might be proved whether they worshipped their God truly. They must remember how our father Abraham was tempted, and being proved by many tribulations, was made the friend of God. So Isaac, so Jacob, so Moses, and all that have pleased God, passed through many tribulations, remaining faithful. But they that did not receive the trials with the fear of the Lord, but uttered their impatience, and the reproach of their murmuring against the Lord, were destroyed by the destroyer, and perished by serpents. As for us, therefore, let us not revenge ourselves for these things which we suffer, but esteeming these very punishments to be less than our sins deserve, let us believe that these scourges of the Lord, with which like servants we are chastised, have happened for our amendment, and not for our destruction. And Ozias and the ancients said to her, All things which thou hast spoken are true, and there is nothing to be reprehended in thy words. Now therefore pray for us, for thou art a holy woman, and one fearing God. And Judith said to them, As you know that what I have been able to say is of God, so that which I intend to do prove ye if it be of God, and pray that God may strengthen my design. You shall stand at the gate this night, and I will go out with my maidservant, and pray ye that, as you have said, in 5 days the Lord may look down upon his people Israel. But I desire that you search not into what I am doing, and till I bring you word, let nothing else be done but to pray for me to the Lord our God. And Ozias the prince of Judah said to her, Go in peace, and the Lord be with thee to take revenge of our enemies. So returning, they departed. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And when they were gone, Judith went into her oratory, and putting on haircloth laid ashes on her head, and falling down prostrate before the Lord, she cried to the Lord, saying, O Lord God of my father Simeon, who gavest him a sword to execute vengeance against strangers, who had defiled by their uncleanness, and uncovered the virgin unto confusion, and who gavest their wives to be made a prey, and their daughters into captivity, and all their spoils to be divided to thy servants, who were zealous with thy zeal. Assist, I beseech thee, O Lord God, me a widow. For thou hast done the things of old, and hast devised one thing after another, and what thou hast designed hath been done. For all thy ways are prepared, and in thy providence thou hast placed thy judgments. Look upon the camp of the Assyrians now, as thou wast pleased to look upon the camp of the Egyptians, when they pursued armed after thy servants, trusting in their chariots, and in their horsemen, and in a multitude of warriors. But thou lookedst over their camp, and darkness wearied them. The deep held their feet, and the waters overwhelmed them. So may it be with these also, O Lord, who trust in their multitude, and in their chariots, and in their pikes, and in their shields, and in their arrows, and glory in their spears, and know not that thou art our God, who destroyest wars from the beginning, and the Lord is thy name. Lift up thy arm as from the beginning, and crush their power with thy power. Let their power fall in their wrath, who promise themselves to violate thy sanctuary, and defile the dwelling place of thy name, and to beat down with their sword the horn of thy altar. Bring to pass, O Lord, that his pride may be cut off with his own sword. Let him be caught in the net of his own eyes in my regard, and do thou strike him by the graces of the words of my lips. Give me constancy in my mind, that I may despise him, and fortitude that I may overthrow him. For this will be a glorious monument for thy name, when he shall fall by the hand of a woman. For thy power, O Lord, is not in a multitude, nor is thy pleasure in the strength of horses, nor from the beginning have the proud been acceptable to thee. But the prayer of the humble and the meek hath always pleased thee. O God of the heavens, creator of the waters, and Lord of the whole creation, hear me, a poor wretch, making supplication to thee, and presuming of thy mercy. Remember, O Lord, thy covenant, and put thou words in my mouth, and strengthen the resolution in my heart, that thy house may continue in thy holiness, and all nations may acknowledge that thou art God, and there is no other besides thee. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. And it came to pass, when she had ceased to cry to the Lord, that she rose from the place wherein she lay prostrate before the Lord. And she called her maid, and going down into her house, she took off her haircloth, and put away the garments of her widowhood. And she washed her body, and anointed herself with the best ointment, and plaited the hair of her head, and put a bonnet upon her head, and clothed herself with the garments of her gladness, and put sandals on her feet, and took her bracelets, and lilies, and earlets, and rings, and adorned herself with all her ornaments. And the Lord also gave her more beauty, because all this dressing up did not proceed from sensuality, but from virtue. And therefore the Lord increased this her beauty, so that she appeared to all men's eyes incomparably lovely. And she gave to her maid a bottle of wine to carry, and a vessel of oil, and parched corn, and dry figs, and bread and cheese, and went out. And when they came to the gate of the city, they found Ozias and the ancients of the city waiting. And when they saw her, they were astonished, and admired her beauty exceedingly. But they asked her no question, only they let her pass, saying, The God of our fathers give thee grace, and may he strengthen all the counsel of thy heart with his power, that Jerusalem may glory in thee, and thy name may be in the number of the holy and just. And they that were there said, all with one voice, So be it, so be it. But Judith, praying to the Lord, passed through the gates, she and her maid. And it came to pass, when she went down the hill, about break of day, that the watchmen of the Assyrians met her, and stopped her, saying, Whence comest thou? Or whither goest thou? And she answered, I am a daughter of the Hebrews, and I am fled from them, because I knew they would be made a prey to you, because they despised you, and would not of their own accord yield themselves, that they might find mercy in your sight. For this reason I thought with myself, saying, I will go to the presence of the prince Holofernes, that I may tell him their secrets, and show him by what way he may take them, without the loss of one man of his army. And when the men had heard her words, they beheld her face, and their eyes were amazed, for they wondered exceedingly at her beauty. And they said to her, Thou hast saved thy life by taking this resolution to come down to our Lord. And be assured of this, that when thou shalt stand before him, he will treat thee well, and thou wilt be most acceptable to his heart. And they brought her to the tent of Holofernes, telling him of her. And when she was come into his presence, forthwith Holofernes was caught by his eyes. And his officers said to him, Who can despise the people of the Hebrews, who have such beautiful women, that we should not think it worth our while, for their sakes, to fight against them? And Judith, seeing Holofernes sitting under a canopy, which was woven of purple and gold, with emeralds and precious stones, after she had looked on his face, bowed down to him, prostrating herself to the ground. And the servants of Holofernes lifted her up by the command of their master. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Then Holofernes said to her, Be of good comfort, and fear not in thy heart, for I have never hurt a man that was willing to serve Nabuchodonosor the king. And if thy people had not despised me, I would never have lifted up my spear against them. But now tell me, for what cause hast thou left them, and why it hath pleased thee to come to us? And Judith said to him, Receive the words of thy handmaid, for if thou wilt follow the words of thy handmaid, the Lord will do with thee a perfect thing. For as Nabuchodonosor the king of the earth liveth, and his power liveth which is in thee for chastising of all straying souls, not only men serve him through thee, but also the beasts of the field obey him. For the industry of thy mind is spoken of among all nations, and it is told through the whole world, that thou only art excellent and mighty in all his kingdom, and thy discipline is cried up in all provinces. It is known also what Achior said, nor are we ignorant of what thou hast commanded to be done to him. For it is certain that our God is so offended with sins, that he hath sent word by his prophets to the people, that he will deliver them up for their sins. And because the children of Israel know they have offended their God, thy dread is upon them. Moreover also a famine hath come upon them, and for drought of water they are already to be counted among the dead. And they have a design even to kill their cattle, and to drink the blood of them. And the consecrated things of the Lord their God, which God forbade them to touch, in corn, wine, and oil, these have they purposed to make use of, and they design to consume the things which they ought not to touch with their hands. Therefore, because they do these things, it is certain they will be given up to destruction. And I, thy handmaid, knowing this, am fled from them, and the Lord hath sent me to tell thee these very things. For I, thy handmaid, worship God even now that I am with thee, and thy handmaid will go out, and I will pray to God, and he will tell me when he will repay them for their sins. And I will come and tell thee, so that I may bring thee through the midst of Jerusalem, and thou shalt have all the people of Israel as sheep that have no shepherd, and there shall not so much as one dog bark against thee, because these things are told me by the providence of God. And because God is angry with them, I am sent to tell these very things to thee. And all these words pleased Holofernes and his servants, and they admired her wisdom, and they said one to another, There is not such another woman upon earth in look, in beauty, and in sense of words. And Holofernes said to her, God hath done well who sent thee before the people, that thou mightest give them into our hands. And because thy promise is good, if thy God shall do this for me, he shall also be my God, and thou shalt be great in the house of Nabuchodonosor, and thy name shall be renowned through all the earth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Then he ordered that she should go in where his treasures were laid up, and bade her tarry there, and he appointed what should be given her from his own table. And Judith answered him and said, Now I cannot eat of these things which thou commandest to be given me, lest sin come upon me, but I will eat of the things which I have brought. And Holofernes said to her, If these things which thou hast brought with thee fail thee, what shall we do for thee? And Judith said, As thy soul liveth, my lord, thy handmaid shall not spend all these things, till God do by my hand that which I have purposed. And his servants brought her into the tent which he had commanded. And when she was going in, she desired that she might have liberty to go out at night and before day to prayer, and to beseech the Lord. And he commanded his chamberlains that she might go out and in to adore her God as she pleased for 3 days. And she went out in the nights into the valley of Bethulia, and washed herself in a fountain of water. And as she came up, she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, that he would direct her way to the deliverance of his people. And going in, she remained pure in the tent, until she took her own meat in the evening. And it came to pass on the 4th day, that Holofernes made a supper for his servants, and said to Vigeo his eunuch, Go and persuade that Hebrew woman to consent of her own accord to dwell with me. For it is looked upon as shameful among the Assyrians, if a woman mock a man by doing so as to pass free from him. Then Vigeo went in to Judith, and said, Let not my good maid be afraid to go in to my lord, that she may be honored before his face, that she may eat with him, and drink wine, and be merry. And Judith answered him, Who am I, that I should gainsay my lord? All that shall be good and best before his eyes I will do, and whatsoever shall please him, that shall be best to me all the days of my life. And she arose and dressed herself out with her garments, and going in she stood before his face. And the heart of Holofernes was smitten, for he was burning with the desire of her. And Holofernes said to her, Drink now, and sit down, and be merry, for thou hast found favor before me. And Judith said, I will drink, my lord, because my life is magnified this day above all my days. And she took and ate and drank before him what her maid had prepared for her. And Holofernes was made merry on her occasion, and drank exceeding much wine, so much as he had never drunk in his life. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. And when it was grown late, his servants made haste to their lodgings, and Vigeo shut the chamber doors and went his way. And they were all overcharged with wine, and Judith was alone in the chamber. But Holofernes lay on his bed fast asleep, being exceedingly drunk. And Judith spoke to her maid to stand without before the chamber, and to watch. And Judith stood before the bed, praying with tears, and the motion of her lips in silence, saying, Strengthen me, O Lord God of Israel, and in this hour look on the works of my hands, that, as thou hast promised, thou mayst raise up Jerusalem thy city, and that I may bring to pass that which I have purposed, having a belief that it might be done by thee. And when she had said this, she went to the pillar that was at his bed's head, and loosed his sword that hung tied upon it. And when she had drawn it out, she took him by the hair of his head, and said, Strengthen me, O Lord God, at this hour. And she struck twice upon his neck, and cut off his head, and took off his canopy from the pillars, and rolled away his headless body. And after a while she went out and delivered the head of Holofernes to her maid, and bade her put it into her wallet. And they two went out, according to their custom, as it were, to prayer, and they passed the camp, and having compassed the valley, they came to the gate of the city. And Judith from afar off cried to the watchmen upon the walls, Open the gates, for God is with us, who hath shown his power in Israel. And it came to pass, when the men had heard her voice, that they called the ancients of the city, and all ran to meet her from the least to the greatest, for they now had no hopes that she would come. And lighting up lights, they all gathered round about her, and she went up to a higher place, and commanded silence to be made. And when all had held their peace, Judith said, Praise ye the Lord our God, who hath not forsaken them that hope in him, and by me his handmaid he hath fulfilled his mercy, which he promised to the house of Israel, and he hath killed the enemy of his people by my hand this night. Then she brought forth the head of Holofernes out of the wallet, and showed it them, saying, Behold the head of Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, and behold his canopy, wherein he lay in his drunkenness, where the Lord our God slew him by the hand of a woman. But as the same Lord liveth, his angel hath been my keeper, both going hence and abiding there, and returning from thence hither. And the Lord hath not suffered me his handmaid to be defiled, but hath brought me back to you without pollution of sin, rejoicing for his victory, for my escape, and for your deliverance. Give all of you glory to him, because he is good, because his mercy endureth for ever. And they all adored the Lord, and said to her, The Lord hath blessed thee by his power, because by thee he hath brought our enemies to naught. And Ozias, the prince of the people of Israel, said to her, Blessed art thou, O daughter, by the Lord the Most High God, above all women upon the earth. Blessed be the Lord who made heaven and earth, who hath directed thee to the cutting off the head of the prince of our enemies. Because he hath so magnified thy name this day, that thy praise shall not depart out of the mouth of men, who shall be mindful of the power of the Lord forever, for that thou hast not spared thy life by reason of the distress and tribulation of thy people, but hast prevented our ruin in the presence of our God. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And Achior, being called for, came, and Judith said to him, The God of Israel, to whom thou gavest testimony, that he revengeth himself of his enemies, he hath cut off the head of all the unbelievers this night by my hand. And that thou mayst find that it is so, behold the head of Holofernes, who in the contempt of his pride despised the God of Israel, and threatened thee with death, saying, When the people of Israel shall be taken, I will command thy sides to be pierced with a sword. Then Achior, seeing the head of Holofernes, being seized with a great fear, he fell on his face upon the earth, and his soul swooned away. But after he had recovered his spirits, he fell down at her feet, and reverenced her, and said, Blessed art thou by thy God in every tabernacle of Jacob, for in every nation which shall hear thy name, the God of Israel shall be magnified on occasion of thee. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. And Judith said to all the people, Hear me, my brethren, hang ye up this head upon our walls. And as soon as the sun shall rise, let every man take his arms, and rush ye out, not as going down beneath, but as making an assault. Then the watchmen must needs run to awake their prince for the battle. And when the captains of them shall run to the tent of Holofernes, and shall find him without his head, wallowing in his blood, fear shall fall upon them. And when you shall know that they are fleeing, go after them securely, for the Lord will destroy them under your feet. Then Achior, seeing the power that the God of Israel had wrought, leaving the religion of the Gentiles, he believed God, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined to the people of Israel, with all the succession of his kindred, until this present day. And immediately at break of day they hung up the head of Holofernes upon the walls, and every man took his arms, and they sent out with a great noise and shouting. And the watchmen, seeing this, ran to the tent of Holofernes. And they that were in the tent came and made a noise before the door of the chamber to awake him, endeavoring by art to break his rest, that Holofernes might awake, not by their calling him, but by their noise. For no man durst knock, or open and go into the chamber of the general of the Assyrians. But when his captains and tribunes were come, and all the chiefs of the army of the king of the Assyrians, they said to the chamberlains, Go in and awake him, for the mice coming out of their holes have presumed to challenge us to fight. Then Vageo, going into his chamber, stood before the curtain, and made a clapping with his hands, for he thought that he was sleeping with Judith. But when with hearkening he perceived no motion of one lying, he came near to the curtain, and lifting it up, and seeing the body of Holofernes lying upon the ground without the head, sweltering in his blood, he cried out with a loud voice, with weeping, and rent his garments. And he went into the tent of Judith, and not finding her, he ran out to the people, and said, One Hebrew woman hath made confusion in the house of King Nebuchadnezzar, for behold, Holofernes lieth upon the ground, and his head is not upon him. Now when the chiefs of the army of the Assyrians had heard this, they all rent their garments, and an intolerable fear and dread fell upon them, and their minds were troubled exceedingly, and there was a very great cry in the midst of their camp. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. And when all the army heard that Holofernes was beheaded, courage and counsel fled from them, and being seized with trembling and fear, they thought only to save themselves by flight, so that no one spoke to his neighbor, but hanging down the head, leaving all things behind, they made haste to escape from the Hebrews, who, as they heard, were coming armed upon them, and fled by the ways of the fields, and the paths of the hills. So the children of Israel, seeing them fleeing, followed after them. And they went down sounding with trumpets, and shouting after them. And because the Assyrians were not united together, they went without order in their flight. But the children of Israel, pursuing in one body, defeated all that they could find. And Ozias sent messengers through all the cities and countries of Israel, and every country and every city sent their chosen young men armed after them, and they pursued them with the edge of the sword until they came to the extremities of their confines. And the rest that were in Bethulia went into the camp of the Assyrians, and took away the spoils which the Assyrians in their flight had left behind them, and they were laden exceedingly. But they that returned conquerors to Bethulia brought with them all things that were theirs, so that there was no numbering of their cattle, and beasts, and all their movables, insomuch that from the least to the greatest all were made rich by their spoils. And Joachim the high priest came from Jerusalem to Bethulia with all his ancients to see Judith. And when she was come out to him, they all blessed her with one voice, saying, Thou art the glory of Jerusalem, thou art the joy of Israel, thou art the honor of our people. For thou hast done manfully, and thy heart has been strengthened, because thou hast loved chastity, and after thy husband hast not known any other. Therefore also the hand of the Lord hath strengthened thee, and therefore thou shalt be blessed forever. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And 30 days were scarce sufficient for the people of Israel to gather up the spoils of the Assyrians. But all those things that were proved to be the peculiar goods of Holofernes they gave to Judith in gold and silver, and garments and precious stones, and all household stuff, and they all were delivered to her by the people. And all the people rejoiced with the women and virgins and young men playing on instruments and harps. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Then Judith sung this canticle to the Lord, saying, Begin ye to the Lord with timbrels, sing ye to the Lord with cymbals, tune unto him a new psalm, extol and call upon his name. The Lord putteth an end to wars, the Lord is his name. He hath set his camp in the midst of his people, to deliver us from the hand of all our enemies. The Assyrians came out of the mountains from the north in the multitude of his strength. His multitude stopped up the torrents, and their horses covered the valleys. He bragged that he would set my borders on fire, and kill my young men with the sword, to make my infants a prey, and my virgins captives. But the Almighty Lord hath struck him, and hath delivered him into the hands of a woman, and hath slain him. For their mighty one did not fall by young men, neither did the sons of Titans strike him, nor tall giants oppose themselves to him. But Judith, the daughter of Merari, weakened him with the beauty of her face. For she put off her garments of widowhood, and put on her the garments of joy, to give joy to the children of Israel. She anointed her face with ointment, and bound up her locks with a crown. She took a new robe to deceive him. Her sandals ravished his eyes. Her beauty made his soul her captive. With a sword she cut off his head. The Persians quaked at her constancy, and the Medes at her boldness. Then the camp of the Assyrians howled, when my lowly ones appeared, parched with thirst. The sons of the damsels have pierced them through, and they have killed them like children fleeing away. They perished in battle before the face of the Lord my God. Let us sing a hymn to the Lord. Let us sing a new hymn to our God. O Adonai, Lord, great art thou, and glorious in thy power, and no one can overcome thee. Let all thy creatures serve thee, because thou hast spoken, and they were made. Thou didst send forth thy Spirit, and they were created, and there is no one that can resist thy voice. The mountains shall be moved from the foundations with the waters. The rocks shall melt as wax before thy face. But they that fear thee shall be great with thee in all things. Woe be to the nation that riseth up against my people, for the Lord Almighty will take revenge on them. In the day of judgment he will visit them. For he will give fire and worms into their flesh, that they may burn and may feel forever. And it came to pass after these things, that all the people, after the victory, came to Jerusalem to adore the Lord. And as soon as they were purified, they all offered holocausts and vows and their promises. And Judith offered for an anathema of oblivion all the arms of Holofernes, which the people gave her, and the canopy that she had taken away out of his chamber. And the people were joyful in the sight of the sanctuary, and for 3 months the joy of this victory was celebrated with Judith. And after those days every man returned to his house, and Judith was made great in Bethulia, and she was most renowned in all the land of Israel. And chastity was joined to her virtue, so that she knew no man all the days of her life after the death of Manasseh her husband. And on festival days she came forth with great glory, and she abode in her husband's house 105 years, and made her handmaid free, and she died and was buried with her husband in Bethulia. And all the people mourned for 7 days, and all the time of her life there was none that troubled Israel, nor many years after her death. But the day of the festivity of this victory is received by the Hebrews in the number of holy days, and is religiously observed by the Jews from that time until this day. End of chapter 16.